Chapter 46, Chapter 45, The Resentment of Mortals. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsh_jadhav0869. The other 7 finalists, blissfully unaware of the sinister undercurrents swirling around them, were practically vibrating with excitement. A special meeting with the president of the company sponsoring the tournament? More rewards beyond their wildest dreams? It was like winning the lottery twice in one day. They all readily agreed, their young faces glowing with anticipation. Russell knew there was something deeply, fundamentally wrong with this invitation, but he didn't dare hesitate. Any sign of reluctance would be noticed by Mr. Sterling's hawk-like eyes. He agreed without a second thought, his mind racing through possibilities and contingencies. President Jennings said Director Blake would have a card following me in secret, he reassured himself. It should be fine. Although, he had to admit with growing unease, he hadn't seen a single trace of this supposed guardian. After getting into a luxury vehicle arranged by Golden Talent Credit, the group drove toward the company's headquarters. The car was a monument to excess leather seats that probably cost more than most people's annual salary, climate control that made the air taste like expensive perfume, and windows tinted so dark they seemed to absorb light itself. As the champion, Russell was seated in the same car as Mr. Sterling, an honor that felt more like a curse with each passing mile. "We at Golden Talent Credit love to invest in promising young talents like yourself, Russell," Mr. Sterling said, his voice carrying the practiced warmth of a professional manipulator. He wasn't entirely lying. The company did love to invest in talent. The kind of return he expected on his investment, however, was another matter entirely. "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Sterling," Russell replied with careful politeness, then probed tentatively. "I was just wondering, why exactly does your president, Director Valerius, want to see all of us?" Mr. Sterling's expression remained perfectly neutral, as if carved from expensive marble. "Director Valerius simply wishes to get to know you all." Russell didn't believe a word of it. In his previous life, would the CEO of Omnicorp or a tech titan like that personally meet with the winners of a local tournament? The scales were just too different. It would be like expecting the president to personally congratulate the winner of a regional spelling bee. The car soon arrived at the Golden Talent Credit headquarters. It was a skyscraper of mirrored glass that pierced the sky like a needle, reflecting the sunlight in a blinding, ostentatious display of wealth. Each pane seemed to gleam with corporate arrogance, throwing light in every direction with complete disregard for anyone unfortunate enough to be looking in its direction. "Doesn't anyone care about light pollution?" Russell complained silently, squinting against the glare. Following Mr. Sterling, the group of students was led through a lobby that screamed expensive taste, marble floors so polished they were like mirrors, artwork that probably cost more than most people's houses, and security guards who looked like they could bench press a small car. The elevator ride to the top floor was conducted in reverent silence, as if they were ascending to meet a deity rather than a businessman. When the doors finally opened, they were greeted by a hallway lined with what appeared to be genuine oil paintings, each one probably worth a small fortune. "Knock, knock, knock." Mr. Sterling knocked respectfully on the large, ornate doors at the end of the hallway and waited. The doors were carved from some exotic wood that seemed to absorb sound, making the entire hallway feel muffled and oppressive. "Enter." A slightly old, raspy voice came from within, carrying the weight of authority and something else, something that made Russell's skin crawl. Mr. Sterling gently pushed the door open and led everyone inside. What appeared before them was an office so vast it could have housed a small apartment, dominated by a massive desk that looked like it had been hewn from a single piece of obsidian. Behind the desk sat an old man with graying hair, but his age hadn't softened him. If anything, it had sharpened him into something predatory. He had a severe hooked nose that gave him the appearance of a bird of prey, and narrow, triangular eyes that seemed to catalog every weakness in the room. This was the kind of face you would never forget after seeing it just once, the kind that would haunt your dreams. "Director Valerius, these are the top 8 contestants from the Prodigy Cup," Mr. Sterling introduced them with the reverence of a priest presenting offerings to a vengeful god. Director Valerius smiled, but the expression looked wrong on his face, too wide, too practiced, like a mask that didn't quite fit. "I am Valerius," he said, his voice carrying the smooth oil of false warmth. "You can all just call me Uncle Valerius." One of the other contestants immediately took the opportunity to curry favor, eagerly shouting, "Uncle Valerius," with the enthusiasm of a puppy desperate for attention. Russell just watched it all with cold detachment. If he didn't know the inside story, he might have done the same. But knowing the man's malicious intent, he offered no such false affection. A few of the other students were similarly quiet, either out of natural shyness or some instinctive suspicion that something wasn't right. Valerius didn't seem to care about their varied reactions. He simply pushed a stack of contracts across the polished surface of his desk with the casual gesture of someone dealing cards. The papers slid across the obsidian surface with a whisper that seemed unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence. "This is a strategic cooperation agreement that we at Golden Talent Credit would like to offer each of you," he said, his tone becoming smooth and hypnotic, like a snake charmer's flute. "Sign this contract, and in the future, you will only need to occasionally cooperate with us for promotional activities. In return, you will gain access to a wealth of our company's resources." The promise hung in the air like honey-coated poison. Faced with such a naked temptation of money and power, most adults would have found it impossible to resist, let alone these young, ambitious students who had probably never seen this kind of wealth before. Just as some of them were ready to lunge for the contracts like starving wolves, Cole Kong hesitated. His hand, which had been reaching forward, froze in midair. I have to go back and discuss this with my parents," he said, his voice firm despite the nervous tremor that ran through it. "I'm sorry, Director Valerius." Cole's sensible words hit the room like a bucket of cold water, instantly bringing the others back to their senses. "Yes, this is a huge decision. We have to talk to our parents." How could they have almost forgotten something so basic? Valerius waved his hand with studied indifference, his smile never wavering despite the obvious frustration that flickered behind his eyes. "Of course, I understand. If, after your discussion, you are still interested in signing, you can simply give us a call." At this, Mr. Sterling stepped forward with the precision of a well-oiled machine and handed each of them a business card. The cards were made of heavy stock that felt expensive between the fingers, embossed with gold lettering that seemed to gleam with its own light. Then, Valerius's gaze fell directly on Russell with the weight of a spotlight. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees as those triangular eyes fixed on their primary target. "Russell, as I understand it, you are an orphan, are you not?" The question was delivered with false sympathy, but Russell could hear the predatory satisfaction underneath. "How about it? Will you sign the contract?" Russell could feel the trap closing around him like the jaws of some massive beast. It was obvious that his display of power had made him the primary target, the prize that all of this elaborate theater had been designed to capture. After a moment of silence that stretched like a taut wire, he refused. "I'm sorry, Director Valerius. I cannot sign this." The words fell into the room like stones into still water, sending ripples of shock through the assembled students. The old man's calm facade finally began to show stress fractures. "But why?" he asked, a sharp edge entering his voice like a blade being drawn from its sheath. "You can't receive such generous rewards without offering something in return. A few promotional activities are all we ask." The other students looked at Russell with expressions ranging from confusion to alarm. Russell just shook his head. He had scanned the contract during the presentation. It was incredibly lenient, almost suspiciously so. And that was the problem. Its very looseness was full of loopholes and room for exploitation, the kind of legal quicksand that could swallow a person whole. Forgetting his carefully maintained facade, Valerius shot to his feet with sudden, violent motion. His slightly hunched back straightened with an unnerving intensity, transforming him from a harmless old man into something far more threatening. If you are not satisfied with the terms, Russell, we can discuss them further. The words came out in a rush, edged with desperation that no amount of corporate polish could hide. Just as Russell was about to refuse again, a faint sigh echoed through the office, the sound of infinite weariness and disappointment. That's enough, Valerius. Your desperation is ugly. Everyone was startled. An old man with a long white beard now stood beside Russell, as if he had been there all along, or perhaps as if reality had simply rearranged itself to accommodate his presence. Next to him stood a solemn, imposing figure in the crimson robes of a judge, radiating an aura of absolute authority that made the very air seem heavier. Seeing the newcomer, everyone present who knew him felt their blood turn to ice. Director Blake. They murmured, the name carrying the weight of legend. It was, of course, Blake Whitmore. As for why he was here. Regent Jin gave you this contract, didn't he? Blake said, his voice light but carrying immense weight, like a feather that could crush mountains. He could feel the sickening, corrupt aura clinging to the papers on the desk like spiritual filth. And then some. The red-robed judge beside Blake suddenly straightened, its voice booming with supernatural authority that seemed to come from the very foundations of justice itself. He is wealthy but unkind. He secretly colludes with bandit leaders and brings harm to the people. He shall be executed according to the law. As the judge spoke, an inexplicable, irresistible force descended upon Valerius's neck with the inevitability of gravity itself. Schlick! In an instant, Valerius's head was separated from his body, the sound wet and final. But in the next moment, it reattached itself, the wound healing instantly as if it had never happened, death denied by some dark power that refused to let him escape his fate so easily. Valerius touched his neck with trembling fingers, his eyes wide with lingering terror and incandescent rage. The experience of death, even temporarily, had broken something fundamental inside him. Blake Whitmore, he shrieked, his voice rising to a pitch that made the windows rattle. Yes. I joined the spirit-begging society. So what if I did? The admission hung in the air like a confession at a funeral. Regent Jin promised me. He said after this was done, he could advance me from emerald to diamond. His voice rose with each word, desperation and fury warring for control. I'm old. I don't have the talent of this boy, and I certainly don't have yours, Blake. He seemed to be in a state of utter despair, the mask of corporate respectability torn away to reveal the rotting desperation underneath. With Blake Whitmore present, he knew the spirit-begging society's plan had completely failed. Fight back? Against a monster like Blake? He would have a better chance simply ending his own life. You geniuses! You can never understand what it's like for the rest of us. The words came out like a scream of existential anguish, the cry of someone who had spent their entire life looking up at heights they could never reach. Blake sighed, the sound carrying the weight of someone who had seen this same tragedy play out countless times before. I was wondering where the spirit-begging society was getting its massive funding. I assume it must have come from you. This explained the source of the funds for the demons they had previously found controlled by the society, a network of corruption that reached into the highest levels of corporate power. But Valerius just sneered, his expression twisting into something ugly and bitter. You really think too highly of me. The words carried implications that made Blake's eyes narrow with concern. If Valerius wasn't the primary source of funding, then who was? And how deep did this corruption go? Just as Blake was about to press him for more information, a powerful, oppressive aura spread from the sky above New Metro, washing over the entire city like a tide of malevolent energy. The very air seemed to thicken, and everyone in the room felt the weight of something vast and terrible focusing its attention on them. Blake's pupils contracted to pinpricks. He whipped his head toward the window, an angry, astonished roar tearing from his throat like the cry of a wounded lion. Regent Jin. The name echoed through the office like a death knell, carrying with it the promise of battles to come and the weight of an enemy who had finally revealed himself. End of this chapter. 500 Power Stones for next bonus chapter. Chapter 47, Chapter 46, With Great Power Comes Great Responsibility, Bonus Chapter. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_JADHAV0869. Regent Jin. Blake Whitmore's roar shattered the office windows as he vanished in a blur of motion. The air itself seemed to tear apart where he had stood. In the next heartbeat, he materialized high above the city's skyline, his body crackling with raw power as he faced the epicenter of the sinister energy that had been gnawing at his senses. The figure waiting for him was a nightmare-given form. Regent Jin stood like a vulture perched over carrion, his ancient face carved from malice and shadow. Beside him, a younger figure clutched a golden scale that pulsed with otherworldly light. The youth's winged hat and boots marked him as the wielder of the master-level Hermes, the god of commerce card, the very source of Regent Jin's dreaded moniker, the Ghost Scale. Blood-red card materials cascaded onto the golden scale like drops of liquid sin. Each one that touched the metal surface sent a whisper of dark bargains through the air, and with every whisper, the malevolent aura choking New Metro grew thicker, more suffocating. Regent Jin. You knew your plan was discovered. Blake's voice cut through the air like a blade. The fury burning in his chest was ice-cold now, crystallizing into deadly focus. The pieces of their shattered operation fell into place with sickening clarity. He, Regent Jin's laugh was like glass grinding against bone. If my man 5 hadn't been there to handle those street rats, I'm afraid you would have kept your precious little secret intact. Brother Tiger. The operative Jonathan had released. Blake's jaw clenched as he realized the trap they'd walked into. They could have eliminated him, but that would have sent alarm bells screaming through the spirit-begging society's ranks. They'd been forced to choose between acceleration and dormancy, and now they were paying the price. Behind Blake, shadows began to writhe and coalesce. The darkness took shape, forming into a towering figure draped in crimson robes, its face hidden beneath a hood that seemed to devour light itself. The red-robed judge had arrived. Then you will not be leaving here today. Each word dropped from Blake's lips like a death sentence. Regent Jin's smile was a razor's edge. If you think you can stop me, then by all means, try. He had only one purpose here, to chain Blake Whitmore in place while chaos consumed the Federation's heart. Every scream, every drop of blood spilled in New Metro's streets would serve his master's hunger. Back in the office, Russell's heart hammered against his ribs as he watched the red-robed judge's imposing form. The master card maker hadn't abandoned them. They still had a chance. Valerius's face had gone white as bone, his hands trembling as he waved frantically at the students. Get out! All of you, get out now! The students stood frozen, their minds struggling to process the horror that had just unfolded. Golden talent credit a front for the spirit-begging society. The contracts they'd almost signed. The fate they'd narrowly escaped. Then a new voice slithered through the office like poison in their veins. Valerius, it hissed, each syllable dripping with malevolent promise. You wanted to become diamond level, did you not? Allow me to give you a helping hand, he. The red-robed judge's cold snort shattered the spiritual pressure that had frozen the students in place. But their relief lasted only seconds before their eyes locked onto Valerius, and horror replaced every other emotion. Ah! Valerius's scream tore through the office like a siren of the damned. This is it. This is diamond-level power. His voice cracked, becoming something inhuman. I hate you. Blake Whitmore. Regent Jin. May you all die a horrible death. His body began to tear itself apart. Muscles bulged and split, skin stretched beyond its limits, bones elongated with sickening cracks. What emerged was no dragon, it was an abomination. A writhing mass of scarlet flesh and exposed sinew, pulsing with veins like crimson lightning. The creature that had once been Valerius opened a maw lined with rows of jagged teeth and released a sound that shook the building's foundations. Roar! The skyscraper's windows exploded outward in a shower of deadly shards. The flesh dragon's massive bulk smashed through support beams like they were toothpicks. The building groaned and began its death throes. "Why are you still standing there? Run!" Russell's voice cut through their paralysis. Glass and concrete rained down like a deadly blizzard. The streets below erupted in screams as debris crushed cars and sent pedestrians diving for cover. The elevators were death traps now. Their only escape was the fire stairs, 33 floors of crumbling hell. The building shuddered with each impact from the thrashing monster above. Russell's mind raced through options as they fled down the stairwell. Then inspiration struck. "Listen to me," he shouted over the chaos. "I have a flying mount that can take us all down." The terrified students turned to him like drowning men seeing a life preserver. "We're counting on you," Russell, one screamed. "Russell, if we get out of this, I'll never forget what you did for us," another added, his voice breaking with emotion. They reached the 29th floor, and Russell was the first to slam his shoulder against the fire door. It gave way with a metallic shriek, and he stumbled into the office space beyond. What he saw there burned itself into his memory like a brand. The office was a charnel house. Flesh demons prowled between the cubicles, their forms grotesquely twisted parodies of humanity. Tattered office uniforms clung to their mutated bodies, the remains of Golden Talent Credits employees. Some still wore their name tags, their faces now unrecognizable masses of teeth and eyes. The spirit-begging society. Russell's voice was a growl of pure hatred. "What is it, Russell? What's in there?" The voice came from behind him, but Russell didn't answer. He simply stepped aside, letting them see for themselves. The collective gasp that followed was like air being sucked from the room. These were brilliant minds. They connected the dots instantly. The contracts. Valerius's transformation. These monsters. The fate that had awaited them all. If we had signed that contract. One whispered, his face the color of ash. Yet, what a pity for these ordinary people. The words carried the weight of survivor's guilt. But grief was a luxury they couldn't afford. Russell's cards materialized in flashes of light. Luffy's rubber fists stretched and hammered through demon skulls. Kanaki's Kagun sliced through flesh like crimson whips of death. Yoriaki's blade became a streak of solar fire, cutting down everything in its path. The demons barely had time to register the threat before they were obliterated. Gore splattered the walls as the three cards carved through the office like a hurricane of destruction. Cole Kong stared at Kaneki in awe, watching the ghoul's Kagun tear through enemies with surgical precision. Russell is a monster, he thought, a mix of fear and admiration coursing through him. Kaneki's Kagun shattered the floor-to-ceiling window in a shower of glass shards, opening their path to the outside world. Wind howled through the opening, carrying with it the sounds of chaos from the streets below. Russell summoned Pidgeot, the massive bird's wings beating powerfully as it hovered outside the broken window. He turned to the others, his expression grim but determined. "You all go down first. I'll stay here and come down last." The words hit them like a physical blow. They had expected him to save himself first. It was his card, his right. But Russell was choosing to be the last one out, to face whatever danger remained. "Russell!" Someone started, but Russell's sharp command cut him off. "What are you still waiting for? Go!" One by one, Pidgeot ferried the students down to safety. Each trip felt like an eternity to Russell, alone in the demon-slicked office with the building dying around him. Finally, only he remained. Looking at the carnage-strewn office, he allowed himself a moment of relief. Good. Nothing went wrong. The words had barely left his lips when the ceiling exploded. Boom! A massive scarlet form crashed through the concrete and steel like a meteor of flesh and fury. Dust and debris filled the air as the creature landed in a heap of rubble directly in front of Russell. As the smoke cleared, the monster's true form was revealed. Hee, eat, eat, eat. The breathing was wet and heavy, each exhale accompanied by strings of viscous saliva. A secondary mouth gaped in the center of its bloated abdomen, lined with rows of shark-like teeth that gnashed hungrily. The expensive suit clinging to the creature's mutated flesh was the only clue to its former identity. Russell's blood turned to ice as recognition dawned. "Mr. Sterling." The words came out as a horrified whisper. As expected, no one from Golden Talent Credit could escape the society's hunger. The creature that had been Sterling lunged forward with surprising speed, its massive claws raking through the air where Russell had been standing a split second before. The battle for survival had only just begun. End of this chapter. 500 Power Stones for next bonus chapter. Chapter 48, Chapter 47, Dark Clouds. The grotesque mass of twisted flesh that had once been Mr. Sterling writhed in the center of the ruined office, its multiple eyes rolling in different directions. Russell's jaw clenched as he watched tentacles of corrupted meat slither across the debris-strewn floor. "Luffy, can you handle this thing?" Russell's voice cut through the creature's wet, rasping breaths. Luffy tilted his head, studying the abomination like he was sizing up a particularly tough piece of meat. "Yeah, I got this." But there was something different in his tone, a sharpness that hadn't been there before. That was all Russell needed. He vaulted onto Pidgeot's back, the bird's powerful wings carrying them through the shattered window frame. Glass crunched beneath Pidgeot's talons as they hovered outside the building. The structure groaned like a dying whale, steel beams bending at impossible angles. "Make it quick!" Russell shouted over the howling wind. "This whole place is coming down." Inside, Luffy's grin stretched wide as he pressed his straw hat firmly against his head. His muscles began to bulge, veins standing out like cables under his skin. Steam erupted from his pores in violent bursts. Gear second. The transformation rippled through his body like wildfire. His skin flushed pink, steam pouring off him in thick clouds. The air around him shimmered with heat as his heart hammered against his ribs like a war drum. The Sterling thing let out a sound that was part shriek, part gurgle. Its bloated form lurched forward, massive arms sweeping through the air with bone-crushing force. Chunks of concrete exploded where its fists struck. Kaneki moved like liquid shadow, his centipede Kagun uncoiling from his back in a cascade of crimson and black. The bioweapon cracked through the air like a whip, each segment gleaming with razor-sharp edges. "Get its attention!" Luffy barked, his voice distorted by the steam pouring from his mouth. The Kagun struck the creature's hide with a wet slap, drawing a line of black ichor across its surface. The monster's head snapped toward Kaneki, fury blazing in its mismatched eyes. Then its mouth opened. Not the human mouth in its head, but the massive, tooth-lined maw that had split open across its entire torso. A tongue the size of a fire hose shot out, dripping with acidic saliva that ate through the floor where it landed. Kaneki's Kagun met the tongue mid-strike. The impact sent shockwaves through the building, cracking the remaining windows. The two appendages wrestled, muscle straining against muscle, neither giving ground. Yoriichi stepped forward, his hand resting on his sword's hilt. The demon slayer's breathing became deep and measured, each exhale visible in the cold air. When he moved, it was with the fluid grace of flowing water. Sun breathing, 13th form. His blade sang as it left its sheath, trailing fire in its wake. The technique erupted around him in a perfect circle of flame, each arc of the sword creating blazing crescents that carved through the air. The tongue, thick as a tree trunk, was severed cleanly in two. Black blood sprayed across the office in a wide arc, sizzling where it hit metal and concrete. The Sterling thing's scream shattered the remaining glass in the building. It clutched at its severed tongue, stumbling backward as dark fluid poured from the wound. "Now!" Luffy's fist pulled back, his entire arm disappearing into his body like a compressed spring. Steam exploded from his shoulder as he released all that stored power. Gum Gum Jet Pistol! The punch connected with the sound of a thunderclap. The creature's massive form lifted off the ground, hurtling backward through concrete pillars like they were made of paper. It disappeared into the far wall in an explosion of dust and debris. Russell squinted through the settling dust, Pidgeot's wings beating steadily to keep them aloft. "Is it over?" The silence stretched for several heartbeats. Then came the sound. Crunch. 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 Wet, rhythmic chewing echoed from the crater. Kanaki's eyes widened as he launched his Kagun toward the sound, the bioweapon shooting through the dust cloud like a crimson spear. Crack! The tip of his Kagun shattered like glass. The dust settled, revealing a nightmare. The sterling thing had doubled in size, its body now a mountain of pulsing, hungry flesh. Its torso mouth ground mechanically, chewing on fragments of concrete, steel, and the broken pieces of Kanaki's Kagun. As they watched in horror, a new appendage burst from the creature's back, a perfect replica of Kanaki's centipede Kagun, glistening with fresh blood. Its assimilating abilities, Russell breathed, his knuckles white as he gripped Pidgeot's reins. Yoriaki's forehead markings flared crimson as he charged forward. The copied Kagun lashed out to intercept him, but Kanaki's real weapon met it halfway. The two bioweapons clashed in a shower of sparks and flesh. The creature's massive arms swept down like falling buildings. Yoriichi flowed between them like smoke, his blade finding gaps in the creature's defenses. But every wound he inflicted sealed itself within seconds, the flesh knitting together with disgusting efficiency. Then Yoriichi's movements slowed. His connection to Russell flickered and died as his cooldown period began. Luffy had seen enough. His body coiled like a spring, muscles bunching beneath his steaming skin. "You want to eat everything?" His voice was a growl. "Try eating this." Gum Gum Jet Gatling. His fists became a blur of motion, each punch creating sonic booms that shook the building's foundation. The creature's flesh rippled like water under the relentless assault, chunks of meat flying in every direction. Rah! Luffy's roar was primal, driven by pure determination. His fists moved faster than the eye could follow, each impact creating craters in the monster's hide. The creature's screams grew weaker with each blow. Its massive form began to sag, the hungry intelligence in its eyes dimming. One final punch, delivered with every ounce of Luffy's enhanced strength, sent the creature crashing to the ground. It lay there twitching, its breathing shallow and labored. Russell landed beside the defeated monster, staying well out of its reach. The thing that had been Mr. Sterling looked up at him with eyes that were almost human again. "Funny," Sterling wheezed, blood frothing at his lips. "Spent my whole life hunting geese, only to have my eyes pecked out by one in the end." His laugh was wet and bitter. "I read every word of that contract, you know. Thought I was so clever." He coughed, specks of blood hitting the floor. But Regent Jin, his power to twist words, to corrupt meaning. "I never stood a chance." Sterling's gaze fixed on Russell with something approaching envy. "You can't understand what it's like, being ordinary. Being desperate enough to make deals with devils." Russell's expression didn't soften. "You were an accomplice. You helped them hurt innocent people." The dying man's face crumpled. "Yes, an accomplice." The admission seemed to drain the last of his strength. "This end. I earned it." With his final breath, Sterling managed to speak. "The Spirit Society, they don't care about power or control. They just want chaos. New metro burning." His voice faded to a whisper. "They don't care about traitors like us, we're just fuel for the fire." The light faded from his eyes. A moment later, a sheet of condensed material formed on his body. Bronze-level Bloody Devourer, gold. Russell quickly collected it, then gathered the other materials scattered around the office from the transformed employees. Black Iron Grade Inferior Flesh and Blood Demon, blue, X7. The building shuddered violently around them. Russell mounted Pidgeot and shot through the broken window, landing among the group of rescued students below. Cole Kong stepped forward as Russell touched down. "What happened up there?" "We saw the building shaking but you didn't come down." "Another bronze-level demon," Russell said simply. "Had to make sure it was dealt with properly." The group exchanged glances. "Another bronze-level demon, handled like it was routine." Most of them had long since given up any hope of matching Russell's abilities. The association should have issued an evacuation order by now, Russell continued, eyeing the swaying building. We need to move. Now. Just as they turned to leave, the massive flesh and blood dragon that had once been Director Valerius slammed into the side of the skyscraper with the force of a meteor. The headquarters of Golden Talent Credit, monument to greed and corruption, finally surrendered to gravity and came crashing down in a thunderous avalanche of steel and concrete. Chapter 49, Chapter 48, A Pyrrhic Victory, Bonus Chapter. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_JadHAV0869. The skyscraper split in half with a sound like the world breaking. The top section hung suspended for a heartbeat, defying gravity, before beginning its inevitable plunge toward the street below. Russell's blood turned to ice. The massive structure cast a shadow over them like the wing of some colossal bird of prey. "It's too big," he said, his voice cutting through the rising panic. "We're too close. No time to run." His mind raced through options. They had seconds, maybe less. "Luffy!" Russell's shout cracked like a whip. Without hesitation, Luffy sucked in a breath that seemed to drain the air from the entire street. His body expanded like a balloon, rubber skin stretching until he floated above the terrified students like a flesh-colored dome. "Everyone else!" Russell commanded, his voice carrying the authority of someone who'd stared death in the face too many times. "Hit the debris. Break it down. Give Luffy anything you can." The boys didn't hesitate. Cards materialized in their hands, glowing with desperate power. Bolts of energy, blades of light, and crushing force erupted upward, shattering the initial wave of concrete and steel into smaller, more manageable pieces. But Russell's thoughts were already elsewhere. If only Master Blake had created Wei Zheng, the incorruptible arbiter. A card based on that legend would have devastation attacks specifically designed for dragon-type creatures. Instead, high above them, Blake Whitmore's shadow-wreathed champion Lucius, the Shadow Regent, was locked in a brutal dance with the flesh and blood dragon that had once been Director Valerius. The two titans crashed through the sky, their battle sending shockwaves that shattered windows for miles. Lucius was powerful, diamond-grade, but the dragon was cunning and desperate. Every time the Shadow Regent gained the upper hand, the creature would dive toward the city, forcing Lucius to break off his attack to prevent civilian casualties. At this level, they could reduce the entire city to rubble, Russell thought grimly. Even with Lucius trying to keep the fight airborne, the surrounding blocks were already crumbling under the pressure waves of their combat. The students braced themselves as the building's remains hurtled toward them. Luffy's expanded form trembled with the effort of preparing to absorb the impact. Then the night exploded into daylight. A beam of pure white energy lanced down from the heavens, striking the falling debris. The massive chunks of concrete and steel simply vanished, vaporized into glittering dust that sparkled like snow in the artificial dawn. Russell's jaw dropped. Through the settling dust, a figure descended from the clouds, majestic, divine, terrible in its power. It wore armor of brilliant crimson that seemed to burn with inner fire. In one hand, it held a serpentine dragon crafted from white glass that writhed with contained lightning. In the other, a glowing orb pulsed with energy that made the air itself hum. The glass dragon suddenly sprang to life, flowing from the figure's grasp like liquid light. It rocketed skyward, its crystalline form reflecting the city's lights as it engaged the flesh and blood monster in aerial combat. "Students, are you all right?" The voice was warm, authoritative, and achingly familiar. Russell spun around to find President Lance Jennings standing beside them, his weathered face creased with concern. "President Jennings!" Russell called out, relief flooding through him. The other students quickly echoed his greeting, some with awe, others with barely contained excitement. Jennings nodded, his eyes quickly scanning the group. When he confirmed they were all unharmed, the tension in his shoulders eased slightly. His gaze lingered on Russell for a moment longer than the others. "The boy who might just save us all," he thought. Without Russell's quick thinking and protection, none of these students would have survived. The association had miscalculated badly. They'd assumed Blake Whitmore's presence would be enough to keep the students safe. They hadn't anticipated the sheer scale of the Spirit Society's coordinated assault. Above them, the divine figure Jennings' own diamond-level card, Virupaksha, the Western King, was systematically driving both dragons away from the city center. The glass dragon moved with perfect precision, each attack calculated to force the flesh and blood monster further from populated areas. "I apologize for the terror you've all experienced," Jennings said, his voice carrying the weight of genuine remorse. "Let's get you to a proper shelter now." For a moment, he considered asking these talented young people to help maintain order throughout the city. But looking at their faces still young, still innocent despite what they'd witnessed, he dismissed the thought. Let the old men handle this burden. They're still children. "President Jennings," Russell said urgently, "all the employees at Golden Talent credit they were transformed into demons by the Spirit Society." Jennings' expression grew heavy. He already knew. At that very moment, Brother Tiger's organization and a dozen other suspected front companies had erupted into chaos across the city. Their members were transforming into monsters, turning New Metro into a battlefield. Fortunately, Russell's intelligence had allowed them to position surveillance teams at most locations. The casualties could have been catastrophic. Instead, they were merely devastating. Only the situation at Golden Talent credit, with Valerius's unexpected transformation into a diamond-grade threat, had spiraled completely out of control. But something didn't add up. The Spirit Society's move seemed like strategic suicide. They'd exposed every major operation in the city. Who would dare work with them now, except the truly desperate? What are they really after? The question gnawed at him, but he pushed it aside. There would be time for analysis later. "The association is handling the situation," he said, forcing warmth into his voice. "Russell, please escort your classmates to the nearest shelter. The all-clear will sound once we've secured the city." Russell nodded, understanding the dismissal. As he began leading the other students away, he couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. Far out over the ocean, where the waves still bore scars from their earlier battle, Blake Whitmore and Regent Jin faced each other across the churning waters. The Spirit Society's leader wore an expression of smug satisfaction that made Blake's blood boil. "You must be very grateful to that Russell boy," Regent Jin said, his voice carrying easily across the distance between them. "Otherwise, tonight would have gone very differently." Blake's face darkened at the mention of Russell's name. How does he know? The implications hit him like a physical blow. There was a high-level traitor in the association. Someone with access to classified information, someone who knew about Russell's recent activities and his growing importance to their operations. The list of suspects was terrifyingly short. Beyond himself, only a handful of people knew the details of Russell's involvement. He could trust Jennings absolutely. The man's son had died in the Demon's Nest catastrophe years ago, a tragedy orchestrated by the Spirit Society. Jennings carried a hatred so deep it had nearly consumed him. He would never betray them. That left Jonathan Whitmore. The thought was like poison in his mind. His own brother, one of the few people who knew about the alterations to Russell's official record, who had been present for all the key decisions. Unless someone had been watching Russell from the very beginning, but why would they? Before the Prodigy Cup, the boy had shown promise but nothing extraordinary. No, Blake thought, it has to be someone on the inside. Regent Jin watched the suspicion bloom on Blake's face with obvious satisfaction. "It's a pity, though," he continued, his tone becoming almost conversational. "Those talented students, they didn't sign my contracts. I have to admit, I'm disappointed." His expression shifted, becoming mockingly humble. "Yes, you win this battle. But we didn't lose the war." His eyes glittered with malicious triumph. "After all, we achieved our primary goal." Blake's frown deepened. Every instinct screamed at him to demand answers, but he knew better than to give his enemy that satisfaction. Instead, he sneered. Putting on a brave face? How pathetic! Regent Jin's laughter echoed across the water as his form began to dissolve into wisps of shadow. Until next time, Blake. Give my regards to your brother. He vanished, leaving Blake alone with the sound of waves rushing back to fill the crater their battle had carved in the ocean. The water was tinged red with blood, whether his own or his enemy's, he couldn't tell. Exhaustion settled over him like a heavy cloak. The night had been a victory, but it felt hollow. The Spirit Society had revealed their hand, yes, but they'd also accomplished something Blake couldn't yet fathom. And now, worst of all, he had to consider the possibility that his own brother was a traitor. Russell, he murmured, the boy's name now carrying the weight of terrible suspicion. What have you gotten yourself into? The waves continued their eternal dance, indifferent to the human drama playing out above them. In the distance, New Metro's lights flickered like dying stars, and Blake wondered if this Pyrrhic victory would be remembered as the beginning of the end. Next goal: 1000 Power Stones for bonus chapter. Chapter 50, Chapter 49, The Weight of Suspicion. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_jadhav0869. 2 days had passed. The immediate turmoil caused by the Spirit Begging Society's citywide attack had gradually subsided, but the scarred landscape remained. The skeletal ruins of the Golden Talent Credit headquarters stood as a grim monument, a constant reminder to the people of New Metro that the horror they had witnessed was no illusion. Inside the headquarters of the New Metro Card Makers Association, the atmosphere was heavy. So, Director Blake, President Lance Jennings said, pinching the bridge of his nose in pain, you believe Jonathan Whitemore is the traitor. The information was a bitter pill, difficult for him to swallow. Jonathan was a veteran cadre of the association. Logically, he had no reason to join the Spirit Begging Society. And yet, the doubts Blake had laid out were cold and logical. Regent Jin had known about Russell. That meant the traitor had to be someone who knew Russell before he became famous. And Jonathan Whitemore's presence could be seen at every stage of Russell's recent growth. Sighing, a deep weariness settling on his features, Jennings said, I will arrange for him to be assigned to some leisurely work. Give him some time to rest. It was a euphemism, and they both knew it. It meant placing him under observation. Putting the painful matter of Jonathan aside, Jennings looked at Blake, his expression serious. Director Blake, the society caused a catastrophe this time. Why haven't the other two masters come to assist? A bitter smile touched Blake's lips. You know of the situation in the north. The demons there have backed a new faction, the Sect of Unification. The sect claims they are merely cooperating with the demons, but anyone with a discerning eye can see they are nothing but puppets. Jennings fell silent for a moment. Still, he pressed, that doesn't require both of them to remain there. He was right. The war sage, Frank Dragomir, was powerful enough to handle the northern border on his own, especially with the large number of card makers the Federation had garrisoned there. Blake hesitated, then decided to tell him the full truth. A man of Jennings's rank would find out soon enough anyway. There is turmoil in the Highlands. What? Jennings was shocked. Hasn't Eve St. Clair been suppressing the threats there all this time? Thinking of Eve's physical condition, a trace of worry crossed Blake's brow. A new master-level secret realm has appeared adjacent to the old one. The Mountain Master has gone to assist him. Jennings was stunned, muttering to himself, how is this possible? In recent years, secret realms had been appearing with increasing frequency, the monsters within them growing ever more powerful. The Federation, once comfortably dominant, now felt as if it were being slowly besieged from all sides. To be honest, neither of them cared much for the politics of the Federation's court. Their concern was for the common people of the continent. If they didn't, a man like Blake could be living a far more comfortable life. A helpless smile touched Blake's lips. This time, we owe everything to young Russell for discovering the Society's plan. If they had succeeded and gone back into hiding, the consequences would have been disastrous. But for now, he added, I think they will lay low for a while. Still, the fact remained that the Society's true lair had yet to be found. Speaking of Russell, Jennings recovered from the grim news. Russell's talent and character are indeed top-notch. It seems the rewards we promised him before are not enough. Previously, he had only offered a guaranteed spot at New Metro University, fearing the boy's talent might not fully blossom. Now, that seemed like a laughable concern. Blake, knowing what Russell had done in the collapsing building, nodded slightly. Do as you see fit. Just then, Jennings looked at his watch and frowned. Speaking of which, Russell said he would be coming today. Why hasn't he? As if on cue, the elevator dinged, and Russell appeared before them. His ID card had been given new permissions by Jennings himself, allowing him access to all but the most confidential areas of the headquarters. The president's office, it seemed, was not one of them. Director Blake, President Jennings, Russell greeted them respectfully. Jennings nodded in response and got straight to the point. Russell, you said you had something important to report. What is it? Russell relayed the final words of the dying Mr. Sterling that the Society's goal was simply to create more chaos in New Metro and then waited for their judgment. Blake and Jennings exchanged a look, the same thought in both their minds. Make New Metro more chaotic? What could they possibly gain from that? It seemed far less valuable than the massive financial front they had just lost. The Society's actions made no sense. It felt as if one wave of trouble had just receded, only for a darker cloud to begin looming over the city. Setting the puzzle aside for now, Jennings continued, I assume you have another reason for coming today, Russell. Russell nodded. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, President Jennings, I was wondering when I might be able to enter the Black Flag secret realm again. He had never forgotten his promise to avenge Zane. Jennings remembered the boy's previous condition. He hadn't expected him to be so fixated on revenge. He thought for a moment, then said, How does tomorrow sound? A flicker of excitement lit up Russell's eyes. Thank you, President Jennings. As for your reward for winning the Prodigy Cup, Jennings continued, his face growing serious, in addition to the spot at New Metro University I promised, I will now give you another choice. You may select any bronze-level material from the association's entire vault. Or, you may choose free entry into any bronze-level secret realm you desire. Russell fell into deep thought. The offer was incredibly tempting. But he took stock of his current resources, 2.72 million in cash, 1 gold quality bronze bloody devourer material, and 7 blue quality iron inferior flesh and blood demon materials. He already had enough to make another bronze card. If he had 2 powerful bronze cards, the rewards he could reap from exploring another secret realm would surely be greater than a single piece of material. Still, he didn't make his choice immediately. President Jennings, may I see the materials in the vault first? Of course. Jennings handed him a tablet. Russell silently flipped through the digital catalog, his eyes slightly dazzled. He had never seen so many red-quality bronze materials in one place. But after looking through all of them, he found that none of them truly sparked his interest. He placed the tablet back on the table and made his decision. President Jennings, I choose to enter a secret realm. End of this chapter. Next goal 1000 Power Stones for bonus chapter. Chapter 51, Chapter 50, Nanny. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. Director Blake slumped in his leather chair like a deflated balloon, watching the door swing shut behind Russell. President Jennings had claimed the spot by the window, probably so he could dramatically stare into the distance while delivering sage wisdom. Both men wore the exact same expression, the look parents get when their kid chooses the boring, sensible college major instead of following their dreams of becoming a rock star. Well, shit, Blake muttered, abandoning all presidential dignity. Kid went for the safe option. Can you blame him? Jennings shrugged, though he looked like someone had just told him Christmas was cancelled. Guaranteed power beats potential death by horrific monster. It's basic math. Blake's face twisted into something that might charitably be called a grin. Still stings, though. I was hoping he'd dive headfirst back into that death trap. Kid's got more balls than a tennis shop. Real shame to see him playing it safe. They'd watched it happen before. Promising young talents who started strong, then gradually traded their spine for security. Not that Russell was being cowardly, the materials he'd chosen would make him significantly more dangerous. But there was something about power earned through near-death experiences that just hit different than power bought with a credit card. What these two old buzzards didn't know was that Russell was already planning his next move with the enthusiasm of a kid planning a heist on the cookie jar. Second bronze level card, coming right up. Most card makers his age were still figuring out how to make iron level cards that didn't explode in their faces, but Russell had never been accused of being normal. For your average card maker, secret realms were like haunted houses designed by sadistic architects with unlimited budgets and a serious grudge against human survival. But for Russell, secret realms were like those all-you-can-eat buffets, except instead of mediocre food, they served up premium ass-kicking opportunities. Dawn broke over the Black Flag Realm entrance like the world's most expensive light show. Pidgeot cut through the morning air with the grace of a feathered missile, Russell riding the wind currents like they owed him money. The portal shimmered ahead, reality's way of saying welcome to Crazy Town, population, you. The association had completely changed their strategy since learning about the Pirate Alliance. Instead of their usual let's spread out and make ourselves easy targets approach, they'd gone full fortress mode. Smart move, really. Much easier to guard one choke point than play whack-a-mole across an entire dimension. Three figures waited by the portal, looking like the world's most mismatched boy band. Caleb. Leo. Russell hopped off Pidgeot with a flourish that would have made circus performers jealous. Then he nodded to the third guy. Mr. Wyatt. Of course Caleb and Leo were here. When your buddy gets murdered by psychotic pirates, you don't just send a strongly worded letter. You show up with friends who can set things on fire. These two had spent the last few days glued to Prodigy Cup coverage like it was the season finale of their favorite show. Watching Russell absolutely demolish opponents who should have been his equals, seeing him casually stroll into bronze level like it was a weekend hobby, it had been a real eye-opener. They'd figured someone shooting up the ranks that fast would forget about the little people faster than a politician forgets campaign promises. Boy, were they wrong. Leo looked like he was having an internal wrestling match between his cynical worldview and the evidence standing right in front of him. Russell, he said, voice rough as sandpaper, I was a complete ass about this whole thing. Figured you'd ditch us the second you made it big. He paused, looking genuinely pained. Guess I'm used to people being disappointments. Russell waved it off like Leo was apologizing for breathing too loud. The guy's reaction had been human, couldn't fault someone for expecting the worst when life usually delivered it with a smile. Caleb, meanwhile, looked like he was trying not to cry in front of everyone. His throat bobbed a few times before he managed, "Thank you." The words came out like they'd been dragged over broken glass. Zane hadn't just been a teammate, he'd been the big brother Caleb never had, the mentor who taught him that being decent wasn't a weakness. Losing him had felt like someone had reached into his chest and yanked out something vital. The raw pain in Caleb's voice hit Russell right in the feels. He'd tried to convince himself this was just about doing the right thing, keeping the cosmic balance sheet even. But seeing Caleb's grief, remembering the sound Zane's arm had made when that energy blade. Yet, this was personal. Had always been personal. Are we done with the group hug? Enter Wyatt, stage left, with all the warmth of a glacier having a bad day. The silver level card maker stood apart from their little emotional moment, radiating the kind of irritation usually reserved for people stuck in traffic behind someone who drives the speed limit. Some of us have actual work to do, he continued, checking his watch like time was money and he was going bankrupt. Can we move this along? Poor Wyatt had been neck-deep in another realm when the spirit-begging society decided to throw their tantrum. All he knew was that his important mission had been yanked out from under him so he could babysit some association golden boy on his grand adventure. Probably another rich kid wanting to play hero without the inconvenience of actual danger. If only he knew he was looking at someone who collected dangerous situations like some people collected stamps. Russell felt the hostility rolling off Wyatt in waves but didn't take the bait. He'd dealt with worse attitudes from people who actually mattered. Right. Let's get this show on the road. Stepping through the portal felt like being dissolved in cosmic soda and then reassembled by someone who'd lost the instruction manual. Reality took a brief coffee break while the universe sorted itself out, then snapped back into focus with the subtlety of a slap to the face. The Black Flag realm welcomed them back like an old friend who happened to smell like fish and broken dreams. Same coastline, same desolate beauty, same abandoned hope all ya who enter here vibe. Russell took a deep breath, letting the realm's unique flavor of chaos wash over him. Each secret realm had its own personality. This one tasted like storm clouds mixed with the kind of trouble that followed you home. They were still getting their dimensional sea legs when something caught their attention. A ship. Moving fast. Really fast. Like oh crap, the cops are here fast. It was hauling ass away from the portal entrance with the desperate energy of someone who'd just realized they'd left their wallet at a crime scene. The wake it was leaving looked less like normal boat foam and more like liquid panic. Russell and Wyatt locked eyes for a split second. In that moment, mutual annoyance transformed into something beautiful, shared bloodlust. Go go go! Wyatt barked, suddenly a lot more interested in this mission. Russell didn't need an engraved invitation. Pidgeot materialized beneath him in an explosion of golden light, already beating her wings like her tail feathers were on fire. They shot skyward with the kind of acceleration that made gravity file a complaint. The wind tried to rearrange Russell's face as they climbed, but he was grinning like a maniac. This was what he'd been missing during all those stuffy meetings and vault visits, the pure, undiluted rush of the chase. Below and behind him, Caleb's wind serpent uncoiled through the air like liquid lightning. Wyatt had vaulted onto its back with surprising grace for someone who'd been complaining 30 seconds ago. Say what you wanted about the guy's attitude, but he was a professional. They streaked after Russell's lead, 3 flying figures cutting through the sky like the world's most determined air show. And then there was Leo. Standing on the beach. Alone. Watching his teammates disappear into the distance like his hopes and dreams. Are you kidding me right now? Leo's voice cracked as he shouted after them, waving his arms like he was trying to flag down a taxi in the apocalypse. I'm part of this team too. His words were immediately eaten by the wind and distance, leaving him to contemplate the philosophical question of whether it was better to be left behind or to die horribly with friends. Meanwhile, Russell was having the time of his life. He leaned forward against Pidgeot's neck, feeling every muscle in the great bird's body working like a perfectly tuned engine. The ship below had definitely spotted them. Its crew was pushing their vessel like they were being chased by the Kraken's angry older brother. Come on, girl, Russell whispered to Pidgeot. Show them what real speed looks like. Pidgeot responded with a cry that could have shattered glass and doubled down on the wing beats. They weren't just flying anymore, they were falling upward, turning the sky into their personal highway. Next goal, 1000 power stones for bonus chapter. Chapter 52, Chapter 51, You Have Chosen Your Manner of Death, bonus chapter. Caleb and Wyatt barreled onto the pirate ship amid the aftermath of a vicious clash. The deck was a slaughterhouse, corpses sprawled in twisted heaps, blood slicking the planks like spilled oil under the relentless sun. Only one pirate survived, kneeling and quivering, his eyes locked on Russell in abject horror. More planted you here to guard the secret realm's entrance, right? Russell's tone sliced through the air, a statement wrapped in steel. After the carnage he'd ignited on Skull Island, it was no shock the Black Flag's head honcho would station a watchdog. The pirate smashed his forehead against the gore-streaked wood in frantic bows, raw survival instinct barely leashing the demonic fury that clawed at him whenever he glimpsed these intruders. "I've told you everything. All of it. Please let me go." But Russell's eyes were glaciers, crushing any spark of mercy. The pirate broke, words tumbling out in a desperate flood. Russell took it in, then shifted toward the silent shadow nearby. "Kaneki," he commanded, voice devoid of warmth. "Finish it." The Kagun lashed out like living whips, coiling with merciless precision. The pirate's screams erupted hoarse, wet gargles that peaked in a symphony of snapping bones before fading to eerie quiet. Only then did Russell face Wyatt, his expression edged with unyielding purpose. "Mr. Wyatt, you caught that? The demons? They've fused completely." The pirate's confession painted a grim picture. Russell's earlier rampage had forced the Black Flag's hand. They'd fast-tracked merging the pirate crews, uniting every faction. Now, all four lords hunkered on Skull Island, plotting their breakout ready to butcher the association's elite and hoist Moore as emperor on a throne of bones. Wyatt reassessed Russell in that moment, his prejudices fracturing. "Kid's got ice in his veins," he mused, impressed by the unflinching resolve. "We infiltrate Skull Island quietly," Wyatt said, voice low and tactical. "I spot an opening and drop their leaders." What began as a babysitting chore had escalated into a righteous extermination. As an association card maker, he couldn't ignore the storm brewing. Russell nodded, appreciating the raw simplicity. "Overwhelm the bastards, lop off the heads, watch the rest scatter like rats." Scanning their small crew, Russell frowned. "Hold up, where's the fourth?" Caleb's face twisted in realization. "Damn it, Leo! I ditched him." He scrambled onto his flying beast, wings thundering as he raced back. Russell let him go, turning to Wyatt with a rare edge of vulnerability. "Mr. Wyatt. I want Moore's blood on my hands. Personally." Wyatt paused, surprised. He'd figured the kid for a glory seeker, wanting the easy finish after the real work. But why not? It could buy some goodwill. "Deal. He's yours." Soon, Caleb returned with Leo, and the quartet cut through the waves toward Skull Island, the ship knifing the sea like a predator closing in. Yet as the island loomed, a gnawing dread twisted in Russell's chest, dark, insistent, like storm clouds gathering. Then horror unveiled itself. "Captain! Yara!" Caleb's roar tore from his throat, a guttural explosion of grief that vibrated the air. His eyes burned crimson, as if rage itself might spill from them like tears of blood. Leo gripped his fists until skin split, warm blood trickling down his palms in silent fury. Russell froze, a void yawning inside him, cold and consuming. Framing the port's entrance stood two jagged flagpoles, grim sentinels. Suspended from them, twisting in the briny wind, hung two ravaged bodies charred to brittle husks by the merciless sun, a haze of flies droning around the decay. Russell drew a shaky breath, pivoting to Wyatt with words forged in frost. "Mr. Wyatt, scrap the stealth." Each syllable landed like a verdict. "No hiding. Now, I deliver justice, bold, unbreakable." Wyatt's protest died unspoken as an ethereal force propelled their ship like a missile, hurtling toward the dock in a frothing surge. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Guards on the pier howled, scrambling in vain as doom barreled down. Boom! The collision thundered like a war drum wood shattering in a violent spray, the dock buckling into the frothing depths. Pirates plunged into the abyss, their cries swallowed by the chaos, as debris rained like shrapnel. Russell had Luffy ready, the rubber form cushioning their leap into the fray. They hit the ground running amid the wreckage, while flocks of birds exploded from the trilene in panicked shrieks. The island pulsed with alarm, now every demon alert to the invasion. Just as Russell intended. Moore charged in moments later, his lieutenants flanking him like wolves, the air electric with bloodlust and the tang of salt-swept fear. Wyatt bit back frustration, steadying his stance. Next time, warn a man before you unleash Armageddon. Luffy's presence had revealed the truth. Russell was bronze level, a rare talent worth every safeguard the association threw his way. But threats first. Wyatt's senses probed the demons. Moore was a monster, sure, but his crew? Chum. Cards materialized in his grip, energy crackling, poised for slaughter. Russell's grip halted him. "Mr. Wyatt," he murmured, calm as a blade's edge. "Back off. This fight's mine." Wyatt eyed him skeptically. Potential was great, but Moore could pulverize titans. "You got this." Reluctant agreement followed. If it went south, he'd intervene. From the splintered ruins, Moore snarled, fury igniting at their audacity. But eyeing Wyatt's arsenal, he opted for venom. "Ah, the cowards return, the mice who fled with tails tucked." He thumbed toward the flagpoles, his grin a slash of cruelty. "Admire my handiwork? Strung 'em up fresh for guests like you." Zeroing on Russell, he savored the plan: dismantle the boy piece by piece, force the rest to choke on despair. Death? He'd bathed in it, risen from it. It held no terror. Russell's stare was an abyss, unflinching. "You have already chosen your manner of death. Luffy. End him. Full power. No mercy." Chapter 53, Chapter 52, Gear 3rd. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_JADHAV0869. Luffy stood motionless for a heartbeat, the chaos of the shattered dock swirling around him like a storm. He reached up slowly, almost reverently, and hooked his straw hat onto his back. The shift was instantaneous. Gone was the boyish grin, the carefree spark in his eyes. In its place burned a fierce, unyielding focus, as if the weight of Russell's command had forged him into something primal, unstoppable. Full strength, the order echoed in his core. No holding back. He bit down hard on his thumb, the sharp crack of teeth meeting flesh cutting through the tense air. Across the splintered ruins, Moore watched with a twisted smirk, his lieutenants shifting uneasily behind him. The demon lord's voice dripped with mockery, echoing over the waves lapping at the broken pier. "What's this, little boy? Scared already? Gotta suck your thumb like a babe to muster some guts." No words came in reply. Instead, the world seemed to warp. Luffy's right arm ballooned, veins pulsing as it swelled to grotesque proportions, muscles inflating like a balloon ready to burst, until his fist loomed as massive as a house, casting a shadow that swallowed the dock in darkness. The air hummed with raw power, the ground trembling faintly under the strain. "Gum gum! Giant pistol!" The words thundered out, and the fist rocketed forward with a whoosh that split the wind like a hurricane. Moore's smug grin shattered into wide-eyed horror, his demonic instincts screaming warnings too late. This wasn't some parlor trick, it was cataclysmic force, the kind that evoked nightmares of the seven warlords' monstrous underlings, beings who'd crushed empires underfoot. How is this even possible?" Moore's bellow ripped across the dock, laced with disbelief and rising panic. "It's a illusion. A damn trick." He lunged desperately, his white blade flashing in a frantic arc, slicing into the oncoming fist. The metal bit shallowly, drawing a thin line of what looked like rubbery flesh, but it was futile, a pinprick against a tidal wave. Impact. Boom. The collision erupted like a bomb, shockwaves blasting outward in a gale of dust and salt spray. Moore hurtled backward like a rag doll fired from a cannon, smashing through his own ranks in a brutal chain reaction. Pirates scattered like bowling pins, bodies crumpling and flying, bones snapping audibly over the roar. He finally slammed into the earth, carving a deep furrow in the dirt, splintered wood and debris raining down in a hazy cloud. "Boss Moore!" The cries from his men were shrill, laced with terror, as they scrambled to regroup amid the wreckage. But Luffy was relentless, a force of nature unchained. He vaulted skyward, his massive fist deflating with a hiss as the energy shifted. Now his right foot ballooned, transforming into a colossal axe head that gleamed menacingly in the sunlight, veins throbbing like rivers of power. The pirates below froze, breaths caught in their throats. Caleb and Leo exchanged wide-eyed glances, their earlier grief twisting into awestruck disbelief. Wyatt, ever the analyst, felt his heart pound. This kid's card, it's rewriting the rules. Gum gum. Giant tomahawk. Luffy plummeted like a meteor, his foot cleaving the air with a deafening tear. The descent built like thunder, the wind whipping up debris and sending waves crashing harder against the shore. Crack! The axe kick hammered down, fracturing the pier in a seismic quake that shook the entire island. Cracks spider-webbed through the ground, wood exploding upward in jagged shards. Pirates on the far side didn't even scream, they just dropped, knees buckling under the sheer terror, their wills shattered by the apocalyptic display. The other crew captains, once loyal to Moore's iron rule, stood drenched in cold sweat, faces pale as ghosts. Their godlike leader, the unbreakable Moore, was being pummeled like a stray mutt, helpless and broken. Whispers rippled through them, is this the end? How do we fight a monster like that? In a fair fight, with time to prepare, Moore might have held his ground, summoned his full demonic arsenal, turned the tide with cunning and brute force. But fate had pitted him against Luffy, and that changed everything. Emperor's recognition, Luffy's potential has been acknowledged by an Emperor of the Sea. When facing any pirate-type demon, Luffy will be fully strengthened. Wyatt's eyes narrowed to slits, his mind racing as he dissected the scene. This power, he whispered, voice barely audible over the settling dust. It's scraping the edges of silver-level territory, raw, unrefined, but damn close to an ordinary silver card's output. A mix of professional envy and relief flickered through him, the association's prodigy was living up to the hype. Beside him, Caleb and Leo gaped, jaws slack. They'd witnessed Luffy's flair at the Prodigy Cup, sure, but that was child's play compared to this. No wonder Russell charged in like a storm, Caleb thought, his grief momentarily eclipsed by wonder. We figured he was leaning on Wyatt for the kill. Gods, we were blind. Luffy touched down lightly beside Russell, the air still vibrating from his onslaught. Russell closed his eyes briefly, sensing the card's dwindling energy through their bond of faint, flickering pulse. Gearthurd's a beast, he mused inwardly, a quiet sigh escaping his lips. But 2 hits, and he's already fading. One more strike, tops. It was a brutal trade-off, but fair, a bronze-level card unleashing silver-tier devastation? The cost had to bite deep. From the smoke-choked crater, a ragged cough hacked through the haze, wet, labored, defiant. Russell's brow furrowed, a spark of irritation cutting through his calm. Still breathing? Tough bastard. The dust swirled away on the breeze, revealing Moore's wreckage of a form. His long sword lay in shattered pieces, glinting uselessly. His body was a mangled ruin, skin torn and blackened, bones jutting at wrong angles, blood pooling beneath him in a dark stain. Yet a stubborn spark of life clung on, eyes glazing but defiant. So, powerful, Moore rasped, voice a broken wheeze, words slurring through bloodied lips. Never thought I'd face something like this, in this forsaken place. He coughed, a wet rattle, forcing a twisted laugh. You weren't this monster last time. How? Death of your precious ones, push you over the edge? Force that growth. Another hacking chuckle dissolved into spasms. Ha 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 ha, cough, damn it all. Russell leaned in slightly, ears straining for any scrap of useful intel, some hint at the Black Flag's deeper plans, a weakness in their ranks. But it was just delirium, the ravings of a man teetering on oblivion. End it, Luffy, Russell said, voice steady as steel. Luffy nodded once, biting down again. His arms inflated in tandem this time, swelling to twin behemoths that blotted out the sun, shadows stretching long over the crater. Gum gum. Giant bazooka. The fists descended like judgment from the heavens, the air compressing with a low, ominous rumble. Moore's fading eyes widened one last time, consciousness slipping into the void. But in that final instant, a whisper slithered into his mind, not his own, alien and cold, laced with malicious glee. I just want to see the miserable look on your face as you die at the hands of the king. The voice was faint, ethereal, brushing Russell's senses like a chill wind. His eyes snapped wide, scanning the shadows. Did anyone hear that? Just now. Wyatt frowned, shaking his head, while Caleb and Leo exchanged puzzled looks. Nothing, Wyatt muttered. You all right? King. Russell echoed inwardly, shaking off the unease. Must be the adrenaline playing tricks. Focus. Luffy's fists connected in a final, earth-shaking boom, pulverizing the crater into oblivion. Moore's form vanished in the upheaval, and with the deed done, Luffy's body shimmered, dissolving into wisps of energy as the card hit cooldown, retreating to recover. Wyatt exhaled sharply, wiping sweat from his brow. Power like that always has a hook. Good thing otherwise, I'd be questioning if you're the silver level here, kid. A wry smile tugged at his lips, masking the awe. With Luffy gone, the surviving pirate leaders sensed blood in the water. Eyes met in silent accord, murderous fire reigniting. They charged with their ragged remnants, weapons raised in a desperate, howling wave, blades glinting, demonic auras flaring as they swarmed the dock. Wyatt's gaze turned glacial, a predator's calm settling over him. Idiots! You think I'm just scenery? He'd been sidelined by the spectacle, true, but he was silver level through and through, a force these fools couldn't fathom. This works, he thought, cold efficiency sharpening his focus. Saves the chase. His cards materialized in a blurry ethereal wraiths weaving through the fray like shadows given fangs. They struck with lethal precision, reaping souls in swift, merciless strokes. Pirate leaders fell in single, devastating blows, bodies crumpling before they could scream. The power chasm was a chasm, unbridgeable, morale shattered like glass, the remnants hurling weapons aside and bolting for the Trilene, vanishing into the island's wilds like ghosts. Wyatt watched them flee with detached indifference. Leaders gone, they were harmless stragglers, no threat to the realm now. Russell observed the cleanup, a quiet sigh escaping him. Still worlds apart from a true silver level, he reflected, the gap stinging like a fresh wound. But resolve surged hot in his veins. With my pace? Silver's within reach. Soon. Russell, thank you. From the depths of my soul. The voice cracked with emotion, pulling him back. Caleb knelt before him, tears streaming down his weathered face, body trembling with the weight of it all. Russell blinked, flustered, unaccustomed to such raw vulnerability. He hurried to haul Caleb up. Hey, get up. What's this about? Caleb rose, swiping at his eyes, words tumbling in a choked rush. I knew revenge was a pipe dream on my own, too weak, too broken. But you made it real. I never dreamed, just, thank you, Russell. I've got nothing to give but my loyalty. My life. Anything you need, ever, I'm your man. Russell stood speechless for a beat, the offer touching but impractical. If I can't handle it, what chance does he have? Still, he wouldn't crush the sincerity. Of course, Caleb. I've got your back too. In that moment, Caleb extended his hands, revealing a glowing artifact. This condensed from that demon's corpse. It was the material from Moore's demise, bronze rank elite pirate swordsman, gold. End of this chapter. Hope you like the FIC. We need power stones to survive. 300 power stones for bonus chapter. 500 power stones for bonus chapter. Chapter 54, Chapter 53, Doubts. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_JadHAV0869. Russell's hand closed around the shimmering material condensed from Moore's defeated form, accepting it from Caleb without a second thought. He'd earned it. After all, taking down a pirate lord wasn't exactly a casual Tuesday. The dock around them was a wreck, splintered wood and scorched earth painting a grim picture of the battle's toll. "Tch," Wyatt scoffed, surveying the carnage with a smirk. "These demon punks herded themselves into one spot like idiots. Made our clean up a breeze, didn't it?" Russell nodded, stifling a grin. If those pirate leaders had scattered across the archipelago's maze of islands, Wyatt would have been stuck playing hide-and-seek for weeks. Solo operative or not, that sounded like a headache nobody wanted. With the dust settled, the four of them, Russell, Caleb, Leo and Wyatt, combed through the wreckage, gathering the materials left behind by the fallen pirates. Everything went to Wyatt, no questions asked. Aside from more, he'd mowed down every demon in sight like a one-man wrecking crew. Nobody was about to argue over loot rights. Wyatt paused, sifting through the haul with a grunt. After a moment, he split the black iron-grade materials into 3 neat piles, shoving portions toward Russell, Caleb, and Leo. "Take 'em," he said gruffly. Russell blinked, then shook his head. "Nah, Wyatt, keep it. I barely did anything in the endgame." He wasn't about to mooch off the guy's hard work. Truth be told, he was half shocked Wyatt was sharing it all. Guy seemed more the take it all and growl type. Wyatt's eyes flashed with impatience, like he was dealing with a stubborn kid. "Just take it, Russell. Don't waste my breath arguing." The material's 70-odd pieces were worth maybe 1,000,000 Federation credits. Pocket change for a silver-level card maker like Wyatt, but for Russell? A decent chunk. Still, Wyatt wasn't just being generous. The kid was a prodigy, plain as day. A little goodwill now could pay off big later. Russell hesitated, then sighed and accepted the pile. But before anyone could blink, he turned and offered it to Caleb. "For Zane and Yara's families," he said softly. "They deserve it more." Caleb froze, his face twisting into a pained, forced smile. "Russell." His voice cracked, heavy with grief. "You should keep them. Their families, they're gone. All of them." The words hit like a sucker punch. Russell's hand hung in the air, materials untouched. He'd known Zane's parents were gone, but everyone? The weight of it sank into his chest, and he slowly withdrew his hand, schooling his expression. "Sorry," he murmured. "Didn't know." "No need to twist the knife further." Caleb waved it off, a tired gesture. The dead were gone, the living had to keep moving. At least, thanks to Russell, their deaths hadn't gone unavenged. With the spoils settled, the group scrounged up an intact boat from the shattered dock. Their own ride had been reduced to kindling during their grand entrance, and with the mission wrapped, there was no reason to linger in this demon-infested dump. They sailed for the portal, the ocean breeze carrying the faint tang of salt and blood. At the base's gate, Russell exchanged quick goodbyes with Caleb and Leo, their nods heavy with shared scars. He summoned Pidgeot, the bird's wings kicking up dust as he took to the skies for home. Wyatt, meanwhile, strode off to report to the base commander. A temp gig escorting Russell and purging the realm? Not a bad deal, especially with a fat association reward waiting. Soaring above the clouds, Russell let his thoughts drift. High school felt like a lifetime ago, like he'd skipped senior year and leapt straight into the deep end of card maker life. Internship? More like trial by fire. He chuckled, Pidgeot's steady wing beats a comforting rhythm beneath him. In the sleek headquarters of the new Metro Card Makers Association, Blake Whitmore savoured a slow sip of tea, its warmth a stark contrast to the cold calculations in his mind. "Jonathan Whitemore's been handled?" he asked, voice calm but sharp. Lance Jennings adjusted his glasses with a practiced flick. "Yes. Gave him a cover story today, put him in charge of the city's post-crisis cleanup. Subtle, not sidelined. Push Jonathan too far, and their target might catch wind." Slow and steady was the play. Blake gave a non-committal hum. Normally, he'd summon Jonathan and let Lucius his loyalty-probing card dig into the man's mind. But Jonathan's six-tailed fox card was a mental juggernaut. A psychic face-off risked exposure, and if Jonathan was innocent, accusing him could fracture the association's morale at the worst possible time. For now, caution ruled. Jennings broke the silence with a sly smile. "So, Director, ready for your new student in a month." He meant Russell, of course. The kid's performance in the field was a master-class. Riverview Province's unified exams would be a cakewalk. Jennings hadn't seen talent like that in years. A single card didn't make a card maker, but being miles ahead of the pack? That was Russell. Blake's lips curved into a rare smile, no denial in sight. Even if Russell tanked the exams, unlikely he'd still take the kid under his wing. Potential like that was worth betting on. Deep in a dank, underwater lair, Regent Jin lounged in the shadows, his eyes glinting with amusement. Before him stood the man in the suit, the same one who'd been tailing Brother Tiger. "So," Jin drawled, "no chance of flipping Russell to our side?" The man snorted, as if the idea was laughable. "Why would a kid with his future join you? After that Prodigy Cup stunt, the association's probably rolling out the red carpet for him." Jin shook his head, a pitying smirk playing on his lips. "You underestimate the power of a good offer. After all." His voice turned velvet smooth, sharp as a blade. "You joined us, didn't you?" The man's face darkened, anger flaring. "If it weren't for my wife, I'd never touch you shady reptiles." The word reptiles made Jin's expression frost over. "Watch your tongue," he hissed, his master-level aura pressing down like a tidal wave. The man clicked his tongue but bit back his retort, remembering who he was dealing with. After a tense silence, Jin's voice echoed through the cave. "The association's next move?" "No clue," the man spat. "Their KG must have sniffed out a traitor." Jin waved it off, unperturbed. "I'll have 5 test Russell again. If he doesn't bite." His tone turned cold. "Kill him." Back home, Russell sank into his sofa, legs crossed, mind racing. His cash was solid, but his real score was the 2 gold quality bronze materials, Bloody Devourer and Elite Pirate Swordsman. The Devourer? No ideas yet. It was a wild card, too feral to pin down. But the Elite Pirate Swordsman? A spark ignited in his brain, bright and electric. It wasn't just a card, it was a bond. A perfect synergy with his existing deck, ready to be forged into something legendary. "Hope you like the FIC. We need power stones to survive. 300 power stones for bonus chapter. 500 power stones for bonus chapter." Chapter 55, number Chapter 54, Pirate Hunter. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsh_jadhav0869. Russell settled into his chair, fingers flying across the keyboard as he accessed the secure trading website dedicated to card-making materials. His eyes scanned the listings with focused intensity, searching for the bronze-level items essential to his next creation. It didn't take long before he spotted one of the materials he had previously encountered in the association's vault, a piece he had reluctantly passed on during his earlier selections. The listing read, "Bronze-level Nameless Demon Sword, Gold. Price, 1.6 million Federation credits." A thoughtful expression crossed Russell's face as he leaned back slightly. As expected, most of the premium materials from the association's stock eventually filter out into the open market, he murmured to himself, confirming a hunch he had held for some time. However, his satisfaction was short-lived, quickly giving way to frustration. But why is there only one available? This won't cut it. The card he envisioned required at least 3 distinct sword-type materials to reach its full potential. Without them, he'd be forced to compromise, substituting inferior alternatives that would dilute the overall quality and power of the final product. This dilemma was all too familiar in the world of card makers, a constant hurdle that separated the novices from the masters. Bronze-level materials were already a rarity, their scarcity only amplifying as one climbed to higher tiers. Veteran card makers seldom parted with their acquisitions for mere currency, instead, they bartered them directly for other specialized items that aligned with their own intricate narratives and designs. In the elite circles of the profession, Federation credits held little sway, reminiscent of ancient currencies that had lost their value in historical texts useful for the masses, but dismissible as trivial by those at the pinnacle. The true bottleneck for crafting high-level cards wasn't just the mental fortitude or creative prowess required, it was the relentless hunt for compatible materials. Even a card maker boasting the mental reserves of a master would find themselves stymied if the perfect components eluded them, rendering their ambitions inert. Yet, Russell possessed a unique edge that set him apart from his peers, an innate flexibility in storytelling. He could gaze upon nearly any material and weave a compelling narrative around it, adapting on the fly to maximize its potential without being rigidly bound by conventional constraints. Shaking off his momentary irritation, he swiftly completed the purchase of the nameless demon sword, his cursor hovering briefly over the confirmation button as a precautionary measure. He recalled all too vividly how quickly the colonization suit had vanished from listings before, snatched up by another eager buyer in the blink of an eye. There goes half my savings, he thought with a twinge of melancholy, watching his account balance plummet in real time. Factoring in the recent influx from selling the pirate-derived materials, he had started with nearly 3 million credits. Now, a mere 1.5 million remained, a sum that wouldn't even cover the cost of 2 additional purple-quality materials at current market rates. Bartering appeared to be his only viable path forward. Fortunately, sword-themed materials were perpetually in high demand, making it relatively straightforward to locate a willing seller. Russell offered up his gold-quality Bloody Devourer as trade bait, engaging in a brief but pointed negotiation. In the end, he secured 2 identical bronze-level family heirloom sword, purple, materials, with the seller compensating him for the value differential. On paper, the exchange represented a minor loss for Russell, but he viewed it pragmatically. Materials held no inherent worth unless transformed into tangible strength on the battlefield. Sacrificing a bit of perceived value was a small price for unlocking greater combat utility. Before long, a prompt delivery from Metro Express arrived at his doorstep, the package securely wrapped and verified. Russell carefully unpacked the items, arranging them neatly on his workspace for inspection. Before him lay, family heirloom sword, purple, X2, nameless demon sword, gold, and elite pirate swordsman, gold. This assortment represented the most extensive collection of materials he had ever assembled for a single card creation, a testament to the ambition of his current project. With deliberate care, he selected a blank card from his supplies and began sketching upon it, his hand steady as he captured the essence of a determined teenager crowned with a distinctive mop of green, algae-like hair. As his mental energy infused the drawing, the familiar shift occurred, the boundaries of reality blurring until he found himself immersed once more in the enigmatic, shadowy realm of card compilation. Please begin compiling your story. Rorano Azoro was born in the humble Shimotsuki village nestled in the East Blue, a place steeped in the traditions of swordsmanship. From a young age, his extraordinary talent with a blade caught the eye of Shimotsuki Kojiro, the revered master of the Shimotsuki Dojo, who took him on as a disciple to hone his raw potential. Zoro's path was forever altered by the tragic death of his childhood friend and fierce rival, Kuina, who shared his burning ambition to claim the title of the world's greatest swordsman. In the wake of her untimely accident, Zoro's resolve crystallized into an unbreakable oath, fueling his every action from that day forward. He dedicated himself to relentless training, subjecting his body to trials that pushed beyond the limits of human endurance, innovating his signature three-sword style, a technique as unorthodox as it was devastating. Fate intervened in Shell's town, where Zoro, bound and on the brink of execution, was rescued by the irrepressible Monkey D. Luffy. Grateful and intrigued by Luffy's dream, Zoro pledged his loyalty, becoming the inaugural member of the Straw Hat Pirates. In the chaotic streets of Orange Town, he clashed with Kabeji of the Buggy Pirates, emerging victorious through sheer grit. In Syrup Village, alongside Luffy, he dismantled the cunning schemes of Captain Kuro. The battles escalated to the heights of Judicial Island, where Zoro unveiled his awe-inspiring nine-sword style, overwhelming Keiku, CP9's premier swordsman, in a clash of unparalleled ferocity. As the narrative unfolded within his mind, Russell experienced a momentary surge of astonishment. He sensed an expanded capacity, allowing the story to extend further than before. During his creation of Luffy's card, the timeline had halted at this juncture, constrained by the materials at hand. Now, bolstered by superior quantity and quality, the tale had room to breathe and evolve. The crew's trials intensified at the Sabayati archipelago, where Zoro faced near-certain death at the hands of Marine Admiral Kizaru, his light-speed assaults proving nearly insurmountable. In the critical instant before the fatal strike, he was spared by the intervention of the legendary Dark King Silver's Rayleigh. Shortly thereafter, the warlord Bartholomew Kuma scattered the Straw Hats across the globe with his mysterious powers, initiating a prolonged era of isolation and grueling self-improvement for Zoro. At last, the story reached its natural boundary, the limits imposed by the material's potency. Russell accepted this without surprise. The Straw Hat Crew's post-timeskip growth marked a profound evolution in strength, a leap that demanded even greater resources to capture faithfully. Given how seamlessly Zoro's arc intertwined with Luffy's, the mysterious space embraced the compilation without resistance. In the ethereal haze of the creation realm, vivid visions materialized before Russell's eyes. He witnessed a young green-haired boy, teeth clenched around a massive stone weight, driving his body through exhaustive exercises with unyielding determination. The scene shifted to a teenage Zoro navigating treacherous seas alongside the boy in the straw hat, their adventures filled with boisterous laughter, heated arguments, and an unbreakable camaraderie forged in the fires of shared peril. Gradually, the visions coalesced, solidifying into a tangible card that hovered serenely before him, its surface shimmering with latent power. Pirate Hunter Zoro. Rank: Bronze. Quality: Red. Category: Creature. Skills: 1 Sword Style, Itoryu, Flying Dragon Blaze, Iai Lion's Song, 36-pound Phoenix. 2 Sword Style, Nitoryu, Eagle Wave, Rhinoceros Return, Double Slash, Ox Needle, 72-pound Phoenix. 3 Sword Style, Santoryu, Demon Slash, Tiger Hunt, Crow Hunt, Tornado, 108-pound Phoenix, Secret Technique, 3000 Worlds. 9 Sword Style, Azura, Kiki Kyodoryu, Azura Ichibujan, Azura Makusan. Characteristics: Heart of a swordsman. As a lifelong swordsman who dreams of being the world's greatest, Zoro becomes excited when facing powerful swordsman-type enemies, slightly increasing his overall strength. Way of Ashura: a scar on the back is a swordsman's shame. Zoro would rather die than be struck from behind. When facing an enemy head-on, all his abilities are enhanced. Peerless physique: through years of inhuman training, Zoro's body has become a weapon. He is determined to prove that even without the power of a devil fruit, he can become the world's strongest. Introduction: I'm going to become the world's greatest swordsman. Advanced Route: Bronze Pirate Hunter Zoro, Gold Worst Generation Zoro, Emerald Great Swordsman Zoro. Bonds: when appearing with the Mihawk series, activates World's Greatest Swordsman. When appearing with Luffy and other series, activates Straw Hat Pirates. Activated Bond: Straw Hat Pirates, 2/10. Bond Effect: when all members of the Straw Hat Pirates are present, if one member is defeated, the remaining members will enter a state of rage. Note: Rage, at the cost of losing their sanity, the card's attributes will be greatly enhanced in all aspects. Russell examined the card with a touch of surprise. It actually achieved red quality, he noted, impressed by the outcome. In the source material, Zoro's prowess at this narrative stage didn't quite match Luffy's, underscoring that a card's ultimate quality hinged not solely on the woven story but profoundly on the caliber of the infused materials. Though the ceiling caps at Emerald, he pondered aloud, finding it unsurprising upon reflection. As Luffy's steadfast first mate and subordinate, Zoro's trajectory naturally aligned beneath that of his captain, whose diamond-level potential set a higher benchmark. Setting aside further analysis, Russell channeled his focus, invoking the summons for his latest creations. In a swirl of ethereal energy, the boy adorned with the iconic straw hat and the resolute swordsman wielding 3 blades materialized before him, standing side by side in silent readiness. End of this chapter. Chapter 56, Chapter 55, Fantasy Time, Bonus Chapter. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. With a focused thought, Russell mentally activated the cards, and in an instant, Zoro and Luffy materialized before him in a shimmer of summoned energy, standing side by side in the confines of his living space. "Hey, Zoro!" Luffy exclaimed, his face breaking into that signature, wide grin that seemed to radiate boundless enthusiasm and warmth. Given how intricately the narratives of these two characters were woven together in their original tales, Russell wasn't the least bit surprised by their immediate familiarity. If the cards lacked this inherent connection, the Straw Hat Pirates' bond effect would remain dormant, unable to activate and enhance their combined potential. "Oh, it's you, Luffy," the green-haired swordsman replied, his voice carrying a rough edge tempered by underlying camaraderie. Adorned with 3 golden teardrop-shaped earrings dangling from his left ear, Zoro crossed his arms, exuding an air of stoic readiness. Russell's gaze drifted to the trio of swords secured at Zoro's waist, artifacts that had manifested alongside the card itself, and he fell into a contemplative silence. Perhaps I should craft some superior blades for him to wield initially, he considered, recognizing that as a dedicated swordsman, Zoro's combat effectiveness was inextricably linked to the quality of his weapons. Drawing from Zoro's canonical backstory, there were several renowned swords that could be adapted as linked prop cards, such as the pristine white Wado Ikimonji, a blade steeped in personal significance, or the ominous cursed sword Inma, known for its voracious appetite for its wielder's vitality. However, he soon tempered his ambitions with a dose of realism, acknowledging the inherent constraints. The armaments from the One Piece universe, while formidable in their craftsmanship and durability, frequently lacked extraordinary supernatural properties and could even impose burdensome drawbacks on their users. If he was committing to forging a sword that drained its master, why settle for mediocrity? Why not aspire to something grander, like the Tenseiga from the Inuyasha saga, a divine blade capable of cleaving through ethereal beings from the netherworld and resurrecting the fallen? Or delve into legendary relics such as Tianjing and Hyupo from classic Manhu lore, weapons whose cataclysmic might could reshape battlefields? Yet, the sheer destructive scale of such artifacts far exceeded what his current capabilities and resources could feasibly produce. It dawned on him that his mental wish list for prop cards was growing extensive, filled with daydreams of potent items waiting to be realized. Furthermore, Russell reflected on his existing arsenal, realizing that the 3 treasures prop card, once a reliable standby, was struggling to match the pace of his accelerating growth. A more advanced defensive artifact was becoming a necessity. For quite some time, he had harbored a fascination with a customized iteration of the 7-layered shield Roaias, famously brandished by a certain heroic figure clad in red with striking white hair, a barrier of unparalleled resilience. Alas, manifesting such a masterpiece remained firmly out of reach at his present level. Even Pidgeot, his initial makeshift mount summoned in a moment of desperation, was due for an upgrade sooner rather than later. His musings wandered to the Zanpakuto from the Bleach series, soul-bound blades that evolved with their wielders, but he doubted his ability to replicate them as stand-alone items. Moreover, even if successful, how could cards hailing from disparate worlds harness Shikai or Bankai without the foundational spiritual pressure that defined that universe? But as his eyes fell upon the stark figure of 1.6 million credits displayed in his account balance, it was as if a chilling wave had crashed over him, snapping him back to harsh reality. Poor. He was still far too poor to indulge in such elaborate fantasies. Beyond that, the most coveted materials often eluded purchase altogether, guarded by exclusivity or rarity that no amount of currency could breach. He resolved to ground his strategies in attainable resources, planning meticulously around what he could realistically acquire. Clearing his mind of these tangled aspirations, Russell shifted his attention to evaluating the compatibility of his existing lineup. With a mental command, he summoned Yoriichi Tsujikuni, the demon slayer materializing in a poised stance. As anticipated, the instant Yoriichi emerged, Zoro's demeanor sharpened, his eyes narrowing with acute awareness and intensity. "This swordsman, he's strong," Zoro muttered, his instincts as a blade master igniting with urgent alerts. "If not for the disparities in our respective world power systems," he pondered internally, he would pose an extraordinarily challenging adversary. This discrepancy served as a point of mild exasperation for Russell. Based on Yoriichi's feats in his source material, his capabilities should have soared far beyond their current manifestation. However, the subpar quality of the initial materials had resulted in a youthful version of the character, with all attributes and skills dialed back accordingly. Compounding this was the inherent ceiling of the Demon Slayer universe, which offered no viable advancement route to elevate him further. "How about we have a sparring match?" Zoro proposed, his hand instinctively drifting to the hilt of one of his swords, a spark of eagerness gleaming in his eyes. Yoriichi, having appeared with his characteristic calm and vigilance, immediately discerned the profound expertise emanating from the green-haired warrior opposite him. Yet, a single peculiarity puzzled him deeply. Why does he carry 3 swords? In the entirety of his demon-slaying career, he had never encountered anyone who brandished 3 blades simultaneously. Thankfully, Russell intervened promptly to defuse the brewing tension. "If you're set on sparring, hold off until tomorrow," he advised with a hint of helplessness in his voice. "I'll request a proper venue from the school. Engaging here risks damaging property, and you'd be on the hook for repairs." At these words, Zoro's burgeoning battle lust ebbed away, his posture relaxing as he acknowledged the validity of his master's caution. As one of Russell's summoned cards, he could intuitively sense the sincerity behind the statement. Yoriichi, on the other hand, harbored little enthusiasm for clashing with fellow humans. From his earliest days, the sensation of steel slicing through human flesh had always unsettled him profoundly. The demons lurking in secret realms were another matter entirely in his perception. They were indistinguishable from the voracious abominations loyal to Muzan. This distinction explained why Russell typically delegated post-battle cleanups to Kaneki, sparing Yoriichi the discomfort. The following day, Russell returned to school after an extended hiatus, having missed over half a month of classes since the commencement of the joint examinations. Not that the curriculum held much novelty for him anymore, his practical experiences had far outstripped the theoretical lessons offered in high school. Following a restorative night of meditation, he arrived in high spirits, his mind clear and energized. Spotting Nancy Whitemore slumped listlessly over her desk, he couldn't resist commenting in a tone laced with curiosity and concern. "Long time no see, Nancy. What's with the drained look?" The pair hadn't crossed paths since the Black Flag ordeal, as she had been immersed in her own secret realm challenge during the Prodigy Cup. Nancy lifted her head at the sound of his voice, her response coming out feeble and subdued. "Oh, it's you, Russell. Long time no see. Congratulations, oh esteemed genius, on clinching first place in the Prodigy Cup." Classic Nancy, Russell thought with an internal chuckle. She possessed an uncanny knack for delivering compliments in a manner that dripped with sarcasm, turning praise into playful barbs. "I'm like this because I barely got any sleep last night," Nancy grumbled, her head dropping back onto the desk with a soft thud. Russell's eyes widened in mock horror. "That's illegal. You're still a minor, you know." Nancy raised her head again, blinking in confusion at his outburst. "Illegal? What on earth are you rambling about?" A beat later, the implication dawned on her, and she rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Get your mind out of the gutter. It's about my father." Russell paused, taken aback. "Mr. Whitemore?" What could trouble a gold-level card maker like him? Fortunately, Nancy didn't withhold the details, sharing openly. He came home from work last night looking really down about something. He might fool others, but not me, I'm his daughter, after all. Russell fell quiet for a moment, processing her words, before gently inquiring, did he mention what was bothering him? Jonathan Whitemore had extended considerable kindness to him in the past. If there was an issue, Russell felt compelled to offer assistance, though he recognized that any problem stumping a gold-level expert was likely well beyond his bronze-tier capabilities. Nancy slumped further onto the table, her voice muffled against the wood. That's exactly why I'm so upset. I have no idea, and he won't say. Ah, well. Russell trailed off, feeling somewhat helpless. Family matters were delicate territory, and he had no place intruding. As a single parent navigating the demands of his profession while raising Nancy, Jonathan must have shouldered immense burdens over the years. Middle-aged men have their rough patches, Russell concluded sympathetically, unable to offer more than silent support. He returned to his seat as classes commenced, immersing himself in the day's lessons. Once school concluded, he approached Victoria Song to request access to the battle arena. She granted permission without hesitation, recognizing his status and needs. Arriving at the vacant combat venue, Russell wasted no time in summoning his cards. On the open field, Yoriichi Tsujikuni regarded Zoro across from him, a spark of comprehension finally illuminating his expression. So that's the secret to mastering 3 swords. 500 Power Stones for next bonus chapter. Chapter 57, Chapter 56, An Offer You Can't Refuse. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. At that moment on the court, even Yoriichi Tsujikuni, who was always a master of managing his facial expressions, couldn't quite maintain his composure, especially when he saw Zoro clench a third sword in his teeth. 3-sword style, the gentle voice of Yoriichi sounded in the arena. Oh my god, the mute is speaking. Hearing his card's voice for the first time, Russell stared at him in amazement. He had always assumed it was because he'd used poor materials that Yoriichi was unable to speak. So you just didn't want to? Zoro, you can do it. Luffy's cheering voice rang out from the sidelines. Luffy's cheer was like the whistle for the start of the duel. In the next instant, Zoro attacked. Of course, he was suppressing his own strength. There was still a massive gap between the bronze and iron levels, and his card was red quality while Yoriichi's was only purple. This was just a friendly match to test their swordsmanship. Ding! 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 The sound of clashing steel echoed through the empty arena as the 2 swordsmen moved in a blur of motion, dazzling sparks flashing with every parry and strike. What surprised Yoriichi was the power behind the green-haired boy's unorthodox style. It wasn't just fancy-looking theatrics at all. Taking a deep breath, Zoro crossed the swords in his hands, his figure streaking across the field like a meteor. Faced with such an attack, Yoriichi's own breathing became focused, channeling the sun-breathing method. Ding! 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 Yoriichi successfully blocked Zoro's multi-bladed assault. But immediately after, he sheathed his sword and said calmly, I have lost. He had used the sun-breathing technique, violating their initial agreement to compete using pure swordsmanship alone. Zoro sheathed his own 3 swords one by one. It was just luck, he said gruffly. It was a swordsman's courtesy. He could feel the immense power in Yoriichi's swordsmanship. He had only held the advantage because of the difference in their card ranks and quality. At that moment, Russell walked to the center of the field and said to Zoro with a smile, Don't be disappointed. There will be plenty of opportunities to fight stronger swordsmen in the future. He wasn't lying. When he eventually created Retsuya Nohana, he was sure her swordsmanship would more than satisfy Zoro's thirst for battle. After putting away his cards, Russell prepared to go home. Riding on Pidgeot, he slowly landed at the door of his house, sighing to himself. Goggles are still useless. It seems the issue of a new vehicle needs to be solved. If he wanted something fast, all-terrain, and comfortable, what kind of bike would he even need to make? While lost in thought, Russell took out his key and opened the door. He walked through the corridor, preparing to go to the kitchen for a glass of water. Just as he passed the living room, his entire body suddenly froze. "Don't be alarmed, Mr. Russell. Please, sit down." A smooth, magnetic voice sounded from within his own home. Russell turned his head stiffly. A man in a tailored black suit was sitting calmly on his sofa, looking at him with a smile. In the next instant, Luffy, Zoro, Kaneki, and Yoriichi all appeared in front of him, ready for battle. But... boom! The moment the four of them appeared, a tremendous and irresistible pressure descended from nowhere, forcing all four of them to their knees. The floorboards beneath them cracked under the immense force. At this moment, Russell saw a second figure he hadn't noticed before, a young man with an indifferent expression standing next to the man in the suit. This second man was looking at Russell's cards with cold, detached eyes. "Ugh, ah!" Russell's cards roared, their eyes turning red as they used all their strength just to try and stand up. Unfortunately, it was useless. "Well, leave it to me," Russell sighed, comforting his struggling cards and putting them back into his mind. He could already see that the people in front of him were on a level he couldn't possibly resist. This wasn't silver-level power. A silver-level card maker wouldn't be able to leave Luffy and Zoro completely defenseless. It was better to save his energy and see what they wanted. "The Spirit Begging Society?" he asked, his voice steady despite the situation. He had already guessed their identity. Who else could it be? He couldn't help but feel a wave of helplessness. This was the curse of being an orphan. If he had a family at home, the society would never dare to come to his house so openly. And didn't they just suffer a major blow? He thought silently. Why are they acting even more arrogant than before? The man in the suit nodded slightly at his question, a smile playing on his lips. "A pleasure to meet you. My name is Five. You can call me that." Unable to figure out his intentions, Russell responded honestly. "Five." There was no other choice. The man held all the cards. Seeing that Russell was so sensible, Five showed a satisfied smile. "A teachable young man. I came here this time to personally invite you, Mr. Russell, to join the Spirit Begging Society." Hearing his words, a helpless, bitter smile appeared on Russell's face. "At this point, do I still have a choice? I'll join." Five showed a non-committal expression. "Hey, don't say that. We in the Spirit Begging Society still respect human rights. If you truly do not wish to join us, we will not make things difficult for you. It may just be a small price you have to pay." At this moment, a murderous intent began to form in Five's mind. He had not missed the appearance of Zoro just now. This meant the high school student in front of him had made another powerful card. Adhering to the principle of destroying what he could not obtain, he was ready to take action. "I hope you can make the right choice," Five said, his smile impeccable, even as cold thoughts flashed through his mind. "I truly do not wish to attack a genius such as yourself." Russell was speechless. So there is no choice, he thought. And respect human rights? The fates of Walter, Director Valerius, and the countless ordinary employees of Golden Talent Credit were still fresh in his mind. As expected, Five took out a contract from his jacket pocket and handed it to Russell. "Words are not enough. Please, sign." Russell's body went rigid, but he quickly forced himself to relax, sighing internally. Of course. Given the nature of the Spirit Begging Society, how could they not have a contract? Five looked at Russell with amusement. He was somewhat curious what choice the boy would make. Under his gaze, Russell took a deep breath, took the contract, and began to look at the terms. After a long moment, he let out a silent breath. "My goodness! The black-hearted capitalists from my previous life would kowtow to you twice over these clauses. After a long silence, Russell picked up the pen and signed his name on the contract. Russell. End of this chapter. In collection anime card system 100 posts. 13. 1. Share. Locked. Rafael Espinosa Angulo. 2W. K. Disgusting, I hope these guys get screwed. Chapter 58, Chapter 57, A Case of Mistaken Identity. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsh_jadhav0869. As Russell signed his name, a faint echo, like the tolling of a distant bell, sounded in the void as the contract was sealed. In that same moment, a low whisper, like a final breath carried on the wind, brushed past his ear. "This is my last ripple." What was that sound? Russell muttered, stunned. Five's voice brought him back to reality. "He who knows the times is a wise man." "Congratulations, Mr. Russell," he said, a satisfied smile on his face as he watched Russell sign his name. "You've made the right choice." At this moment, no matter how angry Russell was, the fact that he was now on their pirate ship was irrefutable. And yet, he didn't feel any different. Nothing had changed within him. "The contract has already told you what you can and cannot say. You should think about its terms carefully," Five said, a strange, knowing smile on his face, as if he could see Russell's inner turmoil. Russell searched his own mind, but it was empty. There were no new compulsions, no magical restrictions. What is going on? Is he bluffing me? He racked his brain, trying to figure out what Five was talking about, and then he remembered the whisper he had thought was an auditory hallucination. And then, it hit him. Like a memory from a dream, he found the contents of the contract, but they weren't in his memories. They were in the faint, residual memories of this body's original owner. The problem was, the original owner had never met the spirit-begging society. He'd never seen this contract before. This memory could only have appeared after Russell had signed his name. Wait a minute. A wild possibility bloomed in his heart. The official language of the Federation was traditional language. Following the local customs, he had subconsciously signed his name in traditional language as well. But the problem was, he had always been the transmigrator, the soul from another world. He wasn't the original Russell. The contract had judged that the original owner had made a deal with the spirit-begging society. But the original owner was dead. How can a dead person fulfill a contract? He had, completely by accident, found a loophole. He had stuck them with a bug in their own system. "Is that you, Russell?" he thought, a strange sense of connection to the boy whose body he now inhabited. "No wonder my mental talent is so terrifying. Two souls are definitely stronger than one." But with the signing of this contract, even if he didn't feel any decline in his own mental strength, he knew that the last ripple of the original Russell was gone. From now on, he was truly alone. As if sensing his change in mood, Five smiled at him. "Of course, the society has some welcoming gifts for you, Russell." Adhering to the classic principle of the carrot and the stick, it was time for the reward. Five took a piece of material from his coat. Bronze-level individual combat armor, purple. Russell reached out and took it, feeling no psychological burden whatsoever. The contract did state that the society would provide him with financial support. As for whether it was a lot or a little, that depended on their mood. But he considered it taking advantage of the enemy. He wouldn't have minded even if they'd given him black iron materials. Still, a purple quality bronze material was, disappointingly stingy. Just as Russell was contemplating the material's use, Five shouted loudly towards the stairs. "The matter is resolved. You can come down now." Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of leather shoes on the stairs was heard. Russell turned his head, and the person who appeared made his pupils shrink instantly. "President Marcus." he uttered, the words feeling like dust in his mouth. The person who came was none other than Marcus, the president of the Evergrove District Card Makers Association. Russell knew there was a traitor in the association, he had even made some guesses. But he had never imagined the mole's rank could be so high. Above a district president were the directors at the new metro headquarters, and then the association president himself, Lance Jennings. At that moment, everything clicked into place. He finally understood how the spirit-begging society had been able to enter his home so easily. After his performance, there was no way Blake and Jennings wouldn't have assigned someone to secretly protect him. But they couldn't do it personally. In the end, sending a gold-level card maker was the best they could do. And that task would need to be arranged by someone. His new residence was in the Evergrove district. That task would have naturally fallen on Marcus's head. Even if it wasn't Marcus himself assigned to protect him, with his position, he would know who was, and could easily arrange for them to be elsewhere. After all, Marcus was a high-ranking official. No one would have ever suspected him. No wonder the society had found Darren so quickly after the incident in the 1,000-foot woods. The secret realm was within the Evergrove district. The first person to receive the report would have been Marcus. He would have known from the very beginning that the deaths of Darren and Gus were entirely Russell's doing, and had nothing to do with Jonathan Whitemore. The tampered resume meant nothing, because Marcus had been paying attention to him even before he had shown any remarkable talent. Marcus had a strange smile on his face. "Nice to meet you again, Russell." It was worth the effort to temporarily transfer Giles away, he added, referring to the guard who should have been watching Russell's house. When he had first met Russell, Marcus had just thought he was a young man with some minor talent. But after Gus died at Russell's hands, combined with his performance in the joint examination, Marcus was sure that Russell was a rare genius. It was then that he began to observe him carefully, without any intention of immediate recruitment. No one else in the society even knew a person like Russell existed. Then, just before the Prodigy Cup, after Russell got the information from Brother Tiger, Marcus discovered that his resume had been tampered with. The very next day, New Metro First High had hurriedly registered for the tournament as a group. In addition, when Five had gone to clean up their street-level assets, he had observed Brother Tiger's abnormal behavior. It was then that the society confirmed that the association already knew about the Prodigy Cup conspiracy. So, they had taken advantage of the situation and launched their planned stop-loss, creating chaos across the city. Just as Russell now understood, the society did not know that he was immune to the contract. This gave him an opportunity. "President Marcus," Russell said, suppressing the turmoil in his heart and forcing a wry smile. "I didn't expect it to be you." Just as Marcus was about to say something, Five's voice cut in. "Forget the small talk. Russell, Marcus will be your superior from now on. He will contact you if there's anything you need." Marcus showed a non-committal expression. "Please give me your guidance in the future, Russell." Russell nodded helplessly, but his mind was racing. "Should I find a chance to report this to Director Blake? No. If the truth comes out, and I can't explain why I'm not controlled by the contract, there will be no place for me in New Metro. Let's just play along for now and see if I can get some benefits during this period." He had already made up his mind after the Prodigy Cup. After the Riverview Province Unified Examination, he would not be returning to New Metro. He was going to attend Northgate University. From what he had learned, the Spirit-Begging Society's hands were not yet long enough to reach deep into the mainland. But he had never expected Marcus to be the traitor. This rendered the protection the association had arranged for him completely useless. As for self-defense, as a bronze-level card maker, he could only use bronze-level items. Even if the association gave him a powerful defensive prop, it would be useless against a monster like Five, whose level he didn't even know. By the time a broken prop alerted the association that something had happened, his body would probably already be cold. End of this chapter. Chapter 59, Chapter 58, Mark 3, Bonus Chapter. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. Regardless of what Russell was thinking, Five and the other man, seeing that the matter had been resolved, did not linger. As for assigning Russell any tasks, he had only just joined the Spirit Begging Society. They would leave him be for now, simply asking him to await their notification. After seeing the two of them off, Russell let out a long, shuddering breath, his body finally relaxing. They're finally gone. Today's experience had been more than just exciting, it had been terrifying. He still hadn't fully recovered from the shock. Sitting on the sofa, Russell summoned his cards. Luffy, Zoro, Kaneki, and Yoriichi all appeared, and on each of their faces was a look of shame and unwillingness. Russell just waved his hands, comforting them. "Don't blame yourselves. It was me who was too careless." He was speaking from the heart. The events of the past few days, being hailed as a hero, meeting the masters of the association, being showered with rewards, had made him feel a little overwhelmed, a little too comfortable. As a wage slave artist in his previous life, he had never felt such a feeling of being held in high esteem. But today's experience had been a harsh lesson. It's better to rely on yourself than on others, Russell sighed, a new resolve hardening in his heart. No matter how powerful Director Blake is, it has nothing to do with me. Even if he could avenge me after the fact, what good would that do? At this moment, he finally realized that in this extraordinary world, being a card maker was a truly dangerous profession. In the final analysis, he was not strong enough. If he were a master, no, if he were just a gold-level card maker, the Spirit Begging Society would never have dared to approach him so openly. But fortunately, the final result was a good one. He was not bound by their contract, and he had even gotten a piece of material out of the deal for no reason at all. Marcus. Thinking of the traitor, Russell couldn't help but feel a chill. The new Metro Card Makers Association was rotten at a high level. God only knew how many more traitors were hiding in the dark. Now, the only people he felt he could truly trust were Blake Whitmore and Lance Jennings. After all, if those two betrayed the Federation, New Metro would be doomed anyway. Pushing aside his messy thoughts, Russell looked at the material Five had given him. Bronze-level individual combat armor, purple. This material, he thought silently, is indeed quite interesting. He didn't hesitate any longer, taking out his phone and browse the trading website. After a while, he found the other components he needed. Bronze-level portable power furnace, purple. Bronze-level primary artificial intelligence, purple. The two bronze-level materials only cost a little over 1 million credits in total. The market for mechanical materials had never been very good in the Federation, which had a strong cultural preference for gods, ghosts, and monsters. The real market for such things was in the Western nations, like the Union of States. Russell immediately placed the order without hesitation. As for what he was going to produce, it was, of course, the famous powered suit that had appeared in countless American comic stories. It was a prop card that perfectly balanced comfort, safety, and speed, exactly what he needed right now. He had some knowledge of the source material. And besides, the power level of the Mark III was obviously not higher than the bronze level. Soon, a Metro Express drone delivered the materials to his house. Based on his memory, Russell began to draw the image of a sleek, silver metal armor on a blank card. The original hot rod red and gold of the armor was a bit too conspicuous for his taste. A small change like the color, which didn't affect the essence of the story, was well within the permitted range. Please start compiling your story. The Mark III armor was manufactured by the genius billionaire, Tony Stark. It stands 2 meters tall and weighs 90 kilograms. Different from the ugly, canned food look of the Mark I, the Mark III's appearance has been greatly improved. Its streamlined shape is pleasing to the eye, and its new silver color is irresistible. Unlike the Mark II, which suffered from freezing at high altitudes, the Mark III has fixed this problem. Its high-quality power source provides it with long battery life. The arc reactor was obviously not something Russell could make right now, so he had to make some minor changes to the lore. The Mark III's excellent weapon system allows it to provide sufficient firepower when facing danger. And its maximum flight speed can reach. Just as he was about to fill in the original speed of 2,740 km per hour, a feeling from the mysterious space, a sense of wrongness, told him that if he wrote that down, the card creation would fail. 1,000, he thought tentatively. No. 500. Still no. 200. Seeing no negative feedback this time, Russell nervously wrote it down. 200 km per hour. The excellent artificial intelligence system also solves the wearer's troubles with aiming and flying. JARVIS was certainly impossible to create. In Russell's opinion, an AI of that level would require at least a gold-level material. When his consciousness returned to reality, Russell stared at the card in his hand in a daze. What had just happened in the mysterious space made him seriously wonder if he was its biological son. As far as he knew, it was impossible for other people to get feedback during the card creation process. They had to rely entirely on their own judgment, which was why so many of them failed. No one else got to bargain. Unfortunately, no one could answer his doubts. If other card makers knew what happened to him, they would probably be furious. Still, he could understand the 200 km per hour flight speed limit. The power reactor wasn't the original arc reactor, after all. And if it really could reach nearly 3,000 km per hour, he would just have one of his cards put on the armor and become an ICBM. 200 km per hour doesn't seem impossible, Russell thought, looking at Yoriichi. The swordsman couldn't help but shudder. The way Russell was looking at him always made him feel that something bad was about to happen. But the idea of a card wearing a mecha was indeed a fun one. Just imagine Nika Luffy or Six Paths Naruto piloting Gurren Lagann. That was too outrageous. Or Eva. Imagine the enemy finally breaking through Eva's field, only for Nika Luffy to pop out. Russell was a little afraid to even imagine that scene. Pushing aside his wild thoughts, he began to review the information for his new card. Mark III. Rank, Bronze. Quality, Gold. Category, Prop. Skills. Firepower system, arc pulse cannons, repulsors, micromissiles, flare decoys, and dual shoulder-mounted 6-barrel mini-cannons. Characteristics. Enhanced composite armor, excellent metal armor that can provide good defense for the wearer. Artificial intelligence, although it is a relatively low-level AI, it can still provide good targeting and flight assistance to the wearer. Power furnace, a small, portable power furnace that can provide up to 1 hour of continuous use. Can be recharged using mental energy. Chain, can form a chain card with the card Tony Stark. There's actually a battery life limit, Russell noted. But being able to replenish it with his mental strength was a nice bonus. He didn't hesitate any longer. He summoned the Mark III and put it on. The pieces of sleek, silver armor flew through the air and assembled around him in an instant. A soft, female voice sounded in his ears. At your service, my lord. End of this chapter. Chapter 60, Chapter 59, Terms of Employment. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jathav0869. It's surprisingly comfortable. As the Mark III armor finished assembling around him, Russell had braced for the unyielding sensation of hard iron, but the feeling was unexpectedly fluid. With the assistance of the onboard AI, flight was not just possible, but intuitive. It was less assistance and more a total operational takeover. Russell felt he could probably fall asleep mid-flight and the suit would handle everything perfectly. The primary downside was the risk of the AI being hacked, though he could assume manual control if necessary. Fortunately, master-class mechanists were practically non-existent in the Daming Federation. At least, none that Russell had ever heard of. After putting the suit through its paces inside the house, Russell retracted the armor. Luffy immediately began clamoring for a turn. With a good-natured laugh, Russell summoned the Mark III again and let the rubber boy suit up. Watching Luffy hoop with joy as he zipped around the room, Russell's mind drifted into strategic thought. He recognized that the materials he'd purchased online were just a fraction of the components needed for such a complex device. He had only succeeded because the purple-quality individual combat armor he'd salvaged from 5 had served as the irreplaceable core. He couldn't make another one from scratch. Compounding the problem, none of the secret realms he had experienced so far produced the kind of advanced mechanical materials required. His recent, unsettling encounters with the spirit-begging society had made him far more cautious. I have to take this one step at a time, he planned mentally. After the expense of creating the Mark III, he had only about 500,000 credits left to his name. His original intention had been to create a medical-type creature card, but the recent upheaval had thoroughly disrupted his plans. Still, the armor was no small consolation. And I can also choose a bronze-level secret realm to enter, he remembered, recalling the promise President Jennings had made after the Prodigy Cup. To be honest, after the chaotic events of the last few days, Russell felt a strange and unexpected sense of relief. His new, false identity as a society member meant he no longer had to look over his shoulder for them. In their eyes, he was already one of their own. Though, if they start assigning me tasks, it might get a bit troublesome, he thought with a frown. The next day, when Russell returned home from school, he found Marcus waiting for him, sitting on the sofa as if he belonged there. "Why are you here?" Russell asked, though he immediately understood the reason. "Does the society have an assignment for me?" Marcus nodded slowly, his face impassive. At the confirmation, a cold dread coiled in Russell's gut. "I didn't expect to be activated so soon." He had already prepared himself for this moment. If the society asked him to do something truly evil to harm innocent people, he would report them to the association and be gone by morning. That was a line he would never cross. Seeing the grim look on Russell's face, Marcus misinterpreted it as fear of danger. "Don't worry," he said, his tone deceptively reassuring. "The society won't assign you any truly dangerous missions for now. A genius like you isn't a disposable pawn." Marcus was, of course, fully aware of the mission's actual details. The purpose was to deliver resources to Russell under the guise of a task, a standard method to increase a new recruit's sense of investment and obedience. At this rate, Marcus thought with a strange sense of irony, I'll be taking orders from this kid in a year or two. Shaking his head to clear the thought, he handed a piece of paper to Russell. Using physical paper was more secure than any phone, it could be burned after reading. Russell took the document and read it. After a moment, his gaze lifted to meet Marcus's. This man is registered with the association. Why does the society want him? The paper detailed a bronze-level card maker named Victor Drake, who secretly ran a human trafficking ring. Because he was a registered and sometimes useful asset, the association typically turned a blind eye to his transgressions. Marcus just shrugged. You know about the recent events. The society needs to cultivate some new subordinates. He is one of the targets. You just need to find a way to get him to sign this contract, Marcus said, handing Russell a document that looked unnervingly familiar. And if he refuses to sign? Russell asked casually, taking the contract. Then kill him, Marcus replied with complete indifference. He's not a good person anyway. Hearing his words, a hint of sharp sarcasm touched Russell's face. As if the spirit-begging society is filled with saints. Marcus saw the look and his voice hardened into a threat. Don't even think about killing him and making off with the mission's resources. Don't forget, you signed a contract too. At this, Russell had to physically restrain a laugh. Sorry, but we are not the same kind of people. And what makes you think my plan is to kill him directly? Though he thought this, he put on a convincing show of being angered by the accusation. Got it, he snapped back, his voice sharp with displeasure. Seeing Russell's expression, Marcus softened his tone, shifting from enforcer to colleague. Don't be angry. If you complete the task, there will be a reward for you. In his mind, the two of them were now in the same boat, no need to make their relationship so strained. And he took another item from his pocket. It was a card. We've prepared a concealment tool for you. Taking the card, its information materialized in Russell's mind. Beads of concealment. Rank, bronze. Quality, blue. Category, prop. Skill conceal, beings below the bronze level will not be aware of your presence. Skill stealth, electronic devices below the bronze level cannot capture your traces. Note, the effect will be nullified when you launch an attack. In Marcus's opinion, the society was truly showing how much it valued Russell. Normally, new recruits were left to fend for themselves. Important information was never shared with low-level members, so if they died on a mission, they died. It was a simple, brutal calculus. But Russell was being treated differently. Okay, that's the mission, Marcus said, standing up and brushing down his suit. I'll come to see you again at this time tomorrow. He paused at the door. I'll find a reason to have your watchman, Giles, transferred for the night. You must be back before midnight, regardless of whether you've completed the task or not. If Marcus hadn't been concerned that Blake or Jennings might check on his arrangements for Russell on a whim, he would have had the guard removed from his post entirely. But thanks to his public position as the branch president, he could at least visit Russell's home openly. The very reason a high-ranking member like him was personally handling Russell's recruitment was to keep the boy's identity a secret from the rest of the society's lower echelons. Russell just nodded slightly, indicating he understood. Watching Marcus leave, he finally let out a long, slow breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. The tension drained from his shoulders. He had been afraid the mission would be to persecute good people. Fortunately, his first target was anything but. In that case, he thought, his expression turning cold and resolute, you can only blame yourself for your bad luck. In the dark of the night, a sleek, silver armor soared into the sky, flying towards an abandoned factory on the coast. Chapter 61, Chapter 60. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsh_jadhav0869. At the edge of the city's industrial waterfront, a derelict factory pulsed with garish light, a cancerous sore on the dark coastline. Inside, the air was thick with the stench of cheap liquor and stale cigar smoke. Raucous laughter and the clinking of glasses echoed off the corrugated metal walls, punctuated by crude, boasting shouts. Boss, we really scored this time. A fresh batch of prime goods, a man with a thin, rat-like face said, his voice slick with sycophancy as he addressed the man in the center of the room. The leader, Victor Drake, took a deep, appreciative gulp of wine. It's all thanks to the hard work of my brothers, he said magnanimously, though his eyes held no warmth. As he spoke, he twisted his fingers into the snow-white hair of the young woman beside him, forcing her head down. She was stained with tears, her body trembling. She was terrified, but dared not resist. In the last few days, she had seen with her own eyes what happened to the other indebted women. After these men had sated their desires, the girls were unceremoniously thrown into back-alley brothels. She knew, with a certainty that hollowed out her insides, that tonight was her turn. But no matter how scared she was, resistance was not an option. Her 1-year-old son was counting on this money to save his life. She had no education, no special talents, and no money. The child's father had vanished the moment she became pregnant. All the young woman had left to sell was this body, as young and fragile as her hope. Feeling the greedy, predatory gazes of the gangsters upon her, she tried to shrink into herself, to become invisible. Why are you hiding? Victor snarled, his good mood evaporating. He grabbed the woman by her neck and slammed her face first onto the sticky, splintered table. HGHHGHH. Just as the woman's breathing hitched, her vision tunneling into darkness, the factory doors burst inward with a deafening crash of metal. Who? Victor bellowed, instantly alert, his hand dropping to his side. A figure stood silhouetted in the ruined doorway, encased from head to toe in sleek, silver armor. Tisk. The profile didn't do you justice, a voice, filtered through the armor's speakers, echoed with disgust. You're even more repulsive in person. The newcomer was, of course, Russell. He had always known that this world, a place he still thought of as an alien version of the Ming dynasty, was far from the peaceful society of his original Earth. But it wasn't until this moment, standing in this den of casual cruelty, that he truly saw the depth of the darkness buried just beneath the surface. Victor Drake stared at the armored man, his mind racing. You're a card maker, he stated, his voice cold. What business do you have with me? I've just come to borrow something, Russell's detached voice replied, a chilling counterpoint to the room's previous chaos. Victor was confused, but the dangerous aura radiating from the armored figure was unmistakable. He forced a placating tone. Whatever you want to borrow, just say the word. As long as I have it, I will gladly satisfy you. Oh, I'm sure you will, Russell said. I've come to borrow your head. Before the words had even fully registered, Russell summoned his card. A figure with moss-green hair and 3 swords at his hip materialized beside him. It was a coincidence of timing that both of his newest creations, Zoro and the Mark III, were completely unknown, making them the perfect tools for this disguised operation. Victor's face froze, then twisted into a mask of fury. You arrogant bastard, he spat. In an instant, a crimson-skinned figure holding a steel trident appeared before him, a bronze-level demon card. Zoro, Russell commanded calmly. Make it quick. At the command, Zoro settled into a combat stance, placing the hilt of his 3rd sword between his teeth. Seeing this, Victor couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. Ha ha ha! What kind of joke card is this? Are you trying to make me die of laughter? Hearing the mockery, Zoro's eyes turned to ice. A terrifying, almost visible aura began to emanate from him. Onigiri. Ashura, 9-sword style. For a fleeting moment, Victor thought he saw the phantom image of a 3-headed, 6-armed demon overlapping Zoro's body. The illusion was so powerful he recoiled, his heart hammering against his ribs. A trick? An illusion? He thought, beads of sweat breaking out on his brow. He was snapped back to reality by the roar of his own card as the demon spewed a torrent of raging fire toward Zoro. Victor's men, seeing the fight begin, finally reacted. Those with cards summoned them, those without scrambled for cover. But after a single, percussive blast from the repulsor cannon in Russell's palm obliterated several iron-level summons, the rest of Victor's men froze in their tracks. Victor saw the power of the armored suit and his heart sank. It's all on me, he realized. By now, the flames had reached Zoro. The horrible heat was so intense it caused the tips of his hair to curl. But then... Itaryu, Shishi Sunsen. 1-sword style, Lion's Song. As Zoro's voice rang out, the scene that followed made Victor's pupils shrink to pinpricks. With a single, imperceptible movement, the entire wave of fire was cleanly cut in half. The next moment, Zoro vanished. When he reappeared, the demon card behind him had a bloody line across its chest, and it dissipated into particles of light. What? Victor's voice was a sharp screech of disbelief. He couldn't comprehend it. His primary bronze-level card, defeated in a single exchange. The only explanation was that either the opponent's card was of an impossibly high quality, or the man in the armor was a silver-level card maker. Both possibilities were terrifying. Both were outcomes he could not accept. But reality was not optional. Victor's face contorted into a smile that was uglier than a grimace of pain. Sir, please, just let me go. I'll give you everything, all my property, I swear it. And her, he said, pointing a trembling finger at the woman on the floor, she did it voluntarily, sir. It was all voluntary. The only response was the sharp, whistling sound of a drawn blade. The fact that you think that would make a difference, Russell's cold voice echoed, is what makes me sick. As the blade flashed, Victor Drake's sinful life came to an end. Don't move. A nervous, trembling voice suddenly cut through the silence. One of the remaining thugs was holding a sharp knife to the woman's throat. Russell didn't even turn his head. A 6-barreled minigun swiveled up from the Mark III's shoulder pauldron. With a deafening, mechanical whir, a single round crossed the room, and a bloody hole appeared on the gangster's forehead. You really should have just stayed quiet and hoped for the best, Russell sighed. He then turned his gaze upon the other terrified hooligans. Right, then. Time to clean up. The minigun began to spin again, and Russell methodically reaped the lives of every thug present. He felt no burden in his heart. The things he'd overheard before entering the factory had been enough to convince him that every single person here was scum. Killing them was a public service. Besides, the cleaner the job, the less likely his identity would be exposed. After a few moments, the sound of gunfire stopped. The factory was now a charnel house, filled with corpses. Russell let out a deep breath, the adrenaline slowly beginning to fade. It was the first time he had killed so many people at once, but his recent experiences had hardened him to the sight of blood. Right. Now for the exciting part, looting the bodies. Unfortunately, to Russell's immense disappointment, the men were all poor. Then again, he reasoned, who brings their life savings to a grimy warehouse for a night of debauchery? Ah, Russell sighed silently. It seemed that unlike the protagonists in other novels, he was not destined to get rich by scavenging from his defeated foes. At that moment, the only two living people in the factory were Russell and the woman. She had her hands clamped desperately over her mouth, terrified that making a sound would draw his attention. Seeing this, Russell shook his head and walked towards the factory door. He knew that leaving a witness was a risk, a potential loose end. But when it came down to it, he just couldn't bring himself to kill her. He was counting on his concealed movements to and from the site, and the full body armor, to keep his identity secure. Sir, a timid voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Can you please tell me your name? Russell paused at the doorway, his back still to her. He considered for a moment, then spoke without turning his head. I am Iron Man. 300 Power Stones for extra chapter. Chapter 62, Chapter 61, Strategic Planning. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_JadHAV0869. Russell returned home around 9 that night. He had been direct in his mission, there was no attempt to recruit Victor Drake, only a swift, brutal execution. Trying to bring a man like that into the spirit-begging society would have been a pointless charade. Sinking into his sofa, Russell began a mental inventory of his current arsenal. His iron-level creature cards included the demon hunter Yoriichi Tsujikuni, purple, centipede Kenkaneki, red, and Pidgeot, green. At the bronze level, he now had the two unofficial brothers, Luffy and Zoro. His collection of item cards consisted of the three treasures, the beads of concealment, and the formidable Mark III armor. However, with his own promotion to the bronze rank, he knew that his iron-level cards, particularly Yoriichi and Kaneki, would see less and less use in serious battles. Kaneki was fine, he at least had a clear, established route for advancement. The trouble was with Yoriichi. The lore Russell had written for him was a closed loop, ending with his death, which meant the card had no predefined evolutionary path. But then Russell considered what he had learned. As long as the settings for a card were reasonable and complete, a new evolution could be created. That, combined with the strange feedback he'd received from that mysterious space when making the Mark III, gave him a sliver of hope. It was all invented lore anyway, maybe Yoriichi still had a chance. The bigger problem was Zoro. The swordsman who should have been his public ace could no longer appear openly due to his undercover work. This left Russell feeling strategically vulnerable. He urgently needed to add more powerful, usable cards to his public-facing deck. It's just that I wrote Yoriichi's story to its conclusion, Russell thought silently. If the character hadn't died, there would be so many new tales to write. He could imagine Yoriichi traveling across the ocean to a new continent and meeting a legendary, nameless swordsman from a different epoch. But that style doesn't quite fit, he mused. Suddenly, he remembered a minor detail from the Demon Slayer world. I remember there was a setting for souls in that world, wasn't there? It was true. The original author had included it, though it wasn't a prominent part of the main plot. Then, can I have him become a soul reaper? Russell muttered, stroking his chin as the idea took shape. A master swordsman, a brush with death, a connection to the soul, the only concept he could think of that tied them all together was a soul reaper. If this is really possible, he reasoned, his excitement growing, then Zoro's upper limit won't be a problem either. What's to stop the future world's greatest swordsman from pulling out a Zanpakuto one day? His brilliant train of thought came to a screeching halt when he checked the balance in his account, just over 600,000 credits. A wave of melancholy washed over him. Even the best chef can't cook without ingredients. To upgrade Yoriichi to bronze, he would need to fuse at least 2 or 3 bronze-level materials into the card just for a chance at success. With his current funds, he'd be lucky to afford a single purple-quality bronze material. But then, he remembered the prize he had yet to claim, another entry into a secret realm. I have to make good use of this opportunity to make some serious money. His original plan had been to find a realm rich in medical materials, but now that he possessed the Mark III, with its excellent defensive and escape capabilities, that was no longer a priority. On the surface, he was just a high school student, he shouldn't encounter much danger in his daily life. Well, he amended, I don't have much confidence saying that. But with his new membership in the society, the threats lurking in the shadows of New Metro should, theoretically, leave him alone. Hey, have you heard? There was a huge murder case in the Evergrove district last night. The next morning, whispers filled the key classroom at New Metro First High. Russell, having just entered, felt his body tense for a split second before he forced himself to relax. He casually made his way to his desk, carefully listening to his classmates' excited discussion. I know. They're saying the killer's name is Aim Alman. Aim Alman? Russell was stunned for a moment before the sound registered, I am Iron Man. He felt a surge of helplessness, but it wasn't like he could stand up and correct them. Yeah, and I heard he was wearing silver armor. Silver armor? Weird, my cousin said it was silver tights. What is this nonsense? Russell's face darkened. And his card is a swordsman who uses a 3-sword style. That's garbage, it was obviously a 4-sword style. You're all wrong. My uncle who works for the city guard told me it was the 99-sword style. Why is it always someone's uncle? Russell thought, though he was secretly relieved. Besides the woman he'd rescued, there were no direct witnesses. He had been fully concealed by the armor and the beads of concealment, and the cards he'd used were completely unknown. There was no real danger of his identity being exposed. He wasn't surprised the death of Victor Drake had become public knowledge. With that many bodies and a survivor, even Marcus couldn't suppress the story completely without raising suspicion. It was far better to let the news break and have Marcus secretly guide the rumors. Arriving at his seat, Russell saw Nancy quietly reading a book. This reminded him of her previous comment about her father acting strangely. Russell had his own theory about that. I'm afraid Director Blake and the others suspect Mr. Whitemore is the traitor. It was a suspicion he'd briefly entertained himself, after all, Jonathan Whitemore was always involved in his affairs. But it hadn't taken long to dismiss the idea. Others might not know the full picture, but he did. On several occasions, he was the one who had called Jonathan for help. Pushing the thoughts away, Russell offered a greeting. "Hey, Nancy. How has your father been doing recently?" Nancy looked up. "Oh, Russell. He's been better than before, actually," she responded. "And I don't know if it's just my imagination, but he seems much freer these days. He spends more time at home now." Hearing this, Russell sighed inwardly. So it's true. Her words all but confirmed his guess. The association really did think her father was a traitor. Why else would a gold-level card maker be effectively unemployed during such a critical time? The path to helping him was simple in theory: secretly report Marcus as the real traitor. The problem was, the spirit-begging society wasn't stupid. Few people knew Marcus's true identity within the organization. If Marcus suddenly had problems right after recruiting me, they'd know it was me in a heartbeat. This was why he hadn't acted yet. At the very least, he resolved, I have to wait until I understand just how deep the society's network goes. Despite his inner turmoil, he had to say something comforting. He couldn't very well tell her that her father was suspected of treason and had been put on administrative leave, so he grasped for the only reassuring excuse he could offer, however flimsy it sounded. Well, he should probably rest more now that he's getting older. To his surprise, Nancy heaved a sigh of relief. "You're right," she complained softly, though her tone was happy. "He was so busy before. It's nice that he finally has time to spend with me." Seeing her genuine happiness, Russell felt a wave of relief himself. As long as she could accept it, that was what mattered. 300 Power Stones for Extra Chapter. Chapter 63, Chapter 62, The Next Move. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. That evening, Marcus showed up at Russell's house, punctual as always. By now, Russell was indifferent to these surprise visits. Ignoring Marcus's presence, he walked past the living room and into the kitchen to pour himself a glass of water. "You have a ruthless streak," Marcus's surprised voice followed him from the living room. He hadn't expected Russell to be so bold as to annihilate Victor Drake and his entire gang. As the president of the Evergrove District Card Makers Association branch, he had naturally been briefed on the aftermath at the abandoned factory once the woman reported the case. After taking a long sip of water, Russell returned, a faint smirk on his lips. He didn't agree to the terms. Why keep him around? Besides, everyone at the scene heard me offer to recruit him. It was cleaner to kill them all. Marcus gave Russell a meaningful look. He knew perfectly well that the story only got out because Russell had deliberately let the woman go, but it was a minor detail he could overlook. After all, Russell had not revealed his own identity. In fact, this public incident could even be useful in creating a clear separation between the two identities of Russell the high school student and his ruthless alter ego. The boy was remarkably cautious, even when doing bad things. "I take it you've already used the materials that Five gave you?" Marcus asked curiously, his mind connecting the dots to the woman's report about silver armor. "I have," Russell admitted straightforwardly, though he had no intention of summoning the armor for a demonstration. Marcus didn't press the issue, but he was once again struck by the sheer scale of Russell's talent. "Well, at least he's on our side now," he thought with a sense of grim satisfaction. "By the way," Marcus said suddenly, recalling the strangest detail from the witness report. "What is an Aim-Alman?" Aim-Alman. Russell froze for a moment before the sound registered. He let out a helpless sigh. "It's Iron Man. I couldn't exactly give them my real name, could I?" He needed a code name for his society work, and since he possessed the Mark III, Iron Man had just popped into his head. Unfortunately, with no Tony Stark in this world, the reference was lost on everyone. The irony, however, was not lost on him. Stark had also been persecuted by a nefarious organization and had escaped by secretly building the Mark I armor from materials they provided. The parallel was almost poetic. Marcus had no time to dwell on such a meaningless question. He reached into his pocket and produced a piece of material. "This is the reward for your mission." It was a ghost core, bronze level, with a brilliant gold quality sheen. Russell took the material, his face a mask of neutrality, but inside, a spark of grim satisfaction ignited. Was there anything more enjoyable than being paid by the enemy to acquire the very tools you would one day use against them? Seeing Russell accept the material, Marcus smiled, laying on the flattery. "You did an excellent job this time. Keep up the good work, and there will be more rewards from the society." He then stood. "All right, I have other business to attend to, so I'll be leaving." Russell ignored him, his attention already on the ghost material in his hand. "Just what I needed," he thought. He now had a key component to try out his new evolutionary idea for Yoriichi. He was just short a few more pieces. The next day, Russell immediately requested several days' leave from school. For a star student like him, attendance was a formality, and the administration certainly wasn't going to stand in his way. He went straight to the Evergrove district branch of the Card Makers Association and walked right into Marcus's office. When President Jennings had granted him entry into a secret realm, he had been told to simply contact the local branch. And now, since Marcus and he were supposedly in the same boat, why not make the best use of the man's resources? The branch president would know far more about the local secret realms than any ordinary staff member. "What are you doing here?" Marcus asked without looking up from the documents he was reviewing. "We're meeting so frequently. If everyone didn't know my wife is in bad health, they'd probably start thinking you're my illegitimate son." Russell rolled his eyes. "You were the one who kept showing up at my house. If you don't want to see me, I can leave." Hearing this, Marcus looked up and laughed, a genuine, tired laugh. He wished he had a son as talented as Russell. Unfortunately, his wife's health had been bad for years due to an old card-making injury, and he couldn't bear to let her go through the strain of childbirth. His expression sobered. "All right, tell me what you need. I know you wouldn't come here unless it was important." "The Prodigy Cup reward," Russell said, pulling a stool over and sitting down without ceremony. "The association granted me one entry into a bronze-level secret realm. I'm here to cash it in." Marcus was stunned. "So soon? I thought you had already made 3 bronze cards. There's no need to rush into another realm." "I'm broke, Marcus," Russell stated, a trace of helplessness touching his brow. He only had about 600,000 cold, hard credits left in his account. Marcus hadn't expected that to be the reason, but he gave a wry smile. "I wanted to give you cash for the last mission, you know. But it's difficult for a student to explain the source of a large, untraceable deposit. In the end, I chose to give you the material instead." Russell understood. And being broke was just a convenient excuse. He couldn't exactly say that he was desperate to increase his power so he could dismantle the spirit-begging society as soon as possible. Taking advantage of them was fun, but it wasn't a long-term solution. "I know," he nodded. "That's why I came to you." Seeing that Russell understood, Marcus said no more and got straight to business. "What kind of secret realm are you looking for?" "I'll help you find it. It would be best to find one with a high output of sword-related materials." At this, Marcus began to search on his computer. Russell reflected that in all the secret realms he had entered so far, he had never once found a raw item material. They were generally perceived by a card maker when they approached certain special items or locations within a realm, then extracted directly onto a blank card. He would need sword-type materials for Yoriichi's advancement. After a few moments, Marcus found several secret realms that met the criteria. He turned the computer screen slightly to face Russell, gesturing for him to take a look. Holding the mouse, Russell began to scroll through the information. Bronze level Secret Realm, Sword Forge Villa. Primary material output, Bronze level Dynasty Forged Steel. Bronze level Secret Realm, Sword Lake. Primary material output, Bronze level Heart of Reflection. Bronze level Secret Realm, the Demon Sword's Haunt. Primary material output, Bronze level Sword of Rebellion. 300 Power Stones for extra chapter. Chapter 64, Chapter 63, Sword Lake. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_JadHAV0869. Among the handful of secret realms Marcus had shown him, one immediately captured Russell's full attention: Sword Lake. The material it produced, the Heart of Reflection, was perfectly suited for the prototype Zanpakuto he envisioned. In the stories from his past life, a Soul Reaper's sword was not merely forged metal, but an extension of their own soul, its power released through a dialogue with the wielder's mind. This material, combined with the gold-quality ghost core he already possessed, was the perfect foundation for the new lore he planned to write. "I'll choose Sword Lake," he told Marcus, his decision firm. Marcus simply nodded. "Okay, you're registered. Come to the association tomorrow morning, and someone will take you there." A secret realm like this, one already completely controlled by the association, was what was known in-house as a welfare realm. The most dangerous threats, the initial, powerful demons, had been cleared out when the realm was first conquered. What remained were captive populations of lesser demons, carefully maintained by the association to continuously produce materials, much like livestock on a farm. The association had discovered long ago that demons could indeed reproduce. As for whether demons and humans could, that was a question that remained unanswered. Because of the controlled nature of the realm, entry was typically a solo affair, a stark contrast to the mandatory team-based expeditions into unexplored territories. Of course, some powerful card makers preferred to work alone regardless, a personal preference the association generally respected. Russell nodded his understanding and left the Evergrove branch. Early the next morning, Russell was up and on his way. He picked up his entry permit from the association and got into a car bound for the Sword Lake Secret Realm. This was his first time entering a realm completely alone. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous, but the 3 bronze-level cards resting in his mind gave him a solid bedrock of confidence. He couldn't let Zoro or the Mark III be seen by others, but if he found himself in a true life-or-death crisis, he wouldn't hesitate to use them. In a desperate situation, all bets were off. Just as he was closing his eyes to rest, the car slowed to a halt. "Sir, we've arrived," the driver called out softly. "Time to get the next component for Yoriichi." The Sword Lake Secret Realm had first appeared 6 years ago, primarily producing the bronze-level creature Sword Seeker and the item material Heart of Reflection. In the beginning, the demons of the realm had attempted to invade the outside world. But the Federation at that time was far from the strained power it was now. A small, bronze-level incursion had been quickly and brutally suppressed. Since then, Sword Lake had become one of the association's many back gardens, a place where card makers could operate with relative impunity. Standing before the shimmering, watery portal, Russell recalled the information provided by the association, took a deep breath, and stepped through. The world shifted in the blink of an eye. He steadied himself, taking a moment to observe his new environment. Just as the briefing said, he thought. He was standing in a dark, quiet bamboo forest. As he was getting his bearings, 2 card makers approached him quickly. They were the guards the association had stationed here. Just like in the 1,000-foot woods, controlled realms like this were monitored in real time to prevent any demons from escaping. "You must be Russell," the leader greeted him, though he didn't bother to introduce himself. In their eyes, their interaction with this student would begin and end today. As for the rumors of his talent, what did that have to do with them? The card makers who pulled guard duty in these low-level welfare realms were men whose careers had stalled, with no hope of advancing their own rank. There was no magic elixir in this world that could instantly improve a card maker's strength. Even if they tried to curry favor with this supposed genius, it wasn't as if he could magically grant them power in return. By the way, the guard continued, his tone bored and rote, I see from the information that this is your first time entering a welfare realm alone. Regardless of what the association has already told you, I am required to reiterate the rules. We will give you a map. You can choose any of the marked demon gathering places to harvest materials. But remember this, do not kill them all. You must leave some behind to repopulate. He paused, his eyes sweeping over Russell with disinterest. After all, you are not the only one who will enter this secret realm. Russell was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood the logic. It was a matter of sustainable development. Otherwise, if any bronze or silver level card maker came through and wiped out the entire monster population, the secret realm would be ruined as a resource. He nodded to indicate he understood. Seeing no objections, the leader handed him a rolled-up map. This has all the relevant information marked on it. After taking the map, Russell thanked them. Seeing that the two guards clearly had no intention of continuing the conversation, he left without another word. Following the instructions on the map, he soon arrived at the shore of a massive lake. This had to be Sword Lake itself. According to the map, it was nearly 3,000 square kilometers in size. Even in the Mark III armor, it would take some time to fly across it. Dozens of islands dotted the lake's surface. Originally, each island had been home to a different family of demons, but after the association's initial purge, only a few captive monster populations remained on a handful of the larger isles. As for why it was called Sword Lake, the reason was simple: the entire bottom of the lake was covered with a dense, packed layer of swords of every imaginable style. In the very center of the lake, a single, massive broken sword was stuck in the lake bed, its design clearly different from all the others. The association had tried various methods to pull it out but had always failed. High-level card makers had even come to observe it, but in the end, they found nothing special about it, and the matter was dropped. Fortunately, Russell's target was not the broken sword. The material he was after, the Heart of Reflection, was not found at the bottom of the lake, but was nurtured by a specific demon clan that inhabited it. In the early morning, a hazy mist hung over the lake, making it difficult to see far into the distance. Russell noted the small boat tied up on the shore, the standard transportation provided by the association, but he had no intention of using it. With a vague glance at a surveillance camera perched almost invisibly in a nearby bamboo stalk, he summoned Pidgeot, who soared into the sky with a powerful cry. In mid-air, he selected a direction based on the map, then urged Pidgeot to fly quickly towards his destination. The information on the map was clear. Target: the Sorrow clan. Population: 11 black iron level, 2 bronze level. Status: Heart of Reflection has matured. 300 power stones for extra chapter. Chapter 65, Chapter 64, The 13 of the Sorrow Clan. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. Father, life grows harder every day, a young man said, his voice laced with bitterness as he took a sip of wine and complained to the middle-aged man across from him. The middle-aged man, Silas, looked at his son with a helpless expression. Our lives and deaths are in the hands of others. What else is there to say? Hearing this, the young man, Emil, angrily slammed his cup on the table. If it weren't for His Excellency, he stopped short, his eyes darting to the corner of the room where a small surveillance device flashed with a tiny, malevolent red light. He swallowed the rest of his words. Silas knew what his son had been about to say. He shot him a sharp glare. Be silent, he hissed. Glancing fearfully at the camera himself, he whispered, I know what you want to say. Just, alas. A gloomy look settled on Emil's face. If it weren't for the 4 great fiends. But as his father's expression grew sterner, his voice trailed off into silence. At this moment, Silas spoke again, his voice cold. Emil, you should know what can be said and what cannot. We are fortunate to be safe for now. But if the livestock of this world were to truly hear your words, I'm sure you know the outcome." Hearing his father's reminder, Emil's face turned pale. Seeing that his son had heeded the warning, Silas did not continue to preach, but offered a small comfort. "Okay, your father does not mean to scare you. I imagine the humans of this world don't have time to care about us now." As he spoke, a helpless expression crossed his own face. And even if that person were not gone, His Majesty was only an equal to the kings who serve under them. Otherwise, he would not have passed away, Silas thought silently. A pity for the once mighty warriors of Sword Lake. The young man was stunned, but he immediately realized his father was telling the truth. And because it was the truth, it only made him more depressed. Lies are not sharp swords, the truth is. If His Majesty had come with them, they would not be in this situation. The ones kept in captivity would be the humans. Or even if His Majesty was not around, as long as their clan's great ancestor was still alive, he would not feel so utterly powerless. But unfortunately, all the strong warriors of Sword Lake had perished alongside His Majesty. Now, there were only a few scattered remnants left, with no true powerhouses among them. With his back to the camera, Silas dipped his fingers in the spilled wine and began to write lightly on the table. "What do the other families say?" Seeing the words, a look of disdain flashed across Emil's face. He took a sip of wine. "They're just waiting for the end," he said aloud, his voice flat. Silas understood. He continued writing. "Are they content to live like this?" At this, Emil looked out at the sky with a melancholic gaze. "They are just stray dogs," he said. Anyone who couldn't read the words on the table would think the young man was talking about himself. A trace of anger flashed across Silas's face, but then his body, which had been straight and proud, seemed to hunch over. "A stray dog," he sighed softly. What his son said was true of them all. Unfortunately, the time agreed upon by His Majesty was coming. Even with him dead, the advent was inevitable. And no matter what preparations they made, it would be of no use. They couldn't even escape. All those who had tried to flee had found themselves inexplicably returned to Sword Lake at the moment of the last advent. Just as the two were drinking in silence, a man ran into the yard, his voice frantic. "Master, a disaster is coming." Hearing this, Silas and Emil looked at each other. So, this day had finally come for the Sorrow clan. After a long flight, Russell rode Pidgeot down, landing slowly on the island before him. Luffy and his other summons appeared at his side in an instant. "This is it," he said, his voice cold and devoid of emotion as he looked at the quiet settlement. The Sorrow clan. If he were operating under his Iron Man guise, he could have used the beads of concealment to secretly assassinate every demon on the island. Unfortunately, his current identity prevented him from using tools given to him by the Spirit Begging Society, especially within a monitored secret realm. Using them here would be like writing "I am a society member" on his forehead. And without the beads, he had no other means of hiding his tracks. A direct, open assault was the better option. There were only 2 bronze-level demons here. And all the original bronze-level demons in this realm had been killed long ago. The current ones had only grown up in recent years, they were farm-raised and comparatively weak. It was all laid out in the information provided by the association. But if by some chance there was a true prodigy among them, Russell would simply summon Zoro. He could use his 1-sword and 2-sword styles to fool people, and as a bonus, he could also trigger the Straw Hat Pirates' bond with Luffy. When Russell arrived at the gate of the Sorrow clan's settlement, 13 demons were already standing there in a neat, defiant row. After seeing Russell, the middle-aged man in the lead, Silas, regarded him with an unhappy but resigned expression. "A card maker?" Although it was a question, his tone held the certainty of a man facing the executioner. He knew of card makers. When his people had first arrived in this world, they had been prepared to fight to the death to invade the human realm. They had dreamed of a new home, a world where the fish could jump in the vast sea and the birds could fly in the sky, free from the constant threat of death. Unfortunately, their plans had been shattered at the very beginning by the card makers of the association. Blocking the others behind him who were tensing for a fight, Silas suppressed the murderous intent in his own heart and spoke, the words costing him a great deal of effort. "Sir, I am willing to sacrifice my life. Can you let the others go?" He already knew why a card maker had come. Through his own introspection and communication with the other captive families over the years, they all knew this day would inevitably come. But unfortunately for him, Russell ignored the plea. Since entering the secret realm, he had kept the words of the association guards at the forefront of his mind, "Don't listen to or believe what demons say." Who knew if the demon was just trying to make him lower his guard? And why did this creature in front of him think he was qualified to negotiate? Silas, Russell thought, identifying the middle-aged man from the association's data. He then turned his gaze to the young man next to him. "Emil." "That's just right," he said aloud, his voice carrying across the tense silence. "Saves me the trouble of looking for you." These two were the bronze-level demons of the Sorrow clan. "Let's do it," Russell whispered to his summons. Seeing Russell's arrogant and dismissive look, Silas's expression gradually turned ugly. "Do not underestimate us," he shouted, his voice ringing with defiance. "The sword comes to me." As he spoke, a beam of white light shot out from the house behind him. Silas reached out and grasped the white light, his glare fixed on Russell. But at this moment, Russell was just staring intently at the item that had appeared in Silas's hand. It was a bronze-level item material, the Heart of Reflection. This was the first time Russell had ever encountered an item-type material in the wild. Next extra chapter at 500 Power Stones. Chapter 66, Chapter 65, The Heart of Reflection, Bonus Chapter. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_jadhav0869. Seeing the prize of his trip appear in his enemy's hand, Russell's focus sharpened. Yoriichi Tsujikuni stepped forward, his blade held ready to protect his master. In truth, the iron-level Yoriichi was no longer an adequate primary defender, but with Zoro's identity needing to be concealed, he was the best available solution. On the field, the battle erupted. Kaneki faced off against the lesser, iron-level demons, while Luffy squared off against the two bronze-level threats, Silas and his son, Emil. As Kaneki's writhing, centipede-like Kagun surged forward, the members of the Sorrow clan drew their swords to meet the charge. The scene was a chaotic, ironic tableau. A casual observer, judging by appearances alone, might think they were witnessing an evil, monstrous creature attacking the home of righteous, sword-wielding heroes. Unfortunately for the Sorrow clan, the opposite was true. At least from Russell's human perspective, it was the exact opposite. As for whether the demons before him were truly good or evil, that had nothing to do with him. As the writhing tentacles rushed toward them, Emil could no longer hold back. A silver sword light flashed, cleanly severing one of the Kagun tails. "Is that all you have?" Emil's disdainful voice rang out. He had expected the card-maker's creatures to be terrifying, but this one seemed surprisingly vulnerable. However, Kaneki's RC cells were no longer fueled by cannibalism, but by a direct line to Russell's own vast mental power. And after long, hard meditation, Russell's current reserves were a world apart from when he had first created the card. In the space of a single breath, the severed tentacle had completely regenerated. Across the field, Silas and his son couldn't help but frown. "I don't feel a great deal of threat from this white-haired demon," Silas thought, "but his regenerative ability is tricky." Just as their attention was diverted, several fists with blurring after-images were already upon them. It was Luffy. He would never let such a golden opportunity slip away. Boom! Silas and Emil crossed their swords just in time, barely blocking Luffy's powerful punch. The sheer force was so great that their feet carved long trenches in the dirt, the impact nearly jarring the swords from their hands. "Don't get distracted when you're in a fight," Luffy said calmly, his right hand holding his straw hat in place. Feeling the terrifying pressure coming from the boy in the straw hat, Silas's eyes turned cold. "Emil! We need to end this quickly. Get rid of this one first." Even as 1,000 thoughts turned in their minds, in reality, only a moment had passed. The next instant, a bright, silver-white sword light suddenly lit up the battlefield, whistling through the air toward Luffy. But it was useless. Under the astonished gazes of Silas and Emil, Luffy rotated his legs like a propeller, launching himself into the air like a spinning top and easily avoiding their coordinated attack. Gum gum! Jet whip! In mid-air, his body turned a faint, steaming red as he entered gear second. His right leg extended like a long whip, kicking toward Silas's head with unparalleled force. Boom! Silas was sent flying like a rag doll. He crashed heavily to the ground some 20 feet away and did not move again. "Father!" Emil's eyes turned bloodshot, his face contorting with rage and grief. He couldn't believe his beloved father had been killed in a single exchange. They are indeed very weak, Russell thought, a wave of relief washing over him. The tension in his shoulders loosened. These two bronze-level demons were pitifully weak compared to Moore, who had endured 3 hits from gear third before finally dying. Emil roared with impotent fury, his red eyes tearing away from his fallen father to lock onto Russell. Sure enough, Russell noted, even demons understand the principle of capturing the leader first. Just as he was about to summon the Mark III armor to protect himself, Luffy had already anticipated Emil's intentions. Gum gum! Jet bullet! Luffy instantly flashed in front of Russell, shielding him. His right fist drew an exaggerated arc through the air before slamming into the charging Emil. Boom! A cloud of scattered smoke and dust obscured Russell's vision. It was not until it gradually dissipated that he could see Emil's miserable state. He was sprawled on the ground, spitting up blood, barely clinging to life. "Livestock!" he rasped, his voice choked with hatred. "If it weren't for the death of the Sword Sovereign at the hands of the 4 great fiends, how could we ever allow ourselves to be kept in captivity by you, you human livestock?" In that one. But before he could finish his words, Emil's body suddenly and inexplicably exploded into a shower of blood and gore, a gruesome firework painting the ground red. Russell was baffled by the sudden change. What was that demon saying? What Sword Sovereign? What 4 great fiends? And that one? He was full of questions. He quickly realized that Emil had revealed some very important information, but it was information he had absolutely no context for. Burying his doubts deep in his heart, he was about to check on Kanaki's battle when a more urgent realization struck him. Emil's body had been obliterated by some unknown force, which meant he had lost the chance to condense a material. Although he didn't know what quality it would have been, it was at least a bronze-level material. That was money. Thinking of this, Russell's face darkened. "Destroying a man's payday is a crime beyond measure," he muttered angrily. "I don't know who did that, but you and I are now irreconcilable enemies." Kanaki's battle, on the side, had also ended. This was why it was called a welfare realm, the monsters were indeed pitifully weak. However, remembering the association's regulations, Russell had deliberately instructed Kanaki to leave 6 demons alive, 3 male and 3 female, perfectly in line with the principle of sustainable development. Seeing their last leader explode into a mist of blood, the 6 remaining members of the Zoro clan couldn't help but tremble. Finally, their instinct for survival overwhelmed whatever inexplicable force had been compelling them to attack. They all dropped to their knees. "Sir, we really can't tell you," one of them pleaded, his voice cracking with terror. "If we tell you, we'll end up just like him." They began to kowtow, their foreheads hitting the dirt in frantic repetition. But Russell had no intention of asking further questions. He knew that curiosity killed the cat. With his current strength, the more he knew about these high-level secrets, the faster he would likely die. In his opinion, what Emil had said was obviously related to the very reason this secret realm had appeared in the first place. He didn't believe for a second that the association hadn't obtained this type of information before. They were just keeping it under wraps. Without responding to the begging demons, he collected the materials from the scene. Bronze level sword seeker, purple; bronze level heart of reflection, gold; iron level sword wielding attendant, blue, x5. These were the materials he had obtained. Excluding the heart of reflection, which was his main goal, the remaining materials could be sold for 80 to 90,000 credits. It's a pity Emil couldn't keep his mouth shut, Russell thought with a twinge of regret. His self-destruction just cost me a piece of valuable material. But, he thought, turning his attention to the large mansion behind the kneeling demons, I'm sure they have some good things in their home. Asking Kaneki to stay and watch over the survivors, Russell took Luffy and the others and walked into the Sorrow clan's mansion. Next extra chapter at 500 Power Stones. Chapter 67, Chapter 66, Speculations and Diaries. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsh_jadhav0869. Stepping into the Sorrow clan's mansion, Russell could immediately see that the house had been rebuilt sometime after its original construction. Some sections were alarmingly rough, the kind of shoddy patchwork no self-respecting craftsman would ever claim. The reason, however, was immediately obvious to him. When Sword Lake first descended into this world, the association had clearly carried out an iron-blooded suppression. That process would not have been a polite negotiation, it would have been an affair of blood and fire. It was only natural that the original mansion had been burned to the ground. So, they're not exactly living in squalor, Russell thought, stroking his chin. Still, he had come all this way. Well, I'm here now, he thought, resigning himself to a thorough search. After passing through the main hall, he came to the backyard. Since so few members of the Sorrow clan remained, the backyard wasn't very large. He could tell at a glance which house belonged to Silas and Emil. Compared to the other buildings, which looked like they had been salvaged from some war-torn ruins, the two rooms in the middle were far more exquisite, though only slightly. Shaking his head to clear the random thoughts, Russell pushed open the door to the central house. It was fully furnished, but aside from the basic furniture, there were no other items of note. And even the furniture was obviously remade later. There were certainly no stashes of gold, silver, or other treasures that he had fantasized about. "Ha!" Russell's sigh echoed in the silent house. He carefully scanned the room, looking for any potential hiding places, before slowly walking to the bed. He sat down and began to think about what Emil had just said. As he pondered, his knuckles tapped lightly on the wooden bed frame, making a crisp tap-tap-tap sound. The currents in this world run far deeper than I imagined. Although Emil's dying words had been fragmented, they raised enormous questions. As is often the case, the brevity of the message only hinted at the magnitude of the problem. Sword Sovereign, the four great evils. Russell murmured the two names. They were obviously major players, entities far beyond his current reach. And then there was the unseen culprit who had caused Emil to self-destruct. Combining that with the context, it was becoming clear that the arrival of these secret realms was being controlled by an invisible hand. Thinking of this, he began connecting other pieces of information he had gathered. First, there was the ridiculously large sea chart he had seen on the ship when he first entered the Black Flag secret realm. The known explored area only accounted for a tiny fraction of the map. He remembered Zane telling him to just regard the rest as the demon's fanciful imagination. But based on the information he had now, were all these secret realms part of the same world before? Or is there some connection between them? Russell silently began to piece together a theory. Then, there was what Mr. Sterling from Golden Talent Credit had told him: the Spirit Begging Society was trying to make New Metro as chaotic as possible. The most direct result of chaos is a decline in population. And Russell remembered what was written in the standard textbooks: the more uninhabited a place is, the more likely it is to spawn a secret realm. A bold, terrifying idea ignited in his mind. Could the spirit-begging society be planning to directly summon a massive new secret realm, right in the middle of New Metro? But can the arrival of a secret realm really be guided by human hands? And what good would it do them? He had never heard of any related cases. Burying the guess deep in his heart, Russell breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, I'm now lurking within the spirit-begging society. If they are really planning something this big, there will surely be signs. Indeed, for a plan of that magnitude, there was no way he wouldn't be assigned some task, even a minor one. If it weren't for the possibility of being ordered to kill innocent people, he wouldn't even want to leave the society. After all, he was getting paid in rewards and secret information. Putting his thoughts away, he was about to get up, but suddenly he noticed something. The sound his knuckles had made on the bed frame, it had been a crisp, hollow sound, not the dull thud of solid wood. Yoriichi, please cut this bed in half. As the bright light of Yoriichi's blade flashed, the wooden bed in the room instantly split in two, revealing a hidden interior compartment. It really exists, Russell muttered to himself. He bent down and picked up a book from within the hollow space. He casually opened it and saw pages filled with densely packed script that he didn't recognize. He remembered that humans and demons could communicate without obstacles due to some unknown rule of the world. Each side would naturally understand the other's spoken words in their own language. That didn't mean they used the same written language. After turning a few pages, a guess began to form. This can't be a diary, can it? The format, with dates followed by blocks of text, looked familiar. But what normal person writes a diary? Russell complained in his heart. Oh, right. He's not a normal person. He's a demon. But since he couldn't understand the text, this was just a guess. Shaking his head, he tucked the diary into his coat. He could only hope he'd have a chance to understand it in the future. After searching the main house, he went to inspect the several other houses. Unfortunately, no other demon seemed to have the habit of writing diaries. It's about time to go. After summoning Pidgeot, he prepared to leave. His mission for this trip was complete, and the association's rules stipulated he could only harvest from one designated gathering place. The Sorrow clan had been one of the richest families in the realm. If Emil hadn't blown himself up, he estimated he would have earned 2 to 3 million credits from this trip. High in the air, he knew there were no flying monsters in the Sword Lake secret realm, which meant there was no aerial surveillance. Can you go higher? Just to be on the safe side, he gently stroked Pidgeot's head. Fly forward while increasing your altitude. Don't make it look like you're deliberately trying to fly high. Accompanied by the soft cries of his mount, Russell flew higher and higher until the hazy clouds obscured his figure from any potential observers on the ground. This should be good enough. Thank you, Pidgeot. The next moment, Russell first activated his beads of concealment before summoning the Mark III armor. Tinny, please record the contents of this book, he commanded. Tinny was the name he had given to the armor's artificial intelligence. What he had to do now was record the contents of the diary. The physical book would definitely have to be handed into the association. The surveillance cameras inside and outside the Sorrow clan's house would have seen him pick it up. This was also why he had flown so high to summon the armor. As for why he didn't just use his phone to take pictures, he was afraid the association might format his phone after he handed it in. To be safe, letting the Mark III scan it was the better option. After a while, the skin was complete. After putting away the armor, Russell rode Pidgeot and flew back in the direction they came from. Chapter 68, Chapter 67, Playing Both Sides, Bonus Chapter. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_JadHAV0869. Sure enough, When Russell stepped out of the secret realm's shimmering portal, the base commander was already waiting for him, flanked by several staff members. "Student Russell, correct?" the commander said, his eyes looking Russell up and down with a polite, practiced smile. "Did you happen to obtain a book-like item while you were inside the realm?" "So they knew," Russell thought with an internal sigh. A wave of relief washed over him, gratitude for his own foresight. He was glad he had made preparations in advance and backed up the contents of the book. Nodding slightly, he reached into his coat, took out the diary, and handed it to the commander without a word. Seeing that Russell was so sensible and cooperative, the commander naturally saw no reason to make things difficult. He took the book and offered a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, Russell, these are just the association's standard procedures." He paused for a moment, then continued, "But since we have taken something from you, the association will not treat you unfairly. 1 million credits. I'll have the funds transferred to your card by this evening." Russell was slightly stunned. He had expected a reward of materials or something similar, not a direct cash payment. But he certainly wasn't going to object. Who wouldn't want free money? "Thank you, sir," he said. Just as he was preparing to leave the Sword Lake base, the commander reached out a hand to stop him, an apologetic look on his face. "I'm sorry, Russell, but we still need to check your phone as part of the procedure." "As you should," Russell replied calmly, handing his cell phone over without protest. Inwardly, he thought, "Luckily, I used the Mark III to back up the diary instead of taking photos with my phone." He watched as one of the staff members connected his phone to a strange machine he had never seen before. A moment later, a screen next to the machine began listing the data on his phone. Seeing this, his thoughts weren't on the diary, but on the mission Marcus had given him before. He felt a fresh wave of gratitude that Marcus had been cautious enough to use physical paper for their communications, otherwise, he would have been completely exposed today. Soon, the inspection was over. A staff member nodded to the commander, indicating that there was no problem. The commander personally handed the phone back to Russell. "Thank you for your cooperation. It's not formatted. I don't have to reinstall all my software," Russell sighed in relief. He then asked, with as much casual curiosity as he could muster, "Will I be able to know the contents of this book after it's been translated?" The commander seemed slightly taken aback by the question but soon chalked it up to a student's curiosity. "I'm sorry, Russell," he said, a genuine hint of apology on his face this time. "Even I am not qualified to know the contents of a discovery like this, so..." Russell understood what he meant. He didn't pester him further, simply saying his goodbyes and heading for home. Back in his house, he sat on the sofa and looked at the notification on his phone in a daze. 1 million credits were deposited into your account at 12:04 p.m. on December 18th. That was pretty fast, he mused aloud to the empty room. After a moment's thought, a plan began to form in his mind. He sent a message to the contact named Marcus on his phone. "Uncle Marcus, I'm making dinner tonight. Do you want to come over?" He was going to hand over the diary information to the Spirit Begging Society. It was a calculated risk. He didn't know if his every move was being monitored by them, or if there was a high-level society insider in the association who already knew he had found the book. It was better not to leave it to chance. By proactively giving them the information, he could build trust, prove his value, and maybe even get another reward out of it. It was a dangerous game, playing both sides, but it was the only one he could play. At that moment, Marcus, who was sitting by his wife's bedside in the hospital, felt his phone vibrate. He read the message and was stunned. Why is Russell asking me over for dinner? But in the next moment, he understood. The boy must have something important to discuss, something that wasn't safe to talk about over the phone. Putting his phone away, he squeezed his wife's thin hand apologetically. "I'm sorry, Ilera. I need to go take care of something for work." The middle-aged woman, her face pale against the stark white hospital pillow, smiled warmly at him. "Go on, Marcus. Work is important." Marcus was silent for a moment, then leaned down and kissed her lightly on the forehead before turning and leaving. Lying on the hospital bed, Ilara watched his back, which now looked a little old and stooped. Her smile gradually faded, replaced by a look of deep, profound worry. At 6:40 p.m., there was a knock on Russell's door. He opened it and stepped aside to let Marcus in. "You're pretty fast." Marcus went straight to the kitchen, poured himself a glass of water, and teased, "Our star student Russell is treating me to a meal. I wouldn't dare to be late." "Treating you to food?" Russell rolled his eyes. "There's only bread in a bento box I bought from a convenience store. You can eat it if you want." Seeing his expression, Marcus laughed out loud, but then his face turned serious. "You called me here for something important. So, tell me. Come with me." Hearing him get down to business, Russell stopped joking around. He led Marcus to his study and summoned the Mark III armor. Under Marcus's watchful gaze, Russell first physically unplugged the network cable from his computer. Then, he proceeded to reinstall the entire operating system from scratch. Only when he was satisfied that the machine was completely clean did he have Tinny, the armor's AI, send the stored information to the computer. He motioned for Marcus to look for himself. "The intel is here. Take a look." "Making such a big fuss?" "This must be important," Marcus said, his curiosity piqued. But before checking the computer, he looked at the Mark III armor with undisguised surprise. "Your prop card is quite good. This is the disguise you wore for the mission the other day, right?" Russell nodded slightly. "This armor, it looks a bit like the technology used by the Union of States, but it seems even more sophisticated," Marcus exclaimed in amazement. "No wonder Five and the others wanted to recruit you so badly." At the mention of Five, Russell fell silent for a moment before changing the subject. "You should take a look at the information first." Seeing that Russell was not in high spirits, Marcus stopped procrastinating and immediately focused on the data displayed on the computer. As he scrolled through the scanned pages of the diary, his expression became more and more serious. After a long while, he turned to look at Russell, his voice solemn. "You haven't shown this to anyone else, have you?" But in the next moment, he dismissed his own question. Russell's extremely cautious behavior had already answered it for him. Hearing Marcus's question, Russell just nodded slightly. "No, I just got it today in the secret realm. The original book was taken away by the association." Marcus heaved a sigh of relief. "That's good." He looked back at the screen, then at Russell, a new level of respect in his eyes. "I will report this to the society immediately. You will be rewarded handsomely for this." I ranks, power tiers. This is the primary measure of a cardmaker's or creature's overall power level. It is a linear progression from the most common to the most powerful and legendary. Iron. The starting rank for all new card makers, typically achieved in high school. Bronze. The first major advancement, marking a card maker as having true potential. Silver. The rank of established, professional field card makers within the association. Gold. A high rank, usually held by powerful figures and regional leaders within the association. Emerald. An advanced rank representing a significant level of power and influence. Diamond. An exceptionally high rank held by top-tier leaders. Entities at this level can influence entire cities. Master. A near-legendary rank for the most powerful active card makers, often treated as national-level strategic assets. Palace. A mythical rank considered the absolute pinnacle of power, seemingly held by only one individual in the entire federation. 2 card quality, rarity tiers. This is a secondary system that determines the potential and power of a specific card within its rank. A card with a higher quality is significantly stronger than a card of a lower quality at the same rank. White. The most basic and weakest quality. Green. A common, standard quality. Blue. A solid, above average quality. Purple. A very high quality, indicating significant talent in the card's creation. Gold. An exceptionally rare and powerful quality, the mark of a genius card maker. Red. The highest known quality, representing unprecedented and monstrous talent in card creation. Chapter 69, Chapter 68, Soul Reaper x Yoriichi Tsujikuni. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadav0869. When Russell heard that there was another reward coming, a genuine jolt of excitement shot through him. All his careful planning and risk-taking had paid off, and it felt good. By the way, Uncle Marcus, what is this book about? Now that he had secured his benefits, he was ready to satisfy his curiosity. Marcus stared at the screen for a long moment, his face unreadable, before he finally fell into a thoughtful silence. After what seemed like an eternity, he whispered, "If I were to tell you now, it would only bring you harm. You will know what it means, later." Cryptic until the very end, Russell thought, rolling his eyes internally. He couldn't help but feel a flicker of frustration, but he quickly calmed himself. After all, promises and secrets were just words. Only the rewards that were actually in his hands were real. Seeing that Russell had no intention of pressing the issue, Marcus seemed to let out a quiet sigh of relief and muttered a name so softly Russell almost missed it, Regent Jin. He then took a spare, untraceable mobile phone from his pocket and began importing the information from the computer. After a while, the transmission was complete, and Marcus stood up. "No need to see me off. You did a good job this time." Leaning against the wall of his study, Russell asked the most important question. "When will I get the reward?" "We have to wait until the Society's leadership receives and verifies these things," Marcus said as he walked out of the room. Watching him leave, Russell finally let his body slump onto the sofa. "It's finally over," he sighed. A feeling of accomplishment washed over him, quickly followed by a new, more exciting thought. Next, it's time to make the card. That's right, he was going to attempt the advancement of Yoriichi Tsujikuni. But before that, he had to buy one more piece of material, just to be safe. This was his first attempt at a custom advancement like this, and he was mentally prepared for the possibility of failure. He currently had 1.6 million credits in cash, and once the extra materials from Sword Lake were sold, his total capital would be around 2.5 million. Opening his phone, Russell began to look through the appropriate materials online. For the body of a Soul Reaper, I can use the ghost material, he planned, mapping out the components in his mind. And for the Zanpakut, the Soul Sword, I can use the Heart of Reflection. But I still feel like something is missing. Just as he was thinking hard, trying to pinpoint the missing element, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Of course. Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Ho, and Kid swordsmanship, hand-to-hand, movement, and magic. Those are the 4 basic combat forms of a Soul Reaper. Originally, he had been looking at materials related to magic or spiritual energy. But he just realized that the most striking thing about Yoriichi in his original story was his terrifying, unparalleled talent in swordsmanship. The Yoriichi card he currently possessed did not perform very well in this aspect because of the poor quality of the initial materials used to create him. And besides, many of the strongest Soul Reapers in the stories barely used Kid at all. In that case, it would be better to continue strengthening Yoriichi's greatest strength. In this case, there's no need to look for new materials anymore, Russell muttered to himself, stroking his chin. As luck would have it, his trip to Sword Lake had dropped a purple quality Sword Seeker material, perfectly suited for this purpose. Holding the Sword Seeker, purple, Heart of Reflection, gold, and Ghost, gold, in his hands, he summoned the card of Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Focusing his mind, he channeled his mental power, tightly entwining the 3 materials with the card. The next moment, the world dissolved around him, and he arrived in the familiar, mysterious space of creation. It worked. A thrill of validation ran through him. As expected, you can try to advance a card even if it doesn't have a predefined route. Seeing that he had really succeeded in initiating the process, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Please begin compiling your story. The familiar, ethereal prompt appeared in his mind, and Russell began to write. On his deathbed, the old swordsman, Yoriichi Tsujikuni, seemed to see the figure of his late wife, Yuta, beckoning to him from the darkness. He tried hard to open his eyes, but he couldn't, and his consciousness gradually faded. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself on a somewhat desolate street. Where is this? Yoriichi wondered, looking at his own hands, which had somehow become young again. Just as he was trying to understand, a sinister laugh came to his ear. New here. The next moment, a blade whistled past his ear. But Yoriichi's fighting instincts were absolute. He dodged the attack and, even with no weapon in his hands, easily defeated his attacker. Under his questioning, the defeated soul explained his new reality. This world was called the Soul Society, the destination for all human souls after death. And the place they were in now was the worst of it, a hell for new arrivals, the 80th district of the West Rukanga. In theory, souls that come to the Soul Society are issued sorting tickets and distributed to the 80 districts, but Yoriichi had appeared here directly. However, he didn't care about these details. He just thought absent-mindedly, if this is so, then Yuta must be here as well. For some time, he traveled through the lawless 80th district, searching for any trace of his wife. But everyone he met told him the same sad story. It was normal to be separated from your loved ones after arriving in the Soul Society. During this process, he became a well-known villain, a powerful soul who had made a name for himself in the district. With his terrifying swordsmanship, he never met a worthy opponent. Until that day. He met a woman with long black hair, wielding a power unlike anything he had ever seen before. I am the captain of the 11th Division of the Godai 13, Retsu Anohana. After severely wounding him, the cold, bloodthirsty woman said, if you want revenge, come to the Siraidai and find me. At that moment, lying in a pool of his own spiritual blood, Yoriichi had no thought of revenge. He just whispered, Godai 13? Can you help me find my family? The woman's face was expressionless as she turned to leave. Fine, she said. After recovering, Yoriichi set out on the journey to the Siraidai. Along the way, he learned more. The Godai 13 was an army of spirits called Soul Reapers, and due to a previous war with the Quincy, a clan of demon slayers from the living world, there were many vacancies in their ranks. It was precisely because of this that any wandering soul with even a little spiritual talent could now join. Thinking of this, Yoriichi touched his own hungry stomach and said, I think I have some talent. After a not-so-long journey, he arrived at the registration office of the Shino Academy. After a long wait, it was finally his turn for the talent test. The story is almost complete, Russell thought, focusing his will on the final, crucial detail. Accompanied by a dazzling light flashing from the testing instrument, Yoriichi's results appeared. Spiritual Pressure, Level 8. Extra Chapter at 300 Power Stone. Chapter 70, Chapter 69, Yoriichi Tsujikuni, 3rd Seat of the 5th Division. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_jadhav0869. Spiritual Pressure. Level 8. The Soul Reaper Proctor stared at the glowing tool with his mouth open. He had to read the result twice to believe it. 8th level. It was almost unheard of for a new soul from the Rukanga who hadn't been tested yet. Russell had carefully chosen this number. He knew that a Soul Reaper's fighting power grew by leaps and bounds when they let go of their Zanpakut. Levels 8 through 6 on the standard scale were the domain of seated officers. Lieutenants were at level 4 or 5. 3 or more people were captains. To start at level 8 meant you were a genius, but not so much of a monster that it would make the story hard to believe. It would be amazing if there were no war. Because the Godai 13 is so desperate for talent right now, he was a valuable asset. Someone was sent right away to tell the dean. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni, the head captain of the Godai 13 and the academy's founder, got the report. Yoriichi Tsujikuni, hey! When Yamamoto heard the name, he remembered something a scary woman had said to him when he was still in his middle years. Just do it like you always do, the head captain said. It was only a level 8 spiritual pressure. He doesn't have to go in person. He had seen prodigies who had learnt Bankai in just 1 month. And so, Yoriichi Tsujikuni was able to get into the Shino Academy and become a Soul Reaper apprentice. Russell told a story of quiet discipline. In the story, Yoriichi moved through the academy like a ghost, completely focused. The 4 main parts of Soul Reaper combat were Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Ho, and Kid. His Zanjutsu was perfect, and his sword was a natural part of him. He learnt the art of high-speed movement, Ho, with an instinctual grace. But when he tried to use Hakuda, he felt clumsy, and the Kid spells sounded like a foreign language to him. He worked hard to learn them, but only got the basics down. Russell felt a pang of helplessness as he wrote this. He was purposely making Yoriichi's skills more specific and not putting any magic into them. Time flew by, and the day came when Yoriichi was given the most basic power of a Soul Reaper, an Asachi, a nameless, pure white blade that would one day become his own Zanpakut. He did his first blade Zen meditation with the help of his teacher. He wanted to hear the name of his sword. Sadly, he only found silence. The days went by, but he still hadn't made any progress towards Shikai. Up until that day. A woman with black hair who called herself Retsu Anohana came to the school. Captain Anohana. Some of the teachers were scared, while others were polite. She just nodded and called Yoriichi to the kendo field. Once again, she beat him with brutal efficiency. But this time, she stayed. She stood over him, who was bleeding, and spoke in a voice that sounded like ice. You have the skill of a master, but the heart of a lost child. You look for your wife's ghost, but you've forgotten how to fight. How can a man this weak ever hope to find anything? Her words hit Yoriichi harder than her sword while he lay in a pool of blood. The 4th Division's expert healing kid helped his body heal quickly. That night, he went back into Blade Zen. His mind was clear, and he had a new goal. And this time, he finally got an answer. A strong voice, like a fire, echoed in his soul. Get rid of all evil spirits. Set fire to everything. My name is Hiruzen, Ring of Fire. His Zanpakut was a fire type, just like the head captain's. The moment he first released its Shikai, the wild power burst out of him and burned everything in his room to ashes. The academy was nice enough not to blame him. He was able to graduate early because he did so well. Under the cold, watchful gaze of Captain Anohana of the 11th Division, Yoriichi chose the 5th Division, which was the rescue and support squad. He was given the 3rd seat right away when he joined because there were open spots in their ranks and he had already shown that he could do Shikai. Russell thought he had finally reached the end of the materials he had used after writing this. He let out a long, tired sigh and waited for the space's final decision. He came back to reality after a while. The Yoriichi card that was floating in front of him now had a brand new picture. His heart finally calmed down. 3rd seat of the 5th Division Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Rank, Bronze. Red fur quality. Type, Creature. Abilities. Hakuda, good at fighting with their hands. Kid, can cast kid spells with serial numbers lower than 10. Ho, Flash Step, can make spirit particles move quickly in a straight line. Sun Style Zanjutsu, a more advanced style of sword fighting that he created after joining the Soul Society. It combines his old techniques with Soul Reaper rules. Transparent World, lets the user see the flow of spirit particles and muscle contractions, which makes it much easier for them to guess when and where an attack will come from and avoid it. Zanpakuto, Shikai, Yoriichi can let go of the first form of his sword's true power by giving a command. Features: Mark of the Sun, the marks on his body make him much stronger. Reaper, makes spirit type and demonic monsters take a lot more damage. Introduction, the ghost hunter who fell into hell has been given a second chance at life. Bonds. When you see the Kokushibomi Chikatsu Tsujikuni series, it activates brotherly bonds. When it shows up with the Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni series and others, it turns on first generation Godei 13. When the Retsu Anohana series comes out, it turns on Monsters of the Soul Society. Russell looked at the new card without saying anything. The difference was huge compared to the Iron Grade Yoriichi. He now had the basic skills of a Soul Reaper, his sun breathing had turned into a real sword style, and most importantly, he could now use Shikai. He didn't think about it anymore and called up his newly evolved card. The Yoriichi that showed up in front of him was different. The red Haori he used to wear was gone, and in its place was the black Shiakush that all Soul Reapers wear. Russell looked at the katana at his waist as he appeared. It looked like any other weapon. He smiled and said, "You have to admit, the Soul Reapers have the best style. And in this world, style points have a direct effect on how well you fight." End of this chapter. Extra chapter at 300 Power Stone. Chapter 71, Chapter 70, the show begins. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_JADHAV0869. Russell said, Yoriichi, his voice low in the small room. Let go of your Zanpakuto. Let me see it. The new Soul Reaper looked at his master and then around the small, rented house. They both understood each other without saying a word. Russell sighed and smiled wryly. Don't worry about it. You'd probably set the whole place on fire, and I'd have to pay for it. He wasn't going to waste money like that, even though he was rich now. Yoriichi nodded slightly, as if to say yes, and Russell remembered the card. He let out a breath of relief. He finally had one more real trump card. In addition, Yoriichi's successful progress showed that his crazy, story-bending changes could work. He thought, Zoro's Zanpakuto can't just be 3 swords, and a new creative problem was already forming. There aren't many people in Bleach who can use 2 swords at once, let alone 3. But that was a puzzle for another day. He calmed his mind and began to meditate for the night. Russell still hadn't found a safe time to test the limits of Yoriichi's Shikai after several days of this. He was worried that the noise and the damage it would cause would draw too much attention. Russell was daydreaming in class when Victoria Song walked in. She looked very serious. Be quiet, she said, her voice sharp as she patted the teacher's desk. Students, I need you all to pay close attention to what I'm about to say. The students in the key class quickly quieted down when they saw Ms. Song, who is usually very easygoing, look so serious. She coughed a little. We will be going to Northgate next week to take the Riverview Province Unified Examination, she said clearly. She went on, this Unified Examination is being organized by the association this year and is open to all registered card makers in the 3rd year of high school throughout the entire province. When she spoke, it was like a bomb going off in still water. A wave of loud, excited guesses went through the classroom. Russell and Nancy, on the other hand, were not surprised. Jonathan Whitemore had already told them about the test. Russell's main reason for wanting to get better at first was this test. That was still a part of it, but a much bigger part was because of the Spirit Begging Society's shadow. Victoria continued, since this is an official test, there is no prize money, after seeing that the students were almost done with their first discussion. Everyone in the room let out a groan of disappointment. Russell, on the other hand, just shook his head. He thought it wasn't about the money. This is a test that students take early to get into the best colleges in the country. The prize was getting in. Victoria's voice rang out again, just like we thought it would. Still, I hope that everyone will take this test very seriously. If you get a high enough score, you might be able to get into schools like Northgate University and New Metro University early. The students couldn't help but gasp when they heard this. It was a chance that changed life. For most of them, it was just a dream, but for Russell, it was a real goal. He already had a spot at New Metro University, but this trip was to apply for the apprenticeship that Director Blake had promised him at Northgate. He could feel the card's power in his head, a quiet thrum of confidence. I have the upper hand. When he got home from school and opened the door, he was greeted by the familiar, unwelcome sight of Marcus sitting on his couch. Russell said, "You're here," in a flat voice. "Business," Marcus said with a thin smile. Russell didn't want to play games because he was too lazy. "What is it this time? Another job? Do you really think I'm your workhorse?" Marcus didn't say anything for a moment. Then he took something out of his pocket and gave it to Russell. "This is what you get for giving us good information." Russell took the stuff and his eyes got big. It was a silver-level material, and it was also gold quality. Star of Calamity. He let out a voice that was hard to believe. Is the Spirit Begging Society this kind? Was that diary really that important? Marcus didn't know if he should laugh or cry at what he said. Yes, the information was very important on one hand. But the society has a new job for you. Russell rolled his eyes. I knew you weren't that nice. What is it? You're aware of the unified exam, right? Marcus leaned back on the couch and stared at the ceiling without thinking. Getting a high rank shouldn't be hard at your level. The society just hopes that when you pick a college, you pick one that is inland instead of on the coast. Russell stood up after hearing this, then sat back down on purpose, his mind racing with thoughts. He got their plan right away. They wanted to put him, their powerful new mole, deep in the heart of the association. But they didn't know he was a broken item that they couldn't fix. He had to do his part. He made a sneer and swung the valuable silver-level material in his hand. So this is what this is all about, he said, his voice full of doubt. You're giving me this expensive gift to ship me inland for a dangerous job. Marcus smiled bitterly, which was exactly what they wanted him to do. Russell, don't be mad. The society has some power on the coast, but all of our tentacles in the inland are weak. We are counting on you to rise through the ranks and become our base. There will naturally be more help for you later. Besides, he said in a smooth voice, the help the society is giving you now is much better than anything the association has done for you, isn't it? Russell stopped talking and acted like he was thinking about it. What Marcus said was right. But he had worked hard to get these things. It wasn't help. They only gave him these things because they thought they owned him and that the contract made it impossible for him to leave. He would never forget how helpless he felt when Five came to his house. He thought that every gift from fate had a secret price tag on it. But the person who owned it before me already paid that price. Also, their beliefs were very different from each other. Maybe a real demon from the abyss could accept their methods, but Russell couldn't. Even though the Daming Federation had its problems, it was better than a society that saw people as raw materials. He acted like he was a little moved, but he was still stubborn. I took the stuff, he complained. It's not like I won't do the work. Marcus laughed, stood up, and patted him on the shoulder when he saw this. Someone will find you when you get to Northgate. He left Russell's house without looking back after that. Russell's eyes slowly grew cold as he watched him leave. Tisk. The Society for Spirit Begging. You really think you're angel investors? End of this chapter. Extra chapter at 300 Power Stone. Chapter 72, Chapter 71, An Unsavory Invitation. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_JADHAV0869. Russell was unable to resist losing his train focus as he gazed out the window at the passing scenery. This was his first long-distance journey since birth. The lengthy trip would have been a true test for the students, but luckily, New Metro First High had scheduled a train for them rather than a bus. Naturally, they were in charge of their own lodging, food, and transportation. Russell would have simply ridden Pidgeot here, but he had no special plans. However, the train is more comfortable than Pidgeot. The train will soon reach the station. North Gate is the last stop. Please remember to bring your belongings with you, passengers. In the train compartment, a quiet female voice could be heard. North Gate, we're here. Russell picked up his bags and he and his classmates disembarked from the train. People with signs for New Metro First High were already waiting in the train departure hall at this point. Victoria Song stepped forward and gave the man her teacher's ID. Hello, this is Victoria Song from New Metro First High. After examining the teacher's ID for a few moments, the man said, You mean Teacher Song? Is everyone present? Let's leave. Russell and his group boarded the bus and proceeded to their hotel. Naturally, Russell had asked the school to help him reserve a single room, as he was responsible for his own food and lodging. He will not make himself share a room with his classmates now that he has money. In addition, he himself has some secrets that are kept to himself. Russell was packing his bags in his room when someone knocked on the door. Who? Russell halted his activity, yelled, and moved to the door. He opened the door to find a middle-aged woman leaning against the door frame, dressed sensuously. She couldn't resist flirting with Russell when she saw him. All right, handsome. In a new city, alone? Why don't you let a girl show you some fun? I'll make sure you're comfortable. Russell couldn't help but feel cold as he gazed at her oversized body and overdone makeup. He declined right away. No need, thank you. Furthermore, I'm not yet an adult. What you're doing is against the law. This was just Russell's excuse, he was an adult. When the woman heard this, she couldn't help but sigh regretfully. It's very unfortunate. I even had a discount in mind for you, handsome. It wouldn't work even if you paid me, Russell thought as his eye twitched at the sound of this. If you need anything, you can come to the address on the business card to find me, the woman said thoughtfully as she handed Russell a business card as he was ready to shut the door. Russell, however, simply closed the door, didn't take the business card, and pretended not to hear. The entire concept of requesting prostitutes seemed shady to him. He wouldn't have agreed even if the woman had been attractive. He had seen too many honey traps in his past life, after all. Even though he thought that, as a bronze-level card maker, those involved in such activities wouldn't really threaten him physically, it wouldn't look good if things got out of control. Was it really necessary for him to explain Victoria Song and the others that he had hired a prostitute? But before he could turn around and start packing his bags again, the little card was slipped in through the gap beneath the door. Russell was about to open the door and politely decline the woman after picking up the card when he became aware of a problem. The woman's name, Misty, was written on the card's front. Additionally, a line of brief words was written on the back. I'll see you tonight. Black Turtle District, 175 River Pearl Road. A large, fiery red lipstick kiss served as the signature. Disgusted, Russell tossed the business card to the side. Just then, there was another knock on the door, but this time it was the door next door. Am I being too suspicious? The man next door appeared to accept the woman's arrangement just as he was thinking this. However, the subsequent exchange caused Russell to become silent. All right, let's check out the items. Decide a price. Sir, I apologize. I'm not selling my body, I'm selling my art. You are welcome to visit our Everspring clinic to support our business if you have any needs. It is adjacent to the hotel. Simon, screw it. Find me a fat one, I said. Russell sighed and silently picked up the little card on the floor, ignoring his neighbor's idiotic words. The spirit-begging society is what it is. He had already looked at the local map after getting to the hotel. On the card, his hotel, the Jubilee Hotel, was located on East Tranquility Road, a long way from River Pearl Road. Additionally, Marcus had informed him that he would hear from someone at Northgate, but he didn't anticipate hearing from them so quickly. Less than an hour had passed since his arrival. Either the contract isn't working properly, or they have someone watching the station. But he liked the first option. Had there been a problem with the contract, his first mission would have probably revealed it. Only because they believed the contract gave them control did the spirit-begging society dare to invest in and use him so brazenly. They couldn't just be taking advantage of a situation. Naturally, Russell wouldn't leave something like that lying around his room, so he put the little card in his pocket. Even if others witnessed it, they would only conclude that he was ready for a night out and couldn't control his desires. He kept packing his bags, ignoring the situation for the moment. It was 6 o'clock in the evening as the sun slowly sank. Russell came up to Victoria Song as she was getting ready to take her students to the restaurant for dinner. "I'm going for a walk, Miss Song." He had a valid reason. "I've never traveled this far before. I'd like to see how Northgate and New Metro differ from one another." Miss Song agreed right away without giving it much thought. "All right, but don't return too late. 3 days before the test, a quick stroll was acceptable. Furthermore, Northgate's public security was still reliable because it was a temporary capital." "Russell, can I go with you?" asked Liam Blake, who was standing next to Ms. Song at the time. Russell stopped. He couldn't simply say he was going to see a spirit-begging society member, but he also couldn't allow Liam to follow him. There was a pause, then he clenched his jaw and drew Liam away. "I'm actually going to the Everspring Clinic next to the hotel," he muttered. Liam first glanced at Russell in disbelief under the crowd's stares. Then, you go alone," he stammered as his face gradually turned bright red. Leaning closer, he said in a bold whisper, "Don't worry, Russell. Of course, I'll keep the secret from you. Even if they kill me, I won't tell anyone." Prostitution wasn't something a good student did, even if it were legal in this world. Russell's self-smearing campaign had succeeded in getting rid of Liam, so thankfully his efforts had not been in vain. Victoria Song, who was watching, gave them both a weird look and let out a deep sigh. "Am I growing too old to follow these young people's thoughts?" Russell was able to buy himself some time in this way. But instead of heading straight to the address on the business card, he took a leisurely stroll in a different direction. It would be a little noticeable if he went straight to the destination. It took him a long time to get to the appointment location. But he couldn't help but go into a daze as he gazed at the exquisite sign in front of him. Main branch of Everspring Clinic on River Pearl Road. Chapter End. Chapter 73, Chapter 72, An Offer of Employment, Bonus Chapter. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_jadhav0869. A cold knot of dread formed in Russell's stomach. Did I get it wrong? His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Before coming here, he had searched for this address on the map, but it had only shown 175 River Pearl Road, not that it was the Everspring Clinic main branch. If he had known it was this kind of place, a high-class brothel masquerading as a clinic, he never would have come. He had sacrificed his own reputation with his classmates to get the chance to act alone. "Oh, wait," he thought with a grimace, "in this situation, it doesn't count as sacrificing my reputation. After all, I really did come to a brothel." After taking a deep breath and steeling himself, Russell uttered his four-word mantra, "Well, I'm here now." With a calm, determined face, he stepped into the Everspring Clinic. From the perspective of the store's madam, however, this is what happened: a handsome, young-looking man had been standing outside her establishment, having a fierce ideological struggle with himself. Ultimately, desire had overwhelmed reason, and he had walked into the store with a look of fearless determination on his face. To be honest, the madam had seen plenty of people like this. They were basically students who wanted to see the world. But what was wrong with a student? In this world, with powerful card makers, she dared not neglect anyone. She immediately put on a professional smile. "Welcome, sir. Are you alone? First time here? Is there a particular girl you know, or would you like me to arrange someone for you?" Smelling the strong, pungent perfume on the madam, Russell couldn't help but frown. "Misty sent me," he said bluntly. The madam's professional smile faltered for a second. She looked at Russell's pretty face, her mind racing. Is the director branching out into female escorts? Or, is this boy a client with very specific tastes? Russell saw the confusion on her face and his own turned dark. What? No. Absolutely not. He thought, flustered. But he was too lazy to refute her assumptions. "I don't know," he said unhappily. "She just told me to be here at 8 o'clock. He was prepared. If they really wanted him to be a gigolo, he would use his Iron Man vest to let them know the true cruelty of the spirit-begging society. That's right, he thought, what Iron Man does has nothing to do with me, Russell. After a moment, the madam returned to him. Director Misty asked me to take you upstairs. At this moment, she couldn't help but murmur in her heart, could this be the boy toy that the director keeps on the side? Following the madam, Russell took the elevator to the top floor. Director Misty, the madam said respectfully, I've brought the person here. After arriving on the top floor, Russell was convinced that the woman from the hotel was a high-ranking member of the spirit-begging society. After all, what kind of business has its boss personally hand out business cards on the street? It's just that it would be too conspicuous for the boss to go out in person, Russell thought, secretly lamenting her carelessness. Okay, you can go down first. A voice identical to the woman's from the hotel came from behind a large leather chair, which had its back to Russell. Yes, the madam said, bowing respectfully before retreating. Now, only Russell and Misty were left in the room. As the boss's chair slowly turned, Russell couldn't help but widen his eyes. No way, who are you? Appearing before him was a charming woman with big, wavy, wine-red hair and a slender, alluring figure. He couldn't say she was just the same as the woman from the hotel, he could say they were completely different people. Seeing his surprised look, the charming woman couldn't help but giggle. Well now, handsome. What's with that look? Don't you recognize me? As she spoke, a puff of white smoke appeared in the room. In the next moment, the woman in the chair had transformed back into the frumpy, middle-aged woman Russell had seen at the hotel. Or perhaps you prefer this look, handsome? And I was serious about what I said this afternoon, she added with a wink. After a moment of silence, Russell said, you should change back. This look is really unflattering. Poof. The next moment, Misty returned to her original, beautiful state and sighed faintly. Ah, men are all the same. They only care about appearance. Russell did not refute her. He admitted he was a face lover. What do you want from me? He asked directly. Of course, he wouldn't directly ask if she was from the society. What was the difference between that and announcing his own suspicions? What if I said I wanted to know if you are interested in working in our store? Misty asked, her eyes glittering with interest. Russell's face immediately turned cold. He turned around and prepared to leave. Hey, don't be angry, the woman's voice, now with a hint of laughter, came from behind him. And besides, don't you already know why I'm looking for you? Russell turned around and looked at her coldly without saying anything. The two of them remained in a stalemate. After a long while, Misty burst out laughing, her tone one of surrender. Okay, you're scaring me. I'm from the spirit-begging society, all right. Hearing this, Russell was shocked. He immediately took out his cell phone and prepared to call the police. Misty couldn't help but laugh at his performance. Stop acting. There are only two of us here. Who are you putting on a show for? As she spoke, she took out a familiar-looking contract from her desk drawer. Is this enough proof? Seeing the contract, Russell's expression instantly returned to calm. He nodded slightly. That's enough. It was the same type of contract the society used. He had to be this cautious. Who knew if the woman opposite him was just fishing for information? Seeing this, Misty laughed and looked at him deeply. You're young, but your mind is very meticulous. Russell couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. As the saying goes, every failure makes you wiser. He had almost been taken out because he wasn't careful enough before. He had to learn from his mistakes. After confirming her identity, he stopped being polite and sat down on the reception sofa in her office. What do you want to see me for? There was another half of the sentence that he didn't ask. Does the Spirit Begging Society have another mission for me? After all, he had been in Northgate for less than a day, and they had already come to his door in such a hurry. What else could it be? And as for the silver-level material they had previously advanced him, he still hadn't figured out how to use it. Hearing him get down to serious business, Misty stopped teasing him. Don't blame me for using that other appearance to find you. After all, like you, I also have to be cautious enough to survive. After a quick glance at her natural beauty, Russell had to agree with her statement. The Spirit Begging Society was engaged in a business that could get you killed, after all. Ignoring his gaze, Misty propped her chin on her right hand and said with a smile, I didn't ask you to come here for anything important. First, I wanted to get to know you. After all, I will be your contact person in Northgate for the next few days. And second, she added, I wanted to give you some information. Information about your opponents in the Riverview Province Unified Examination. End of this chapter. Chapter 74, Chapter 73, The Dossier. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_jadhav0869. Intelligence. Russell raised an eyebrow. You have detailed information on the contestants in this Riverview Province Unified Examination. Misty couldn't help but roll her eyes. You give a girl too much credit, sweetheart. It's just information on some of the students who were already famous before the exam. You're one of them, you know. Russell nodded slightly. This wasn't unexpected. That's fine, he said. It's better to know something about your opponents than to go in completely blind. Misty's red lips curved into a slight smile. She pulled several documents from her desk drawer. The files are here. But shouldn't you say a few nice words to thank a girl for her trouble? It's not like I asked you to collect them, Russell thought. But a few kind words wouldn't cost him anything. He put on a deadpan expression and recited with theatrical formality, Oh, my kind and beautiful benefactor, your generosity knows no bounds. How could I ever repay you? I am forever at your humble service. He was thinking of old fairy tales. The handsome prince who saves the princess gets to marry her. Anyone else just gets a pat on the head and sent on their way. Though, to be fair, Misty was certainly easy on the eyes. She looked at Russell's emotionless expression and rolled her eyes again. No sincerity at all. But you pass. As she spoke, she handed him the information, letting her fingers brush against his palm. Ignoring her touch, Russell took the dossier and settled onto the sofa to read. The first person he saw was an old acquaintance, Cole Kong, the boy he had defeated in the Prodigy Cup. The information indicated that he had now advanced to the bronze level, but there were no specific card details. Russell had his own theories, however. Not everyone had the freedom to create cards like he did. Cole's bronze level card was most likely another exotic beast from the classic of mountains and seas. The second person was someone Russell didn't recognize, Holden from Seaview High. Also a bronze level card maker, but again, the card information was unknown. Seeing this, Russell was exasperated. What's the point of this if all you have is their rank? Misty, who had been watching him with an amused expression, just chuckled. Honey, I just run a business here. How much top secret intel do you expect me to get? It was true. Although she was the boss, her operation was small time. And while it might be easy to obtain information about the comings and goings of important people, not many would pay attention to news about high school students. The fact that she had managed to get this much information was already impressive. Russell calmed down and continued reading. To his surprise, the next student's profile actually contained card information. Shane from Northgate University High. His card was a bronze-level hirsute zombie, quality unknown. Russell silently memorized the name and continued reading. Some of the following profiles contained card information, while others did not. But without exception, every student listed in the dossier was at the bronze level. Seeing that he had finished reading, Misty looked at him with a smile. Well? Is this gift generous enough for you? But this information has been around for a while, she added. Don't take it as gospel. Russell wouldn't. After all, he himself had already created 3 bronze-level cards after making Luffy. Even if others weren't as prolific as him, he didn't believe for a second that the people in these files had just been sitting idle. Not to mention there were likely other bronze-level students who weren't in the files at all. He would not underestimate his competition. It was just that there were far too many bronze levels in this information. Based on previous year's standards, there shouldn't be so many. However, he was still very satisfied with the intelligence. Thank you, Misty, he said, deciding to be direct. What do you want? In his opinion, she didn't have to collect this information, the Spirit Begging Society had no mandatory requirement for it. Since she had taken the initiative, she must want something from him. Misty smiled with satisfaction. You are quite perceptive. I don't have any major requests, handsome. I just hope that when you're a big shot, you won't forget about little old me. To be honest, she hadn't spent too much effort on this information, the girls under her command had gathered most of it. She had collected it simply to do Russell a favor. After thinking for a moment, Russell said, if circumstances permit, I can take action for you once, within my capabilities. He would not be bound by such a vague favor. He immediately stated his bottom line. As for what fell within the scope of his capabilities, he, of course, would have the final say. Misty didn't seem to care about the loophole in his words. Just do whatever you want, she said indifferently. I believe in your character. Setting the information on the table, Russell stood up. Then I'll be heading back. There was no way he could take the files with him, he couldn't explain their origin. Since there was nothing else to do at the moment, he prepared to leave. At this point, an ambiguous smile appeared on her face again. So, you're really leaving so soon? A girl could show you a side of Northgate you won't see on any tour. Looking at her slightly flushed face, an inexperienced young man might not have been able to control himself. But who was Russell? As an artist in his past life, he'd seen more debauchery in reference materials than she'd probably encountered in person. Besides, he didn't believe for a second that the woman who ran this establishment was some charitable angel, here to guide young men into manhood. If such a person really existed, she would have been devoured by this world long ago. Turning around, Russell just waved his hand slightly and left the top floor. I think I'll pass, he said without looking back. I'm sure you have other clients to attend to. After he had left, Misty's slightly flushed face gradually returned to normal. Interesting, she murmured. In her opinion, Russell was so mature that he didn't seem like a high school student at all. But if it weren't for that, she added to herself, I suppose the society wouldn't have allowed him to go undercover in the first place. Outside the Everspring Clinic, Russell waited for the ride he had called. After a while, a car stopped in front of him. After getting in and skillfully giving the last 4 digits of his phone number to confirm the ride, he noticed that the driver was looking at him strangely in the rear-view mirror. Ignoring him, Russell closed his eyes, waiting quietly to return to the hotel. Just then, a slight murmur reached his ears from the driver's seat. "Kids these days, spending money like water. This country is going to hell." End of chapter. Chapter 75, Chapter 74, The Opening Ceremony. Happy Raksha Bandhan. Russell stepped out of the car at the hotel entrance, his mood as dark as the evening sky. He knew exactly what the driver's muttered complaint had implied. But the old man wasn't wrong. The Daming Federation was indeed a ship taking on water. The longer Russell spent in this world, the more he could sense the rot beneath the surface. Still, when the sky falls, it's the tall ones who get crushed first. For now, he had bigger fish to fry. Just as he reached the entrance, he nearly collided with Liam Blake. His classmate looked like he'd been dunked in a river, sweat dripping from every pore. "Russell, you're back." Liam's face lit up like a kid on Christmas morning. Russell nodded, but then watched in horror as Liam leaned in and sniffed him. Like a bloodhound. "Russell." Liam's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper, "You have a certain aroma about you. Did you actually go to the Everspring Clinic?" Russell opened his mouth to defend his virtue, but Liam wasn't finished. His eyes gleamed with the unholy curiosity of a teenage boy discovering forbidden knowledge. "Can you tell me in detail what it looks like inside? I mean, for educational purposes." Russell stared at his classmate, his faith in humanity crumbling. "You, Liam Blake, with your innocent puppy dog eyes and choir boy smile. I never suspected you were a closet degenerate." "I didn't go," Russell protested, his voice cracking slightly. "I got this smell from helping an old lady cross the street. A very perfumed old lady." Liam's expression screamed, "Yeah, right, and I'm the Emperor of Mars." Russell threw up his hands in defeat and escaped to his room before his reputation could sink any lower. Time has a way of sprinting when you're dreading something. Before Russell knew it, the day of the Riverview Province Unified Examination had arrived like an unwelcome relative, loud, unavoidable, and demanding attention. Since the exam was open to the entire province, even with only a handful of registered card makers from each high school, the gathering resembled a small army. Though they called it an exam, it was really a tournament dressed up in academic clothes, like putting a tuxedo on a prize fighter. In Russell's opinion, a proper test would involve throwing students into a secret realm to hunt monsters and letting natural selection sort things out. But accommodating this many students would require a realm the size of a small country, and larger realms had a nasty habit of being more dangerous. The association wasn't about to let a bunch of Black Iron level students march to their doom just to make a point. The competition structure was refreshingly straightforward: preliminaries, main competition, and knockout rounds. The prelims used a points system where over 100 students were divided into groups, with only the winner of each group advancing. However, students like Russell, already registered as bronze-level card makers, got to skip the opening act and waltz straight into the main event. In the main competition, group winners and seeded players would be reshuffled into new groups of 4 or 5 for round-robin tournaments. Win and get 3 points, tie for 1, lose for 0. Simple math even a card maker could handle. After the dust settled, only 32 students would remain for the final single elimination bloodbath. But even the losers had reason to smile. Teachers and recruiters from every major university would be watching like hawks, ready to swoop down on promising talent. Perform well and you might get courted, rank high and you get to do the choosing. It was the difference between being picked for the team and being team captain. Since Russell didn't need to participate in the preliminary meat grinder, he strolled directly to the special viewing seats reserved for seated players. A few other students were already scattered around like chess pieces on a board. One familiar face caught his eye: Cole Kong. "Lord Russell, "Long time no see," Cole said, rising to greet him first. Despite still harboring dreams of surpassing Russell, he held no personal grudge. "Hard to stay mad at someone who'd saved your life at the Golden Talent Credit Building." "Long time no see," Russell replied, settling into the seat beside him with practiced ease. Politics existed even here. He and Cole were both from New Metro, making them natural allies in this provincial arena. Their seating arrangement wasn't coincidental, it was strategic. The other talented students from rival cities watched this display with calculating eyes. "If Cole Kong is sitting here, he must be bronze level like us," they reasoned. "But he's showing Russell such deference. Either this kid has serious backing, or his strength is genuinely terrifying." Students who could reach bronze level in 3 months weren't idiots. They knew Russell wasn't just window dressing. After all, you didn't get a reserved seat without the credentials to back it up. The opening ceremony began with all the enthusiasm of a funeral march. As expected, it was mostly speeches from important people who loved the sound of their own voices. Since this was the inaugural Riverview Province Unified Examination, everyone wanted their moment in the spotlight. The guest list read like a who's who of regional power: high-ranking officials from the Northgate government, association leaders, university directors, major media outlets, and corporate group representatives. The lineup was so impressive it could have been a political convention. This also meant that even without official rewards, achieving a good ranking would trigger a feeding frenzy of secret investment offers from various factions. Everyone wanted to bet on the winning horse. Russell listened to one leader drone on about the bright future of our young talents and wondered if watching paint dry would be more entertaining. His mind wandered to more pressing concerns, like when the actual competition would begin. This year, many exceptional young talents have emerged in our province. As if summoned by the speaker's words, Russell and his fellow seated players appeared on the stadium's massive screen. The other students tensed up like deer caught in headlights. After all, half the province's power structure was currently eyeing them like prize cattle. Russell, however, remained calm as still water. He was a secret operative in the spirit-begging society. Could anything be more nerve-wracking than that? He simply sat up straight, wearing an expression of polite interest that revealed absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, university representatives huddled over their files like card players protecting their hands. They were rivals now, competing for the same limited pool of talent. Russell's information was naturally included in their dossiers. Many representatives did double takes when they saw he'd been bronze level a month and a half ago. Thick red circles appeared around his profile picture like targets. The corporate representatives lacked such detailed intelligence, but they weren't fools. They immediately instructed their assistants to record every name on the screen. These were all potential gold mines. Bet on the right one, and their corporation's status would skyrocket. Besides, investing in teenage geniuses cost pocket change compared to the tribute they paid to the association and court annually. Finally, mercifully, the last long-winded speech ground to a halt. Russell released a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds of important people, he couldn't exactly meditate to pass the time, so he'd been forced to endure the entire political theater. The students around him were practically vibrating with excitement. The speeches had been full of motivational platitudes and promises as substantial as morning mist, but his fellow students had swallowed every word like gospel truth. To Russell, it was all just noise, pretty words designed to distract from ugly realities. Thinking about the rewards the association had given him, he knew that without his part-time job with the Spirit-Begging Society, his development would have been far more difficult. And those rewards had come from the association alone. The Daming Court hadn't even acknowledged his existence. Originally, Russell had assumed the Daming Federation was completely under the association's thumb. But after witnessing today's ceremony, he realized the court still wielded considerable influence of its own. 2 powers, 1 nation, and he'd been told nothing about this delicate balance. Where there's power, there's corruption, he mused darkly. And where there's corruption, there are opportunities for those smart enough to exploit them. The game was about to begin, and Russell intended to win. End of chapter. Chapter 76, Chapter 75, The Race Begins. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsh_jadhav0869. The preliminary was finally over. Out of thousands of hopefuls, only 128 had clawed their way into the main competition. And what was Russell's reward for being a seeded contestant? Sitting in the stands like a glorified spectator, watching match after tedious match, day after mind-numbing day. This is torture, Russell thought, suppressing the urge to scream. Any sane tournament would have let the seeded players return to their hotels after the opening ceremony and emerge only when the real competition began. Instead, the bureaucrats from the Daming Court had decided to turn them into unwilling audience members. I could be training. I could be meditating. Hell, I could be doing literally anything more productive than this. At least the forced observation had yielded some intelligence. Besides himself, only Nancy Whitemore from New Metro First High had survived the preliminary massacre. Not exactly shocking news. The girl had brains. She'd crafted additional iron-level cards to cover her three-tailed fox's glaring weaknesses. Russell could already see her next move, a gold-level six-tailed fox, following in her father's footsteps. He'd glimpsed her old man's card before, and it was definitely silver level or higher. But damn, that evolution path was brutal. The power gap between 3, 6, and 9 tails wasn't just large, it was astronomical. She'd have to bridge that chasm through pure genius, unless she could pull off what he'd done with Yoriichi, completely rewrite the card's story. Without her natural talent, she wouldn't have lasted 5 minutes in the preliminaries. The past few days had revealed another interesting development. Hidden dragons were emerging from the preliminary rounds, bronze-level card makers who had either been playing dead or had achieved last-minute breakthroughs. No wonder they'd still been forced to participate in the first round instead of getting automatic buys. Russell's group assignment had been announced, and frankly, it was almost insulting. 5 contestants total, meaning 4 matches for him. His only real competition was a bronze-level card maker named Diana, who had kept her true strength hidden until the preliminaries. Her card was purple quality, decent enough to obliterate black iron-level opponents, but nothing that would make Russell break a sweat. In any other group, she might have had a fighting chance. Unfortunately for her, the universe had a sense of humor. Since defeated cards needed a full day to recover, the group matches were spread across several days. Whether by divine intervention or sheer luck, Russell had drawn a free day on the opening round. Perfect. Time to study his only real opponent. From his perch in the stands, Russell watched Tiana's match with the intensity of a hawk eyeing prey. Ghost type, hey? The creature she'd summoned never touched the ground, floating with an otherworldly grace that screamed supernatural. Smart choice. Ghosts were absolute nightmares for low-level physical fighters. They could phase through attacks, resist most damage, and strike from impossible angles. But they had one fatal flaw. Higher-level abilities, especially those tied to death gods or solar deities, could squash them like bugs. If Russell only had Luffy in his arsenal, this fight would be annoying. He'd still win, that was never in question, but he'd probably have to reveal gear third. At this stage, Luffy couldn't even use basic armament haki, let alone the advanced stuff. Fortunately, Russell had been busy. Yoriichi Tsujikuni was no longer just a demon slayer. He was now a soul reaper. Down in the arena, Tiana was putting on a clinic. Her ghost-type card demolished both opponents with embarrassing ease, leveraging its rank, quality, and supernatural advantages. The matches weren't even close. This confirmed what Russell had suspected. Aside from him and Tiana, their group was filled with cannon fodder. Several days of predictable slaughter later, the moment everyone had been waiting for arrived: Russell versus Tiana. Both undefeated. Both with perfect records. Winner takes all. The VIP section looked like a who's who of the cultivation world. Every big shot who'd attended the opening ceremony had shown up. This wasn't just the group stage finale, this was their first real look at Russell facing another bronze-level card maker. The anticipation was thick enough to cut with a knife. On the field, Tiana studied Russell like she was trying to read his soul. She was from some backwater city in the frozen north of Riverview Province, so she knew exactly nothing about her opponent except that he was seeded and had skipped the preliminaries. As long as his cards can't hit ghosts with energy attacks, I've got this, she thought, planning to use the same strategy that had worked against other bronze-level card makers, let them underestimate her ghost's intangibility, then strike when they were confused and off balance. In the stands, Nancy Whitemore looked like she was about to have a heart attack. Thanks to her father's position as an association director, she knew exactly how much of a pain ghost types were at lower levels. She also knew that Russell's bronze-level cards had all been physical fighters so far. Can Russell actually win this? Liam Blake asked nervously. To him, bronze level was bronze level. He couldn't see why Russell would have any advantage. Nancy bit her lip. He'll win, she said, though her voice carried a note of worry. But I'm afraid he'll have to show all his cards to do it. She knew Russell would never lose. His card quality was definitely gold level, even if he'd never confirmed it. But against a ghost's natural advantages, he might have to reveal everything. That would be a disaster for the knockout rounds. Unless... A new thought struck her. What if he's been holding back even more than I thought? It had been over a month since Russell had reached bronze level. What if he'd been busy during all that time? The referee's whistle cut through the tension like a blade. And then Russell summoned his card. A figure materialized in a swirl of dark energy, tall, imposing, dressed in the unmistakable black robes of a soul reaper. The spiritual pressure radiating from the figure made the air itself feel heavy. Nancy's eyes went wide. Her breath caught in her throat. She recognized that card. It was the same one Russell had used in their class ranking test months ago. But back then, Yoriichi Tsujikuni had been black iron level. And more importantly, it had shown zero ability to handle ghosts. It was just really good at cutting up zombies and ghouls. He evolved it to bronze level? But that wasn't the shocking part. The shocking part was the complete transformation. This wasn't just a rank upgrade, this was a fundamental change in the card's nature. Russell. She whispered, unable to look away from the field. What have you been hiding? The real show was about to begin. End of Chapter 75. Chapter 77, Chapter 76, The Hard Counter. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_JadHAV0869. Tiana's face went from confident to horrified in record time. For the past 2 days, Russell had only used that rubber boy Luffy. Now suddenly, out of nowhere, he'd summoned a completely different card. She wasn't an idiot, she knew exactly why he'd switched. This new card was specifically designed to counter hers. Shit. 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 Taking a deep, shuddering breath, Tiana threw caution to the wind and summoned all her cards at once. The mental strain hit her like a sledgehammer. Most students who'd only been training seriously for 3 months would have passed out on the spot. Not everyone was a monster like Russell. Her face went pale as paper, but her eyes blazed with desperate determination. Win or lose, she declared, her voice steady despite everything, I have to fight to find out. Russell's eyebrows rose slightly. You're quite decisive, he admitted, a flicker of genuine respect in his voice. But if you want to gamble everything, you better have the chips to back it up. Bakud number 4, Hanawa. Yoriichi's voice was soft, almost gentle. But the effect was anything but. A rope of shimmering golden light materialized out of thin air, instantly wrapping around Tiana's secondary black iron level card and binding it completely. In the next heartbeat, Yoriichi simply vanished. Tiana's pupils shrank to pinpricks. He had literally disappeared and reappeared directly behind her main ghost card, moving faster than her eyes could track. What the hell is this? She gasped. A spatial ability. In the VIP stands, the university representatives were practically falling over themselves to get a better look. Clever technique, one murmured. He's using some kind of movement skill to achieve that mobility. Pity it only works in straight lines, another added. But still incredibly effective. They could see through the general principle of his flash step. It wasn't true teleportation, but it might as well have been at this level. Before Diana could even think about reacting, Yoriichi drew the zanpakuto from his waist. The blade sang as it cut through the air, and in an explosion of steel and shadow, her ghost card was shredded into ribbons. As his rank increased, Yoriichi's incomprehensible talent for swordsmanship was gradually awakening. And it was terrifying to witness. How is this possible? Tiana's scream of disbelief echoed across the arena. She had never expected her bronze-level ghost to be annihilated without even getting to act once. But unfortunately for her, she was facing the Reaper characteristic of Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Her ghost might as well have been made of paper. Maybe a true soul reaper from an established underworld mythology could have put up a fight, but a nameless ghost? Not a chance in hell. In the stands, Liam's jaw had hit the floor. Russell, won in seconds. He had been expecting an epic, drawn-out battle between two bronze-level powerhouses. Nancy, standing beside him, looked almost bored. Of course, she said calmly. It's a card specifically designed to target souls. She hadn't expected the fight to end faster than it takes to blink. The referee's declaration of Russell's victory sent shockwaves through the arena. Russell was already a celebrity among the students, and half the crowd had come specifically to watch this match. The anticlimax was almost painful. You're still as unnaturally strong as ever, Russell, Cole Kong murmured from the seated players section, his eyes never leaving the field. But thinking of the new cards he'd been working on, he couldn't help but feel a flame of fighting spirit ignite in his chest. Just this once, I won't lose. Around him, the other bronze-level contestants were frowning in frustration. The battle had ended so quickly they hadn't learned anything useful about Russell's capabilities. The university representatives were having a heated discussion about Russell's new card, which he still hadn't recalled. Is this from an underworld mythology system? It looks like it, but I don't recognize this particular deity. Could be from another country's mythology, or possibly something Russell created himself. Many of them leaned toward the last explanation, though they preferred to think it was just some obscure foreign myth they weren't familiar with. After all, gods in the orthodox sense had clearly defined roles. Underworld deities handled life and death, thunder gods controlled storms and rain. If godhood was just about who had the biggest fist, what was the difference between that and some random immortal brawler? They could clearly see that Yoriichi possessed a special attack characteristic against souls, which wasn't exactly common. What they didn't know was that a Soul Reaper was just the most basic unit in Russell's new story framework. If they knew the truth, their eyeballs would probably pop out of their skulls. After recalling Yoriichi, Russell headed toward the rest area. His part was done. The list of the top 32 was released as the main competition concluded. Except for Cole Kong, the rest were either people he'd only seen in Misty's intelligence files, or dark horses who had emerged during the tournament. Not that it mattered much to him. He didn't believe anyone here could stand against Luffy's Gearthird or Yoriichi's Shikai. And if there really was such a person, well, he'd just have to admit defeat. After all, Zoro and the Mark III were off-limits. His cover with the Spirit-Begging Society was still necessary. The cards I have on hand still aren't enough, Russell thought grimly. The number of bronze-level cards he possessed seemed impressive, but since he was operating under two different identities, the number each identity could use was actually quite limited. Not to mention what would happen if he needed to open a new account in the future. Logically, Zoro shouldn't need a pseudonym, he mused. After all, he and Luffy share a bond. But there's nothing to be done about it. Who could have predicted I'd suddenly become a member of the Spirit-Begging Society? At least Zoro only attacked once, he muttered. With Marcus's help, people in New Metro have probably forgotten about Iron Man by now. But it's still not safe enough, he calculated. Let's see if there's a chance to create a card of a similar type and replace Zoro in the next mission. If not, I can only continue using him, or create another member of the Straw Hat Pirates. The synergy bonus from card bonds was just too powerful to ignore. If he was just trying to build connections, he didn't need to be too demanding about the strength of individual cards. In his previous life, when he played strategy games, many low-cost pieces were only used to create combo effects. A synergy-focused build it is. Let's wait until the unified examination is over, he finally decided. If I choose Northgate University, there should be subsidies. It would be weird if the top-ranked students didn't receive any rewards or scholarships. The schedule for the knockout rounds is out. Cole Kong's quiet voice brought him back from his thoughts. Russell looked up at the big screen, and his eyebrows rose slightly. Russell from New Metro First High vs Shane from Northgate University High. Well, this should be interesting. End of Chapter 76. Chapter 78, Chapter 77, A Female Card. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsh_jadhav0869. Russell sat cross-legged on his hotel bed, trying to meditate but mostly just staring at the ceiling. 3 days until the knockout rounds, and he was stuck in Northgate, a city about as exciting as watching paint dry. He'd rather be anywhere else, and he definitely wasn't going back to that sketchy Everspring clinic. Ding! His phone lit up with a message. Russell groaned and cracked one eye open. Who the hell is texting me at this hour? Misty, Mr. Russell, are you free? I have something good for you. Russell's face twisted like he'd just bitten into a lemon. His fingers flew across the keyboard. Russell, hard pass. Misty, your loss. I was going to give you something really good. Misty, image attached. Russell glanced at the photo and nearly choked on his own spit. His eyes went wide as dinner plates. Russell, Misty. My dearest, most beloved friend. My sister from another mother. I'm literally sprinting over there right now. The reason for Russell's personality transplant? The photo showed a collection of premium card-making materials that probably cost more than most people's cars. He didn't know why Misty was suddenly playing Santa Claus, but he wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. Well, so much for maintaining my dignity, he muttered, grabbing his jacket. 20 minutes later, Russell landed outside the Everspring Clinic on Pidgeot's back, trying to look casual and definitely not like someone who'd just broken several speed limits. Master! You've returned. The receptionist practically threw herself at him, her smile so wide it looked painful. Her makeup was thick enough to stop bullets. Russell sidestepped her like she was radioactive. Yeah, I'm here. Try not to spontaneously combust from excitement. He took the stairs 2 at a time, bursting into Misty's office like a man on a mission. Misty didn't even look up from her paperwork. Took you long enough. Traffic was murder, Russell lied, collapsing onto her couch and immediately helping himself to her expensive-looking bottled water. So what's the deal with the receptionist? She's acting like I'm some kind of celebrity. Misty finally looked up, a wicked grin spreading across her face. I told her you're my sugar baby. Russell nearly performed a spit take that would have made comedians weep with envy. You what? Relax, drama queen. With your current status, I wouldn't dare say something that stupid. She leaned back in her chair, clearly enjoying his reaction. I told her you're my distant nephew or something equally boring. Thank God. I thought I was going to have to explain to people why I'm apparently dating someone old enough to be my... Careful, Misty interrupted, her voice dangerously sweet. I'm not that old. Russell wisely decided to change the subject before he found himself mysteriously disappearing. About those materials you mentioned. Ah yes, Business. Misty's playful demeanor shifted instantly. She pulled out an envelope from her drawer and tossed it across the desk. Courtesy of your favorite death cult. Russell caught the envelope and tore it open. Inside were 3 glowing materials and what looked like an instruction manual. His excitement dimmed as he read through it. A vampire template? Seriously? He held up the guide like it had personally insulted his mother. This is the same basic setup that Gus and Brother Tiger used. It's like giving someone a coloring book and calling it art. The guide was painfully generic, just bare-bones settings and a skeleton of a story. He'd have to flesh out everything himself. A note at the bottom warned that the mysterious space would reject any completely plagiarized stories. Well, that explains why nobody's been knocking down my door asking about Luffy's backstory, Russell mused. Can't exactly steal what doesn't exist yet. He examined the materials more closely: Blood Demon, purple, Inferior Regenerative Blood, blue, and Night Walker, purple. High quality stuff, but the timing was suspicious. Why now? He asked, more to himself than to Misty. They don't exactly have a reputation for random acts of kindness. The answer hit him like a truck. They're setting me up for a mission, aren't they? Misty's silence was answer enough. Let me guess, right after the exams end, they'll want me to go do something incredibly dangerous and probably illegal. Russell laughed, but there was no humor in it. They don't actually care if I live or die. I'm just a disposable asset to them. He leaned back, staring at the ceiling. Too bad they don't know I'm not actually their loyal little puppet. The irony wasn't lost on him. The society wanted to use him as a pawn, but he was already using them for free materials and information. It was like a game of chess where both players thought they were winning. A vampire? Hey! Russell held up the template again, this time with a thoughtful expression. Well, if they want me to make a vampire, I'll make one. Just not the pathetic excuse for a bloodsucker they're expecting. His mind raced through possibilities. Alucard from Helsing, a walking nightmare in a red coat. Kiss shot heart underblade, elegant, deadly, and practically indestructible. Arcuid Brunstud, a true ancestor who could erase people from existence. Actually, he said, a slow grin spreading across his face, this might be the perfect opportunity to finally make my first female card. Russell had been surrounded by male characters long enough. As a perfectly normal guy, he was getting tired of his entire roster being a bunch of dudes. Time to add some variety to the team. Besides, he muttered, pocketing the materials, if I'm going to be stuck with a vampire, she might as well be interesting to look at. Misty raised an eyebrow. Planning something ambitious? When am I not? Russell stood up, feeling energized for the first time in days. Thanks for the delivery service, Misty. I've got some serious card making to do. As he headed for the door, he couldn't help but smirk. The society thought they were so clever, manipulating him with shiny materials and hidden agendas. They had no idea what was coming. End of chapter. Chapter 79, Chapter 78, First Vampire. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsh_jadhav0869. Another version of this is uploaded of R18. Read the one you like. Got the goods? I'm out, Russell said, pocketing the materials. Seeing that Misty had nothing else for him, he headed for the door. See ya, Misty replied without looking up from her spreadsheets. I'll call if something comes up. The society had only asked her to deliver the materials, nothing more, nothing less. In fact, given her cover, the less contact she had with him, the better. She didn't need the headache of explaining why she was sponsoring some random high school kid. Russell didn't bother with small talk and left the clinic, heading straight back to his hotel. Back in his room, he sat cross-legged on the bed, planning his next move. Since he wanted to create his first female card, Alucard was obviously out of the running. As for Arcuid, her power level was insane from the get-go, probably master rank or higher. Why give himself a migraine trying to nerf a walking apocalypse when he had better options? That leaves you, he muttered, examining his materials. But something's still missing. Russell pulled out his phone and browsed the trading website. He had 1.8 million credits burning a hole in his pocket, enough for a gold-quality bronze-level material. The question was whether he could find the right one. Then he saw it. Bingo! Bronze-level succubus, gold. He winced as he paid the 1.68 million credits. There goes my vacation fund. A Metro Express drone delivered the material within an hour. Russell sketched a stunning woman with porcelain skin and golden hair on a blank card, then gathered his materials and entered the mysterious space. Please start compiling your story. Once upon a time, there was a small kingdom where Princess Acerola lived. She was so beautiful that people called her simply the Beautiful Princess. But she felt like people only cared about her looks, not who she really was. So she found a witch and made a wish. The witch granted it. People could no longer see her physical appearance. Instead, they saw her inner heart, which was even more beautiful. Everyone who saw it was willing to die for her. The kingdom fell because of this. Acerola found the witch to remove the curse, but the witch, after seeing Acerola's heart for the first time, had already offered up her own life. Just as the princess was about to end her own life, the witch's head miraculously revived for a moment and told her that those who had died for her might one day be saved. She hoped Acerola would travel the world. Russell wasn't starting from the weakened version of the character. He wanted the real deal. During her journey, Acerola came to another small country ruled by a vampire lord called Suicide Master, who was doomed to eternal death. Her arrival destroyed this kingdom too. The vampire lord planned to kill Acerola for sustenance, but the moment he saw her, her beauty overwhelmed him with guilt. He fell into a state of constant suicide, living up to his name. While staying with the vampire lord, Acerola said she didn't want any more humans dying pointlessly for her. She asked him to turn her into a vampire. That way, if someone sacrificed their life for her, she could turn them into sustenance, so their death wouldn't be wasted. Suicide Master granted her wish and gave her a new name, Kiss Shot Acerola Orion Heart Underblade. The background was complete. Unfortunately, Russell's materials couldn't eliminate a vampire's greatest weakness, sunlight. But since he'd mainly use this card for nighttime society missions, it wasn't a huge problem. The newly turned Kiss Shot wasn't familiar with her power. She was still used to walking in sunlight and got burned instantly. Fortunately, her incredible recovery ability prevented permanent damage. Thanks to this powerful healing factor, Kiss Shot's blood, the source of a vampire's power, has much stronger healing properties than ordinary vampires. As long as you apply an opponent's blood to her wounds, she can quickly recover from injuries. This was a key reason Russell had chosen her. She could serve as a half-support card for his other fighters. He couldn't exactly waltz into a hospital after getting injured on a society mission. Besides her super strong recovery, Kiss Shot gradually mastered her other powers: flight, shadow manipulation, enhanced senses, and of course, her monstrous strength. That was enough backstory. The later feats like jumping from Antarctica to Japan in a single bound were way beyond what a bronze-level card should handle. Back in reality, the new card floated before him. First Vampire Kiss Shot Heart Underblade. Rank: Bronze. Quality: Red. Category: Creature. Skills: Super Strength, possesses strength that can demolish walls with a single blow. Shadow Step, can hide in shadows and become invisible. Energy Drain, her gaze has devastating physical destructive power. Everything she looks at can be turned to dust. Instant Regeneration, unless her entire body and heart are destroyed simultaneously, her terrifying regeneration can instantly recover from any injury. Note, this consumes the holder's mental energy. Characteristics: Demonic Charm, beings below black iron level cannot resist her charm and will voluntarily sacrifice their lives for her. Vampire Lord, the blood bestowed by Suicide Master makes her the pinnacle of vampires. When facing lower-level vampires, her abilities are enhanced. Introduction: a strange one among strange ones, a vampire among vampires. Advanced route: Bronze Newborn Vampire Kiss Shot Silver Oddity Killer Kiss Shot Diamond Iron-Blooded, Hot-Blooded, Cold-Blooded Vampire Kiss Shot. Bond, when appearing with the Suicide Master series, activates Vampire Lord. The result exceeded Russell's expectations. The golden material investment had definitely paid off. He wasn't surprised by the lack of anti-monster abilities. He hadn't invested in those materials. He absorbed the card and summoned her. The Kiss Shot who appeared had brilliant golden hair tied in a ponytail with a black ribbon. Her white classical dress revealed a generous amount of pale skin. Damn, Russell thought, genuinely impressed. Even by 2D standards, her figure was extraordinary. Her demonic charm had no effect on him. He was just genuinely amazed by her appearance. Kiss Shot seemed to sense his thoughts. She smiled, her long legs straddling him where he sat. I never thought, she whispered sweetly in his ear, her breath sending shivers down his spine, that I would have a master someday. Her soft hands, now without gloves, traced slow patterns on his chest. And such a handsome one at that. Russell's heart raced. The card was made with full favor ability, and wasn't this part of why he wanted a female card in the first place? Her golden eyes held a predatory gleam that made his pulse quicken. You're playing with fire, you know that, he murmured. I'm a vampire, she purred, leaning closer until their faces were inches apart. I am the fire. Russell wasn't going to pretend to be a saint. Besides, compared to that female card maker at Keystone University who supposedly rode around on a muscular man, this was nothing. Without another thought, he swept her up and carried her to the bed. Thank God he'd booked a double room. The night was long, filled with whispered words and gentle touches. Kiss Shot's vampiric nature made her both incredibly alluring and surprisingly tender. Their connection went beyond just physical attraction. There was something deeper, almost spiritual about bonding with a card he'd created himself. The next morning, Russell woke to find Kiss Shot tracing lazy circles on his chest, her golden hair spilled across the pillow like liquid sunshine. Good morning, Master, she said with a satisfied smile. Morning, beautiful. He stretched, feeling surprisingly refreshed despite the late night. Vampires had incredible stamina, and even though it had been Kiss Shot's first time, she'd been an eager learner. His bronze-level mental power had definitely been put to the test. You're going to be the death of me. She laughed, a sound like silver bells. That would be counterproductive. I rather like having you around. His thoughts drifted to other potential sisters he could create. He shook his head, clearing the distracting thoughts. Focus, Russell. You want to become a palace-level card maker. Though he couldn't help wondering, what would it be like with Kaguya Otsutsuki? His face flushed. A woman like Misty couldn't even tempt him. She wasn't nearly as captivating as his own creations. Fortunately, he still had his priorities straight. He could have fun, but he couldn't neglect his meditation. In this world, strength was the foundation of survival. So that doesn't work either, he mused, recalling last night's experiment. Since Kiss Shot could transform others into vampires, he'd naturally been prepared to test it. Unfortunately, although her attention was very pleasant, she couldn't even pierce his skin. Seems like gaining abilities through creature cards isn't possible anymore. Though he wouldn't jump to conclusions. He'd need to make more cards and test them thoroughly. Good times fly by. Before he knew it, the knockout rounds had begun. So? You confident? Nancy asked from beside him in the stands. During the knockout stage, the exclusive seated player areas were cancelled. He was back with the new Metro First High crowd. Although the other students' competitions had ended, Russell was still their school's only hope. He recalled his opponent's information, Shane from Northgate University High, with a bronze-level hirsute zombie. Russell nodded immediately. Easy money. Still as cocky as ever, Nancy said with a smile. She wasn't surprised by his confidence. They'd known each other for nearly half a year. Besides, Shane's card was just an upgraded version of Darren's green zombie. Darren's zombie had been easily sliced by Yoriichi. The hairy version wouldn't pose any threat to Russell now. Unless the other guy had hidden cards. You're up, Nancy said, giving him a gentle push as his name echoed over the loudspeaker. Russell nodded, stood up, and headed to the waiting area. Go get him, Russell, his classmates cheered behind him. He just waved without looking back. In the battle area, Shane stared at Russell with a serious expression. His last match ended too quickly. I couldn't see anything at all. But fortunately, I still have my trump card. He took a deep breath, and 2 cards instantly appeared before him. No more hiding. He'd bring out his strongest lineup from the start. On the opposite side, Russell raised his eyebrows. Of course there's a trump card. Can't underestimate anyone in the top 32. And this should be a bond combination, right? His inference made sense. Shane's 2 cards were unmistakable. One was a zombie covered in long hair. The other was a figure in green robes holding a talisman, a corpse driver from Western folklore. This was the first time Russell had seen a homemade card based on regional legends rather than major mythology. In that case, Russell thought as Luffy and Yoriichi appeared before him instantly. He could probably handle both opponent cards with just Yoriichi and Luffy's gear third. But since Luffy's information was already exposed, there was no need to hide him anymore. Better to use both cards while concealing Yoriichi's Shikai and Luffy's third gear. Round of 32. New Metro First Highs Russell vs Northgate University Highs Shane. Start. With the referee's whistle, the battle began. End of chapter. Chapter 80, Chapter 78, R18 version. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsh_jadhav0869. Don't read if you don't like R18 chapters. Got the goods. I'm out, Russell said, pocketing the materials. Seeing that Misty had nothing else for him, he headed for the door. See ya, Misty replied without looking up from her spreadsheets. I'll call if something comes up. The society had only asked her to deliver the materials, nothing more, nothing less. In fact, given her cover, the less contact she had with him, the better. She didn't need the headache of explaining why she was sponsoring some random high school kid. Russell didn't bother with small talk and left the clinic, heading straight back to his hotel. Back in his room, he sat cross-legged on the bed, planning his next move. Since he wanted to create his first female card, Alucard was obviously out of the running. As for Arcuid, her power level was insane from the get-go, probably master rank or higher. Why give himself a migraine trying to nerf a walking apocalypse when he had better options? That leaves you, he muttered, examining his materials. But something's still missing. Russell pulled out his phone and browsed the trading website. He had 1.8 million credits burning a hole in his pocket, enough for a gold-quality bronze-level material. The question was whether he could find the right one. Then he saw it. Bingo! Bronze-level succubus, gold. He winced as he paid the 1.68 million credits. There goes my vacation fund. A Metro Express drone delivered the material within an hour. Russell sketched a stunning woman with porcelain skin and golden hair on a blank card, then gathered his materials and entered the mysterious space. Please start compiling your story. Once upon a time, there was a small kingdom where Princess Acerola lived. She was so beautiful that people called her simply the Beautiful Princess. But she felt like people only cared about her looks, not who she really was. So she found a witch and made a wish. The witch granted it. People could no longer see her physical appearance. Instead, they saw her inner heart, which was even more beautiful. Everyone who saw it was willing to die for her. The kingdom fell because of this. Acerola found the witch to remove the curse, but the witch, after seeing Acerola's heart for the first time, had already offered up her own life. Just as the princess was about to end her own life, the witch's head miraculously revived for a moment and told her that those who had died for her might one day be saved. She hoped Acerola would travel the world. Russell wasn't starting from the weakened version of the character. He wanted the real deal. During her journey, Acerola came to another small country ruled by a vampire lord called Suicide Master, who was doomed to eternal death. Her arrival destroyed this kingdom too. The vampire lord planned to kill Acerola for sustenance, but the moment he saw her, her beauty overwhelmed him with guilt. He fell into a state of constant suicide, living up to his name. While staying with the vampire lord, Acerola said she didn't want any more humans dying pointlessly for her. She asked him to turn her into a vampire. That way, if someone sacrificed their life for her, she could turn them into sustenance, so their death wouldn't be wasted. Suicide Master granted her wish and gave her a new name, Kiss Shot Acerola Orion Heart Underblade. The background was complete. Unfortunately, Russell's materials couldn't eliminate a vampire's greatest weakness, sunlight. But since he'd mainly use this card for nighttime society missions, it wasn't a huge problem. The newly turned Kiss Shot wasn't familiar with her power. She was still used to walking in sunlight and got burned instantly. Fortunately, her incredible recovery ability prevented permanent damage. Thanks to this powerful healing factor, Kiss Shot's blood, the source of a vampire's power, has much stronger healing properties than ordinary vampires. As long as you apply an opponent's blood to her wounds, she can quickly recover from injuries. This was a key reason Russell had chosen her. She could serve as a half-support card for his other fighters. He couldn't exactly waltz into a hospital after getting injured on a society mission. Besides her super-strong recovery, Kiss Shot gradually mastered her other powers: flight, shadow manipulation, enhanced senses, and of course, her monstrous strength. That was enough backstory. The later feats like jumping from Antarctica to Japan in a single bound were way beyond what a bronze-level card should handle. Back in reality, the new card floated before him. First, Vampire Kiss Shot Heart Underblade. Rank: Bronze. Quality: Red. Category: Creature. Skills: Super Strength, possesses strength that can demolish walls with a single blow. Shadow Step, can hide in shadows and become invisible. Energy Drain, her gaze has devastating physical destructive power. Everything she looks at can be turned to dust. Instant Regeneration, unless her entire body and heart are destroyed simultaneously, her terrifying regeneration can instantly recover from any injury. Note: this consumes the holder's mental energy. Characteristics: Demonic Charm, beings below Black Iron level cannot resist her charm and will voluntarily sacrifice their lives for her. Vampire Lord, the blood bestowed by Suicide Master makes her the pinnacle of vampires. When facing lower-level vampires, her abilities are enhanced. Introduction: a strange one among strange ones, a vampire among vampires. Advanced Route: Bronze Newborn Vampire Kiss Shot, Silver Oddity Killer Kiss Shot, Diamond Iron-Blooded, Hot-Blooded, Cold-Blooded Vampire Kiss Shot. Bond: when appearing with the Suicide Master series, activates Vampire Lord. The result exceeded Russell's expectations. The golden material investment had definitely paid off. He wasn't surprised by the lack of anti-monster abilities. He hadn't invested in those materials. He absorbed the card and summoned her. The Kiss Shot who appeared had brilliant golden hair tied in a ponytail with a black ribbon. Her white classical dress revealed a generous amount of pale skin. Damn, Russell thought, genuinely impressed. Even by 2D standards, her figure was extraordinary. Her demonic charm had no effect on him. He was just genuinely amazed by her appearance. Kiss Shot seemed to sense his thoughts. She smiled, her long legs straddling him where he Saturday I never thought, she whispered sweetly in his ear, her breath sending shivers down his spine, that I would have a master someday. Her soft hands, now without gloves, traced slow patterns on his chest. And such a handsome one at that. Russell's heart raced. The card was made with full favorability, and wasn't this part of why he wanted a female card in the first place? Her golden eyes held a predatory gleam that made his pulse quicken. "You're playing with fire, you know that," he murmured. "I'm a vampire," she purred, leaning closer until their faces were inches apart. "I am the fire." Russell wasn't going to pretend to be a saint. Besides, compared to that female card maker at Keystone University who supposedly rode around on a muscular man, this was nothing. Without another thought, he swept her up and carried her to the bed. Thank God he'd booked a double room. Her clothes melted away, revealing the perfection beneath. Her breasts were like twin moons, full and ripe, with nipples that begged for his mouth. He took one into his mouth and sucked, feeling it harden against his tongue. Acerola moaned, her hand reaching down to stroke him gently through his pants. "MMH, Russell," she whispered, her voice a siren's call to his lust. He felt the zipper of his jeans give way, and his cock sprang free. She took him in her hand, her grip firm and sure, stroking him until he was as hard as the diamond in her card. The sound of their kisses echoed in the room, a symphony of desire and passion. His hands roamed her body, exploring every curve and valley, making her gasp and arch into him. Her nails raked his back as he moved lower, peeling off her clothes one by one. Each piece revealed a new canvas of her beauty, and he couldn't help but worship her with his eyes and his mouth. Her moans grew louder, more demanding, as she felt his cock nudge against her pussy. He didn't rush. This was a masterpiece to be savored. He kissed her neck, her collarbone, her breasts, leaving a trail of fire in his wake. "Please," she begged, her voice a sweet symphony of need. "I want you." He didn't make her wait any longer. He pushed into her, inch by delicious inch, until he was fully seated. She was tight, so tight, like a fist around his cock. "Fuck," he groaned, his eyes rolling back in his head. "You feel amazing." "So do you," she panted, her legs wrapping around him. "Don't hold back." And with that, he began to move. Thrusting deep into her, pulling out almost all the way, then slamming back in. The wet sound of their bodies coming together filled the room, a rhythmic beat that matched their racing hearts. Her breasts bounced with each thrust, her moans growing louder and more desperate. Russell could feel the tension building in his balls, the heat coiling in his gut. But he wasn't going to come first, not when she felt this good. He reached between them, finding her clit, and began to rub it in time with his thrusts. Her back arched off the bed, her nails digging into his shoulders. "Yes," she screamed, her voice hoarse with passion. "Harder, Russell. Please, harder." He obliged, his hips moving faster, his cock pounding into her like a jackhammer. She was so wet, so hot, so tight it was like fucking an angel. And as he felt her start to shake, he knew she was close. "Come for me," he grunted, his own climax on the horizon. "Come all over me." Her body tightened around him, and with a scream that could shatter glass, she came, her pussy clenching down on his cock like a vice. And that was all it took. He erupted inside her, filling her with his hot cum. They lay there, panting and sweaty, their hearts racing in unison. The afterglow of their union wrapped around them like a warm blanket, and for a moment, all was right with the world. "Wow," Russell managed to say, his voice thick with satisfaction. "That was a taste of what I can do," Acerola whispered, a wicked smile playing on her lips. "But I'm not done with you yet." And with that, she rolled him onto his back, climbing onto his chest and straddling his hips. His cock was still half hard, and she began to ride him, her pussy milking him for every drop of pleasure he had to give. He watched, spellbound, as she took control, her breasts bouncing with every movement. Her moans grew louder, her hips moving faster. "Russell," she breathed, leaning down to kiss him. "I want more. Give me more." He did as he was told, his hands gripping her ass as he thrust up into her. And together, they made love like it was the last time they'd ever be together. The headboard slammed against the wall in time with their passion, the bed creaking under their weight. Russell watched in awe as Acerola's breasts bounced with each movement, her pink nipples hardening to his gaze. He couldn't resist leaning down to suck one into his mouth, feeling her moan against his neck as he did so. Her hand reached down to gently stroke him, her nails lightly scratching his back as she urged him deeper. The sound of their lovemaking filled the room, his grunts of pleasure mingling with her cries of ecstasy. Her wetness surrounded him, her heat enveloping him like a glove. He could feel her tightening around him, her body preparing for another orgasm. He quickened his pace, eager to feel her clench down on him once again. Her clothes had been strewn about the room, each piece removed with a deliberate tease, driving Russell wild with desire. The way her shirt had slid off her shoulders, revealing those perfect breasts, the way her skirt had pooled around her ankles, giving him a glimpse of the treasure beneath, it was like unwrapping a present, and he hadn't been able to control the urge to stroke himself while he watched. Her moans grew louder, her hips moving faster as she rode him. He could feel her pussy tightening, her walls contracting around his cock. It was all too much. He was going to come. With one final, desperate thrust, he buried himself inside her and exploded, filling her with his seed. Their breathing was ragged, their bodies slick with sweat. They lay there, entwined in each other's arms, as the aftershocks of pleasure continued to rock them. Russell had never felt so alive, so connected to another being. Acerola's head rested on his chest, her breathing slowly returning to normal. "Thank you," she murmured. "That was everything I dreamed it would be." Russell kissed her forehead, his hand stroking her hair. "The pleasure was all mine," he said, his voice thick with emotion. They lay there for a while longer, their hearts beating as one. The world outside faded away, and all that existed was the two of them in that moment. It was a memory Russell knew he would cherish forever. But all good things must come to an end, and soon enough, they had to get dressed and face the world again. As Acerola put her clothes back on, Russell couldn't help but watch, his cock twitching at the sight of her naked form. He knew they would have to keep their relationship a secret. It was forbidden, after all, but that just made the stolen moments together all the more precious. When she was fully dressed, she turned to him with a mischievous smile. "So, what's the plan now, Master?" Russell couldn't help but chuckle. "I guess we should get some rest," he said, though the hunger for more was already gnawing at him. "We've got a big day tomorrow." Acerola nodded, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. "I'll be ready," she said. "For whatever comes our way." And with that, they curled up together under the covers, their bodies entwined. The night was still young, and they had plenty of time to explore each other's desires. The next morning, Russell woke to find Kiss Shot tracing lazy circles on his chest, her golden hair spilled across the pillow like liquid sunshine. "Good morning, Master," she said with a satisfied smile. "Morning, beautiful." He stretched, feeling surprisingly refreshed despite the late night. Vampires had incredible stamina, and even though it had been Kiss Shot's first time, she'd been an eager learner. His bronze-level mental power had definitely been put to the test. "You're going to be the death of me." She laughed, a sound like silver bells. "That would be counterproductive. I rather like having you around." His thoughts drifted to other potential sisters he could create. He shook his head, clearing the distracting thoughts. "Focus, Russell. You want to become a palace-level card maker." Though he couldn't help wondering, what would it be like with Kaguya Otsutsuki? His face flushed. A woman like Misty couldn't even tempt him. She wasn't nearly as captivating as his own creations. Fortunately, he still had his priorities straight. He could have fun, but he couldn't neglect his meditation. In this world, strength was the foundation of survival. So that doesn't work either, he mused, recalling last night's experiment. Since Kiss Shot could transform others into vampires, he'd naturally been prepared to test it. Unfortunately, although her attention was very pleasant, she couldn't even pierce his skin. Seems like gaining abilities through creature cards isn't possible anymore. Though he wouldn't jump to conclusions. He'd need to make more cards and test them thoroughly. Good times fly by. Before he knew it, the knockout rounds had begun. So? You confident? Nancy asked from beside him in the stands. During the knockout stage, the exclusive seated player areas were cancelled. He was back with the new Metro First High crowd. Although the other students' competitions had ended, Russell was still their school's only hope. He recalled his opponent's information, Shane from Northgate University High, with a bronze-level hirsute zombie. Russell nodded immediately. Easy money. Still as cocky as ever, Nancy said with a smile. She wasn't surprised by his confidence. They'd known each other for nearly half a year. Besides, Shane's card was just an upgraded version of Darren's green zombie. Darren's zombie had been easily sliced by Yoriichi, the hairy version wouldn't pose any threat to Russell now. Unless the other guy had hidden cards. You're up, Nancy said, giving him a gentle push as his name echoed over the loudspeaker. Russell nodded, stood up, and headed to the waiting area. Go get him, Russell, his classmates cheered behind him. He just waved without looking back. In the battle area, Shane stared at Russell with a serious expression. His last match ended too quickly. I couldn't see anything at all. But fortunately, I still have my trump card. He took a deep breath, and 2 cards instantly appeared before him. No more hiding. He'd bring out his strongest lineup from the start. On the opposite side, Russell raised his eyebrows. Of course there's a trump card. Can't underestimate anyone in the top 32. And this should be a bond combination, right? His inference made sense. Shane's 2 cards were unmistakable. One was a zombie covered in long hair. The other was a figure in green robes holding a talisman, a corpse driver from Western folklore. This was the first time Russell had seen a homemade card based on regional legends rather than major mythology. In that case, Russell thought as Luffy and Yoriichi appeared before him instantly. He could probably handle both opponent cards with just Yoriichi and Luffy's gear third. But since Luffy's information was already exposed, there was no need to hide him anymore. Better to use both cards while concealing Yoriichi's Shikai and Luffy's third gear. Round of 32. New Metro First High's Russell vs Northgate University High's Shane. Start. With the referee's whistle, the battle began. End of chapter. Chapter 81, Chapter 79, The Information Gap. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_jadhav0869. The referee's whistle cut through the arena like a blade, and Shane's hand moved with practiced precision. The talisman flew from his fingers like a golden dart, slapping against the hirsute zombie's forehead with a wet thwack that made the crowd collectively wince. But instead of freezing the creature like some cheesy horror movie, the talisman ignited. The zombie's body began to swell, muscles bulging obscenely, bones cracking and reforming, flesh stretching until it resembled something that had crawled out of humanity's darkest nightmares. When it opened its mouth to roar, the sound didn't just fill the arena, it violated it. Ruoar. The windows trembled. People grabbed their seats. A few screamed. Russell's eyes narrowed as he analyzed the battlefield with surgical precision. One main attacker, one support. Classic setup, but leaving the corpse driver so exposed is suicide. Either Shane's running a skeleton crew, or he's got something nasty hidden up his sleeve. Yoriichi and Luffy didn't need words. A single glance contained entire battle strategies, responsibilities divided with the fluid grace of warriors who'd fought through hell itself. Yoriichi drew his Zanpakut, and the world held its breath. Then he vanished. Not moved, quickly vanished. One moment he was standing beside Russell, the next he was materializing at the zombie's flank like death itself, his blade already wreathed in the flickering heat shimmer of sun-style breathing. The slash came without warning, without mercy. But the magically enhanced zombie was no longer some shambling corpse. Its massive fist was already swinging to meet Yoriichi's blade, moving with the fluid precision of a trained fighter. Sizzle! The sound of burning hair and flesh filled the air. Yoriichi had drawn first blood, leaving a charred crater where the zombie's knuckles used to be. From the sidelines, Shane's face went pale. His special attack is supposed to be against souls, not flesh. What the hell is that blade doing to my zombie? He didn't know that Yoriichi's advancement to bronze level had transformed his sun style into something far more terrifying, a technique that burned through any creature tainted by darkness, whether spiritual or physical. The corpse driver tried to support its partner, but Luffy intercepted it with a grin that belonged in a children's cartoon and reflexes that belonged in a slaughterhouse. Minor lightning talisman, the corpse driver rasped, its voice like grinding bones. A blinding white bolt of lightning erupted from its fingers, striking Luffy's center mass with enough voltage to fry a grown man. And then, nothing happened. The crowd stared in stunned silence. Luffy stood there, completely unharmed, electricity crackling harmlessly around him like party streamers. Only Russell understood. The Gum Gum Fruit's lightning resistance wasn't as absurd as in the original story where Luffy could tank 1,000,000,000 volts from a self-proclaimed god, but it was more than enough to laugh off a bronze-level attack. Luffy, naturally, wasn't about to waste such a golden opportunity. Gear second. His skin flushed pink as steam began rising from his body. The temperature around him spiked noticeably. Gum Gum Jet Pistol. His fist shot forward with a sonic boom that shattered windows 3 blocks away. The corpse driver's eyes widened in terror as death approached at supersonic speed. Gong! A golden, bell-shaped shield materialized around the corpse driver, absorbing the impact completely. The sound echoed through the arena like a funeral bell. Russell's confidence flickered. So he didn't leave his support defenseless after all. And I still don't know what their bond does. At this rate, Luffy might have to use gear third. But he held back. This wasn't a life-or-death battle in the wilderness. He could afford to be patient. The corpse driver's frown deepened behind its golden shield. Lightning immunity? Fine. Let's see him handle this. The next talisman it threw was covered in complex, swirling strokes that seemed to writhe like living things. The moment it activated, the sky above the arena turned black as pitch. Dark clouds boiled into existence, pregnant with malevolent energy. With a thunderous shout from the corpse driver, the heavens opened. Boom! A bolt of lightning thick as a tree trunk hammered down from the sky, turning the arena floor into a crater of molten glass. The sound was apocalyptic, not just heard, but felt, like the world was tearing itself apart. Yoriichi had already flash-stepped back to Russell's side, his instincts screaming danger. But Luffy, lacking such mobility, could only take the attack head-on. Russell immediately focused the power of the 3 treasures onto Luffy. Block what you can, he thought grimly. But with an area of effect attack this large, isn't Shane afraid of hitting his own zombie, or... The blinding lightning flashed for several eternal seconds before gradually fading. What remained was Luffy, covered in black smoke, his usual grin replaced by a grimace of pain. So he's not completely immune, Russell noted with clinical detachment. He'd expected this. Luffy's card information only stated immunity to most lightning attacks, not all of them. But his eyes were already shifting to the hirsute zombie, which was now crackling with arcs of electricity, its power visibly increased. Ah! The bond prevents friendly fire and even gives it a power boost from the lightning. Clever. Shane's frown deepened as he watched Luffy stagger on the field. He's not dead yet. The bronze-level zombie had developed enough intelligence to recognize opportunity. This was the perfect moment to finish the job. It appeared behind Luffy like a nightmare materializing, its massive hand clamping down on his head with bone-crushing force. As its palm gradually tightened, it seemed as if Luffy was about to be crushed and disappear from the field forever. Shane's face broke into a triumphant smile. As long as I can eliminate one of his cards, the balance of victory tilts decisively in my favor. But Russell wasn't worried. Because there was a fatal information gap between his opponent and himself. Will of D. When near defeat, Luffy will experience a burst of vitality, entering a peak state for a short period and becoming immune to a single fatal blow. Just when everyone thought Russell was doomed, Luffy's eyes snapped open. Not gradually. Not slowly. They snapped open like a predator that had been playing dead. Not good. Shane shouted from the sidelines, his victory smile transforming into horror. Luffy spun around with liquid grace, his rubbery limbs instantly wrapping around the hirsute zombie like anaconda coils. The creature, caught completely off guard, found itself immobilized in an embrace that was part restraint, part death sentence. At the same moment, Yoriichi, who had been standing protectively in front of Russell, was suddenly behind the trapped zombie. If it had been a normal fight, the creature would have sensed the danger, would have reacted. But at this moment, it was completely controlled by Luffy's binding. Yoriichi's Zanpakuto flashed with golden red luster as it slashed across the zombie's neck. The blade didn't just cut, it burned, cauterizing the wound even as it severed. The hirsute zombie's head separated from its body, both parts gradually dissipating into motes of light. Russell felt no wavering in his heart. This had all been part of his calculations. Boy, he thought coldly, battle is all about information asymmetry. Under the fierce, combined assault of Luffy and Yoriichi, the golden bell-shaped shield finally shattered like spun glass. The corpse driver, now completely alone and defenseless, could only return to Shane's mind in bitter defeat. On the sidelines, Shane watched the scene in a daze. Before the competition started, if someone had told him he would be eliminated in the round of 32, he would have laughed in their face. After taking one last, long look at Russell memorizing the face of the boy who had destroyed his dreams, he left the battlefield without looking back. The cheers that followed belonged to the victor and had nothing to do with him. He only had those 3 cards, Russell judged. The card from his Black Iron period must have been the one that advanced into the hirsute zombie. But Russell wasn't particularly proud. His opponent had lost because his deck was incomplete. The route Shane was taking was clearly developing toward a Legion-type build eventually, he would have had enough cards to overwhelm most opponents. But no matter how many he had, Russell thought, feeling the 5 bronze-level cards in his mind, they couldn't beat me. Still, 3 of his 5 cards couldn't be exposed. Thinking back to the bond between the corpse driver and the hirsute zombie, he sighed. It's time to create another bond for Luffy, even if it's just iron level. This time, it was pure luck that Shane used lightning attacks and the 3 treasures could block it. Against someone else, I might not be so fortunate. Russell also roughly assessed his opponent's combat effectiveness. The corpse driver should have been gold quality, and the hirsute zombie, with its amplification, should also have been gold quality. It would have been impossible for anyone else to win as easily as he had. But the students and teachers watching didn't know that. At this moment, the university representatives had all started discussing animatedly, their previous rivalries forgotten in the face of what they'd just witnessed. Because they had all seen the same thing, a boy who fought like he already knew how every battle would end. End of chapter. Chapter 82, Chapter 80, Humble Brag. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_JadHAV0869. In the ivory tower of the university representatives section, the atmosphere crackled with barely contained greed. These weren't just observers, they were predators, and they'd just watched a lion cub tear apart seasoned hunters. Poor Shane, the Imperial University representative sighed, though his eyes gleamed with calculation. If he hadn't run into Russell, he'd have carved through several more rounds easily. Just unlucky, the Northgate University representative agreed, scribbling notes with practiced nonchalance. His superiors had already whispered the golden words, "Russell belongs to Director Blake Whitmore." Which meant Russell belonged to them. His job now was damage control, downplay the monster, make him seem beatable, or some shameless old bastard from another university might try to poach their prize. But Shane's performance had been impressive enough to attract vultures. Several representatives were already mentally drafting recruitment pitches. "That Straw Hat Boy card," another representative mused, "it's actually immune to most lightning damage." The comment dropped like a stone into still water. Everyone fell silent, processing the implications. Lightning was everywhere in card-making mythology. Thunder gods, storm lords, electric demons, from the Daming Federation's thunder god to the West's Zeus. It was one of the most popular and devastating archetypes in existence. "He's only immune to most damage," the Aurora University representative finally spoke, grasping for straws. "Not all of it." "Still fucking outrageous," everyone thought simultaneously. Being immune to most lightning damage made Luffy a hard counter to an entire branch of the card-making tree. And this was just a bronze-level card. But did anyone else notice? The Keystone University representative leaned forward like a shark scenting blood. At the last moment, his card was definitely immune to a fatal blow. "Didn't look like complete death immunity," the Heron Island University representative countered, his analytical mind working overtime. "I noticed the card dissipated on its own after the match instead of being recalled. Temporary death resistance, a last stand ability." The Northgate representative shot him a dirty look. "Tisk, this guy. Why is he observing so carefully?" But the topic was already out there, spreading like wildfire. "Is this really the effect of a bronze-level card?" Aurora University's representative voiced what everyone was thinking. The Northgate representative, who had access to Russell's classified file, knew Luffy was red quality legendary tier. But he played dumb with Academy Award-worthy performance. His card is probably very high quality. Gold, at minimum. The other representatives exchanged glances. Why did Northgate send someone with such shit eyesight? They were all masters in card making. Telling them Luffy was only gold quality was like telling oceanographers that the Pacific was just a large pond. Fortunately, the next match was starting, cutting off the discussion and allowing the Northgate representative to breathe again. Back in the new Metro First High section, Russell walked into more than a dozen pairs of eyes that looked at him like he'd just stepped off a UFO. The advanced class students were all iron-level card makers themselves, just one rank below bronze. When they watched masters fight, it felt like watching gods clash in the heavens, distant and untouchable. But bronze level was different. Bronze level was achievable. With 6 months of hard work, any of them could reach it. Which made Russell's overwhelming power feel both inspiring and terrifying. "Russell," Victoria's song beamed with maternal pride, "you're now better than your teacher. Keep working hard in the future." She was just a bronze-level card maker herself, otherwise, she wouldn't be teaching high school. Russell's display had genuinely surpassed her own abilities. Watching a student she'd nurtured achieve such heights made her feel like she could conquer the world. Russell felt a genuine stab of gratitude. Victoria's song was that rare breed, a teacher who actually gave a damn about her students. Even when he'd frequently asked for leave, she'd never complained, always signing his requests with a smile. It was a stark contrast to his college counselor from his past life, who'd refused him leave even when his father was having surgery. "Miss Song," he said, shaking his head, "without your teaching, I wouldn't be where I am today." The words contained genuine feeling. While his other cards were essentially plagiarized from his past life stories, Yoriaki's advancement was built on the foundational principles he'd learned at New Metro First High. Victoria's song just smiled and patted his shoulder, her pride practically radiating heat. Settling into his seat, Russell began watching the next match, but his mind was elsewhere. The creature cards and prop cards dancing across the battlefield triggered a cascade of tactical analysis. My creature cards are barely adequate for now. It's my item cards that are lacking. Recalling the lightning that had erupted from the corpse driver, he couldn't suppress a shudder. Cardmaker duels prohibited direct attacks on opponents. But in the wild, an AoE attack like that would have vaporized him instantly. The flaw in his protection was glaring. The Spirit-Begging Society vest contained the Mark III armor, but his normal student identity was essentially naked. After university, he'd be entering more dangerous secret realms, facing demons that wouldn't give a shit about duel etiquette. Creatures or props? He had ideas for creatures, a symbiote similar to Venom, maybe. For props, he could consider Ro AIAs, or even transformation belts like the ones from Armor Hero. The good thing about these cards is they can fulfill bond requirements even after they become obsolete. He actually preferred defensive cards. Asking him to engage in melee combat was asking too much. Shooting from the shadows was more his style. But reality was a cruel mistress. He had just over 120,000 credits left in his account. Even a master chef couldn't cook without ingredients. That was only enough to make a black iron level card. Let's just wait until the unified examination is over, he sighed, defeat weighing on his shoulders. Nancy, sitting beside him, stared at his dejected expression with growing bewilderment. Why is he still unhappy after winning? If she knew about his worries, she'd probably want to run him through with her sword. You bastard! Most students couldn't even make bronze level cards yet, and here he was, already strategizing how to expand his deck further. Even if normal students could make so many cards, they couldn't use them all simultaneously. The distance between us is getting farther and farther, Russell. Nancy knew that after the exam ended, he'd probably stay in Northgate, waiting for his early admission. No need to waste half a year finishing high school back in New Metro. But she'd made a promise to herself. I will catch up with you. It was a pity Russell didn't know what she was thinking. Otherwise, he would have just said, "Are you the heroine of some shonen manga?" Because that's exactly what she was becoming, the rival who refuses to be left behind, the friend who transforms determination into strength, the girl who'd chase him across worlds if necessary. But for now, she just sat there, watching him fret about problems that would make other students weep with envy, and wondered how someone so brilliant could be so utterly clueless about the hearts he was breaking just by existing. The next match played out on the field below, but Russell's mind was already 3 steps ahead, calculating risks and rewards, building strategies for battles that hadn't even begun yet. Around him, his classmates watched with a mixture of admiration and despair, realizing they were witnessing the birth of a legend. And in the VIP section above, university representatives continued their subtle war of words, each trying to position themselves for a piece of the boy who fought like he already knew how every battle would end. Because that's what Russell had become, not just a student, not just a card maker, but a gravitational force that bent everyone else's ambitions around his own inexorable rise. The question wasn't whether he'd reach the top. The question was who would still be standing when he got there. End of chapter. Chapter 83, Chapter 81, Headhunting. The knockout round of 32 was scheduled to last several days, so after his first day victory, Russell was granted a few days of rest. Being his first time in Northgate, he was unfamiliar with the city and could only meditate in his hotel room. Ding dong! The message alert from his phone made him open his eyes. Who would be looking for me at this time, he wondered aloud. Misty again? More materials. It was no wonder he had such thoughts since arriving in Northgate. She was the only person he'd had any real contact with. His classmates were staying in the same hotel, so they'd just knock on his door if they needed him. He picked up the phone and saw an unfamiliar number. He answered. Hello, is this Mr. Russell? Speaking. And you are? My name is Mr. Shaw. I'm in charge of admissions for Imperial University. You can just call me Sha. Imperial University? Russell was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood. They were trying to recruit him. Hello, Mr. Shah. What can I do for you? Although he'd guessed the man's intention, he decided to play dumb. Nothing complicated, really, Shah said, clearly delighted by Russell's receptive tone. I just wanted to ask if you might be interested in studying at Imperial University. Don't worry, scholarships and other benefits can certainly be arranged for you. Russell shook his head silently. Too insincere, he thought. He can't even be bothered to make me a proper offer. The man had only mentioned a vague scholarship without any details about the specific amount or subsequent training plans. Russell certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to agree to that. More importantly, he'd basically already decided to choose Northgate University. If he went there, he could become Director Blake Whitmore's disciple. When you're out in the world, what's the use of fighting skill alone? What matters is power and background. But he wouldn't reject the offer directly. Mr. Shah, he said tactfully, I'd prefer to discuss these things after the Riverview Province Unified Examination is over. Shah, naturally unaware of Russell's relationship with Director Blake, assumed the boy was waiting for a better offer. His call was just to make first contact anyway. If Russell had agreed on impulse after hearing Imperial University's name, that would have been a bonus. Understood, Shah said smoothly. Then I won't bother you any further. If you change your mind, you can contact me at any time through this number. Thank you, Mr. Shah. Russell looked at the phone after hanging up, and just as he was about to set it aside, it rang again. Again? Russell wasn't surprised. It was impossible that only Imperial University would think of recruiting him early. He answered. Before he could even speak, the person on the other end started talking like a machine gun. Hello, Russell? This is Mr. Stern from Northgate University. The school already knows about your relationship with Director Blake. Don't worry, you'll get everything you need. Don't listen to the sweet talk from other schools. Russell listened to Stern's rapid-fire words, a dark expression crossing his face. It took him several seconds to process all the information. Someone from Imperial University called me just now, he said simply. Those little poachers from Imperial University. Stern's voice came through gritted teeth. Don't worry, Russell. I'll report this to the university immediately. We absolutely will not treat you unfairly. Stern had reacted quickly, realizing exactly why Imperial University had called. It was a close call. If he hadn't been fast enough, they might have stolen his university's prized recruit. Seeing that Stern understood his meaning, Russell didn't elaborate further. Mr. Stern, I hope you can help me tell everyone that I won't be considering any early admission offers before the end of the unified examination. Leave it to me, Stern said, relief evident in his voice. He'd been afraid that as a young man, Russell wouldn't be able to control himself when faced with high offers from other schools. But now that Russell had made it clear he didn't want to deal with such things, there would be no problem at all. However, he didn't consider that if Russell's performance in the finals was even more eye-catching, other schools might really have to raise their prices to try and snatch him away. Director Blake wasn't the only master card maker in the Daming Federation, after all. That's it then, Mr. Stern. I have something else to do. Of course. I won't bother you anymore. Looking at the phone in his hand, Stern's eyes blazed with determination. You want to snatch someone from Northgate University? Not a chance. The next moment, he made another call. Hello, Dean. Russell tossed his phone aside and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I can get some rest. But in the next moment... Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang again. Is this ever going to end? He thought, picking up the phone with barely suppressed annoyance. To his surprise, it wasn't another university representative, it was from one of the corporate groups watching the tournament. Russell listened to the representatives chattering in silence, then cut him off. "Thank you for your interest, but I don't want to make any decisions before the provincial unified examination is over." He hung up without waiting for a response. The corporate representative stared at his phone, disappointed. "Didn't succeed," he sighed. He'd called hoping to sign a cooperation agreement with Russell right away, which would save them considerable costs in the long run. Fortunately, Russell wasn't the only genius in the tournament. A cunning smile appeared on the representative's face as he dialed another number. "Hello? Is this Mr. Shane?" After that call, Russell never received any other harassing calls. He assumed Stern had played a role in stopping them. He spent the 2 days of rest quite happily, either meditating or playing with Kissshot. In the battle arena, Russell glanced at the remaining 16 players. Under the current circumstances, it was impossible for any weak competitors to have made it this far. Russell's opponent in the round of 16 was also an old acquaintance, Cole Kong, who was also from New Metro. This should be interesting, Russell thought, a slight smile playing at his lips. End of chapter 82. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_jadhav0869. Chapter 84, Chapter 82, The Round of 16. "I didn't expect that we would meet in the round of 16, Cole Kong said, a wry smile playing across his face as he stood next to Russell, staring at the tournament schedule blazing across the massive screen. The fluorescent letters seemed to mock him, their names locked in opposing brackets like destined enemies. He really hadn't wanted to run into Russell this early, but fate had other plans. "I will do my best," Cole declared, whirling to face Russell with fire dancing in his eyes like molten steel. His fists clenched unconsciously, knuckles white with determination. "Let me show you the results of my blood, sweat, and tears during this period." Russell glanced at the passionate young man beside him, noting the slight tremor in Cole's voice, not fear, but barely contained excitement. He sighed helplessly, running a hand through his hair. "Don't make me sound like some final boss." His deadpan delivery shattered the tension like glass, and Cole burst into laughter, the sound echoing through the arena corridors. Since their match wasn't first, they returned to the stands after the schedule was announced, the weight of their impending clash hanging between them like a storm cloud. The first match erupted between Holden from Seaview High and Julian from Woojun First High. Russell had a slight impression of Holden. He had seen his name circled in red in the dossier Misty had provided, a seeded player, just like himself, with a reputation for ruthless efficiency. Shrill. The referee's whistle pierced the air like a battle cry, and the arena exploded into motion. The card Holden summoned materialized in a swirl of dark energy, a tiger-like demon that seemed forged from nightmares and shadow. Its massive form rippled with ethereal muscle, ghostly wisps trailing from its midnight fur like smoke from a funeral pyre. The creature's eyes burned with an otherworldly amber light, and when it moved, the very air seemed to bend around it, wind howling in its wake. From the stands, Russell's analytical mind catalogued every detail. The demon could control wind, that much was obvious from the microtornadoes spiraling around its paws, but there were deeper mysteries in its movement, subtle manipulations of air pressure that spoke of more sophisticated abilities. Julian, meanwhile, looked like a deer caught in headlights. His cards flickered into existence with nervous energy, but even from a distance, Russell could see the tremor in the boy's hands. Sometimes luck was also a part of strength, but luck had a way of running out when it mattered most. Ruoar. The tiger demon's battle cry shook the arena foundations, a sound that seemed to come from the depths of hell itself. It launched forward with predatory grace, each massive paw leaving cracks in the reinforced floor. Julian's cards, a pitiful collection of defensive barriers and minor elementals, stood no chance. The demon's claws, gleaming like obsidian razors and seeming to drip with the phantom scent of blood, slashed through the air with surgical precision. Julian's barriers shattered like paper in a hurricane, his elementals dissipating into sparkles of fading light that danced mockingly in the arena's harsh illumination. Crash! Crack! Boom! Each impact sent shockwaves through the stands, and Russell felt the vibrations in his bones. The massacre was systematic, beautiful in its brutality. Julian's final desperate summon, a bronze-level knight that had probably cost him months of savings, lasted exactly 3 seconds before the demon's wind-enhanced claws carved through its armor like butter. In the arena, Holden stood amidst the carnage with cold indifference, his expression as unmoved as carved stone. A hint of disappointment flickered in his dark eyes as he surveyed the devastation. This kind of trash can make it to the top 16. The thought echoed in his mind like a mantra of disgust. His gaze swept over the stands like a hawk searching for prey, settling on Russell with laser focus. The only true heroes in this world are Russell and myself. From the sidelines, Russell caught Holden's stare and felt the weight of challenge in it, a predator recognizing another predator. But his thoughts drifted to his previous opponent, Shane, and he felt a pang of sympathy. Poor Shane. If he had been matched against Julian instead of me, he definitely would have advanced. Since Holden's systematic destruction had left the duel venue remarkably intact, the second battle began within minutes. The arena crews worked with practiced efficiency, clearing away the scattered card fragments and resetting the energy barriers. Russell vs. Cole Kong. The announcer's voice boomed through the arena like thunder, and 20,000 spectators erupted in a cacophony of cheers and screams. This was the match everyone had been waiting for, the clash between the tournament's dark horse and the mysterious prodigy. Cole stepped into the arena with newfound confidence radiating from every pore. His previous nervousness had been replaced by steely determination, and when he raised his hand, 3 cards materialized with explosive energy. Flash! Boom! Crack! The summoning created a light show that had the audience gasping. 2 bronze-level cards and 1 black iron-level card materialized in a triangle formation, but Russell's experienced eye immediately caught the seamless energy flow between them. This wasn't just a collection of cards, it was a perfectly synchronized battle unit. Russell's analytical mind raced as he catalogued the threat. 2 bronze-level cards and 1 black iron-level card? But one of them has never appeared before. Are all 3 of them part of a bond? The tactical implications were staggering. The familiar duo stood ready for war, the iron level, the unbegotten archer, its ethereal form crackling with dark energy, and the bronze level armored beast bow, its metallic hide gleaming like polished steel. But the third card? Russell had never seen it before, and the unknown was always dangerous. It was a tree, but not just any tree. This was something ancient and primordial, its trunk easily 10 feet in diameter and covered in bark that looked like hardened lava. The moment it appeared, its roots didn't just dig into the ground, they exploded downward with the force of pile drivers, sending spider web cracks racing across the arena floor. Rumble! Crack! Boom! The root system spread like a virus beneath the surface, and Russell could almost feel the arena's foundation groaning under the assault. Fuzang? Jianmu? His mind raced through mythological possibilities. All of Cole's cards were from the classic of mountains and seas, and if he could now create a juvenile version of one of those divine trees. Just as Russell was processing the implications, Cole's voice rang out across the arena, dripping with confidence and barely contained excitement. "How is it, Russell?" Surprised. Russell's response was immediate and decisive. He raised his hand, and 3 cards erupted into existence with their own spectacular display of power. Flash! Whoosh! Boom! Kaneki materialized in a swirl of crimson energy, his Kagun writhing like living serpents of bone and sinew. Despite being iron level, the card's red quality made it pulse with dangerous potential. Yoriichi appeared in a flash of silver light, his hand already resting on his Zanpakute's hilt, every line of his body screaming lethal precision. And Luffy burst into existence with his trademark grin, knuckles already cracking as he prepared for battle. The arena fell silent for a heartbeat, the calm before the storm. Then, shrill! The referee's whistle shattered the tension like a gunshot, and hell broke loose. Yoriichi vanished. Not moved fast vanished. One moment he was standing 20 feet away, the next he was a silver blur cutting through the air like a lightning bolt. When he reappeared, his Zanpakuto was already in motion, the blade singing through the air toward armored beast bow with enough force to split mountains. Clang! The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the arena, and sparks exploded like fireworks. A golden, sword-shaped shadow had materialized from the beast's armor, meeting Yoriichi's blade with a resonant crash that made the audience's teeth ache. But shadows, no matter how solid, were no match for a master swordsman. Head number 1, thrust. The incantation was whispered like a prayer, but the result was devastating. An invisible lance of pure force erupted from Yoriichi's fingertips, striking the shadow construct with surgical precision. The golden blade shattered like glass, fragments spinning through the air in glittering arcs. Yoriichi flowed like water, his body dropping low as he closed the distance with inhuman speed. But the armored beast bow wasn't helpless. Several phantom swords condensed from thin air, each one gleaming with deadly intent as they stabbed toward him in a coordinated assault. Ding! 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 Sparks flew like a 4th of July celebration as Yoriichi's blade danced through the air, deflecting each phantom sword with movements so fluid they seemed choreographed. But the sheer number forced him to give ground, his feet sliding across the arena floor as he parried strike after strike. The unbegotten rider seized the opportunity, its spectral hands grasping the longbow that materialized in its grip. The weapon hummed with dark energy, and when the archer drew back the ethereal string, the very air seemed to scream in protest. Thwang! The pitch-black arrow tore through the air with a sound like ripping silk, trailing wisps of shadow that left temporary tears in reality itself. But Yoriichi wasn't alone on this battlefield. Crash! A massive centipede Kagun erupted from the ground like a crimson geyser, its bone-like segments gleaming as it intercepted the arrow in a shower of sparks. Kaneki rose from his concealed position, his Kagun writhing around him like the arms of an angry god. Gum Gum Jet Pistol! Luffy's battle cry echoed across the arena as he switched to gear second, steam literally rising from his body as his cardiovascular system went into overdrive. His arms stretched back impossibly far, building potential energy like a loaded spring, before snapping forward with the force of a cannonball. Smack! The impact was earth-shaking. Luffy's fist, moving at supersonic speed, smashed through the beast's defenses and connected with its armored hide. The sound was like a building collapsing, and the armored beast bow actually left the ground, its massive form staggering backward as cracks appeared in its previously impenetrable armor. The crowd went wild, their cheers reaching a fever pitch. But the celebration was premature. Just as Yoriichi pressed forward to capitalize on the opening, a thick vine easily 3 feet in diameter came whipping through the air like a massive green whip. It moved with serpentine grace, cutting through the space where Yoriichi's head had been a split second earlier. The ancient tree had finally joined the battle, and Russell's blood turned to ice as he watched more vines erupt from its base. But what really caught his attention was the soft green glow emanating from the beast's wounds that were closing with visible speed. Recovery, control, and protection, Russell whispered, his analytical mind cataloging the threat while his heart hammered against his ribs. The tactical situation had just become infinitely more complex. This is a bit tricky. But I hope it's not the Fuzang tree. Under the current circumstances, a protracted war would be a losing battle for him. The tree's healing ability meant that any damage they inflicted would be temporary, while his own cards had no such regenerative powers. It was a battle of attrition he couldn't win. Russell's mind raced through his options. Luffy was threatening, especially in Gear 3. The raw destructive power might be enough to overwhelm even the tree's healing. But since Yoriichi was already on the field, there was a more elegant solution. A nuclear option that he had been saving for the finals. If the opponent's tree really was the legendary Fuzang, where 10 suns bathed in its branches, Russell would never let Yoriichi release his fire-based Zanpakuto. The mythological implications were too dangerous. But as he watched the battle unfold, he saw no connection between Cole's tree and that particular legend. Russell had never forgotten the release incantation he had compiled for Yoriichi in his story. And since creating the card, he had never seen him unleash his Zanpakuto. The weapon had remained sealed, a sleeping dragon waiting for the right moment to wake. The arena seemed to sense what was coming. The very air grew thick with anticipation, and even the audience fell silent as if sensing the approach of something momentous. Whoosh! A tremendous spiritual pressure began to radiate from Yoriichi, washing over the arena like a tsunami of pure power. The weaker members of the audience actually swayed in their seats, and even Russell felt the weight of it pressing against his consciousness. Yoriichi raised his blade with ceremonial precision, the Zanpakuto gleaming like captured starlight. His voice, when it came, was clear and resonant, carrying the weight of absolute authority. Destroy all evil spirits and burn everything to ash. The incantation rang out like a divine proclamation, and the temperature in the arena began to rise. The blade in Yoriichi's hands started to glow, first a soft amber, then building to a brilliant white-hot radiance that made the audience shield their eyes. Hiruzen! The release word exploded from Yoriichi's lips like a war cry, and the world changed. Fire erupted from the blade, not ordinary fire, but something pure and primordial, flames that seemed to burn the very concept of darkness. The Zanpakuto transformed in his hands, becoming a weapon of legend wreathed in an aura of absolute destruction. For the first time in this world's history, a Zanpakuto had achieved its Shikai release. And the arena would never be the same. End of this chapter. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_jadhav0869. Chapter 85, Chapter 83, Is That Even a Legal Move? Tide of golden red flames erupted across the dual field like a solar storm unleashed. At its epicenter stood Yoriichi Shigekuni, his form wreathed in fire that seemed to breathe with its own life. His eyes blazed with the color of a dying sun, pupils transformed into twin stars of devastating radiance. What is this? Cole Kong's voice cracked with disbelief. His hands trembled as he stared at the transformed warrior. Yoriichi had never hinted at such apocalyptic power. If Cole had known, he would have forfeited rather than face this walking inferno. In the stands, the university representatives abandoned their note-taking entirely. Pens clattered to the floor as they leaned forward, mesmerized by the spectacle below. Why is there a fire ability? The Imperial University representative's voice was barely a whisper. Isn't this card's theme related to death and souls? The question hung in the air like smoke. The other representatives studied Yoriichi with the intensity of predators sizing up prey, their years of experience trying to categorize what they were witnessing. It seems to have some solar feeling, the Heron Island University representative said slowly. His words carried weight. His university housed a diamond-level card maker who specialized in solar manipulation. After countless hours studying that master's work, he recognized the same terrifying aura now radiating from Yoriichi. All eyes turned to him. The man's face was pale, his usual confidence shattered. After a tense moment, the Aurora University representative's expression shifted to one of pure shock. It's actually true. The realization rippled through the stands like wildfire. They began to feel it themselves, the crushing weight of solar power that made their skin prickle with phantom heat. Does anyone know what the sun has to do with death? The voice was small, almost childlike in its confusion, a lifetime of experience suddenly feeling worthless. Heads shook in unison. These were seasoned professionals who had seen countless card combinations, but this defied everything they knew. Some frantically typed messages on their phones, updating their superiors about the impossible student below. Only Mr. Stern from Northgate University looked like he was attending his own funeral. "Russell, please stop showing off," he begged silently. Every display of power was another university ready to bankrupt themselves for this boy. For a twisted moment, he almost hoped Cole Kong would pull off a miracle victory, anything to keep Russell's talents hidden. But then reality hit him. If Cole could actually defeat this monster, every school would be hunting him instead. On the sidelines, Russell remained oblivious to the chaos in the stands. The massive drain on his mental energy from Yoriaki's release left him feeling like his skull was splitting open. Fortunately, I can still hold on. Any normal bronze-level card maker would have collapsed by now, their mind shattered by the power coursing through their creation. In the arena, Yoriichi felt the transformation complete itself. Power flooded through his veins like liquid sunlight. "This feeling is wonderful," he whispered, his voice carrying the weight of revelation. With each breath, the golden-red flames responded, surging higher and brighter. Against the backdrop of the inferno, his eyes had become twin suns themselves, burning with divine purpose. He studied the massive tree across from him with the patience of an executioner. Slowly, deliberately, he shifted into his stance. The very air seemed to hold its breath. "In that case," he said, his voice carrying across the arena with frightening calm, "one move will be enough. Sun style, solar wheel 108 blades." Time seemed to fracture. Yoriaki's blade became a blur of motion, each strike carving through reality itself. In the space between heartbeats, he had unleashed hundreds of cuts, each one trailing ribbons of golden-red flame that screamed with the fury of a dying star. The torrent of fire and steel surged toward all three of Cole's cards with the inevitability of Judgment Day. Cole's face went ashen as he stared at the approaching apocalypse. "Am I going to lose again?" The words tasted like ash in his mouth. This wasn't just bronze-level power, this was something that belonged in legends, not in a student tournament. His Sunmu tree, magnificent as it was, suddenly looked as fragile as paper before a hurricane. Desperate vines erupted from the earth like reaching fingers, trying to form a barrier against the onslaught. They might as well have been trying to stop the sun itself. The golden-red flames consumed them instantly, turning them to ash before they could even slow the attack. The Unbegotten attempted to intervene but was swallowed whole by the inferno, its form dissolving like smoke. Armored Beast Bow managed to last a few precious seconds longer, its metallic hide reflecting the terrible light. But even it was nothing more than a speed bump before the endless tide of solar destruction. Finally, the torrent of fire and steel slammed into the trunk of the Sunmu tree with the force of a meteor impact. The ancient wood, which had stood proud moments before, now burned with flames that seemed to reach toward the heavens themselves. The sight was both beautiful and terrible, a funeral pyre for a giant. Russell watched the great tree burn, the golden-red flames reflected in his eyes like memories of another world. The scene stirred something deep in his memory, and he found himself muttering words from a game in his past life, "Even if the guidance has long been broken, please, become the Elden Lord." The irony wasn't lost on him. This time, he was playing the role of the Flame of Frenzy, and he had just burned down the tree that connected worlds. Shaking off the strange nostalgia, he knew the battle was over. Victory was his, but at a cost. "I have to tell Yoriichi not to make such a big scene next time," he thought, feeling like someone had taken a sledgehammer to his brain. Half of his mental energy had been consumed in that single, devastating attack. In the stands, Shane Russell's first-round opponent watched the spectacle with a mixture of awe and despair. He had convinced himself that his loss was just bad luck, an information gap that had caught him off guard. But now, watching Yoriaki's true power unleashed, that comforting lie crumbled to dust. If Russell had used this move against him, there wouldn't have been enough left of Shane's cards to fill a teacup. "But what are you going to do next, Russell?" he wondered aloud. Now that this trump card had been revealed, future opponents would come prepared. The element of surprise was gone forever. On the sidelines, Cole Kong looked at Russell with something that might have been relief. The weight of competition was finally lifting from his shoulders. "You win again, Russell. If you hadn't met me, you could have been in the top 3, Russell said. The words came without mockery, just honest acknowledgement of his opponent's skill. But Cole shook his head, his expression resigned but not bitter. "If I lose, I lose. It's useless to find more excuses. His acceptance was complete, dignified in its finality. Seeing that Cole had made peace with his defeat, Russell didn't push the conversation further. Some wounds healed better in silence. Nearby, the card maker responsible for battlefield repairs stared at the smoldering crater that had once been an arena. Every time I encounter this student Russell, the battlefield gets completely wrecked, he thought with weary resignation. He was already calculating the overtime pay this would require. Russell, blissfully unaware of the man's suffering, recalled his cards and headed back to the stands. When Liam spotted him, his eyes went wide with recognition and terror. "Russell, is that your first card?" Liam's voice carried the weight of traumatic memory. Though Yoriichi looked the same, the difference in power was like comparing a candle to a nuclear reactor. Liam still had nightmares about his first encounter with the original Yoriichi. Russell nodded slightly, confirming what they all suspected. The confirmation hit Liam like a physical blow. His mind raced with desperate hope. Then can my Minotaur also become a Soul Reaper Ox Head? Russell glanced at him, measuring the question with the patience of a teacher dealing with a particularly slow student. After a moment of silence that felt like an eternity, he patted Liam on the shoulder with the gentleness reserved for the terminally naive. "Don't dream about things that can't be realized." Liam's face crumpled like a deflated balloon. Deep down, he had known it was impossible. Russell's upgrade of Yoriichi had only worked because the original story had a foundation in souls and death themes that could be expanded upon. Liam's Minotaur was just a straightforward beast. There was no hidden mythology to unlock, no deeper meaning to explore. Ignoring Liam's disappointment, Russell's mind was already moving to the next challenge. Yoriichi's Shikai has been exposed. I have to find a way to add some more cards to my arsenal. The tournament was far from over, and now everyone knew what he was capable of. The real battle was just beginning. End of this chapter. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_jadhav0869. Chapter 86, Chapter 8, The Navigator. The tournament ground buzzed with electric tension as the day's remaining matches unfolded. Russell watched each battle with predatory focus, cataloging every move, every weakness, every hidden strength. The competitors moved like chess pieces across the arena, but none of them set his pulse racing the way a true threat should. They were holding back. He could feel it in the way they fought, the careful restraint in their movements. In the top 16, everyone had secrets buried beneath their sleeves. Russell's lips curved into a grim smile. They thought they were being clever, but he understood the game better than most. After all, he was doing the same thing. Luffy's Gear Third remained his hidden ace, a trump card that could shatter expectations when the moment was right. And deeper still, beyond the reach of this tournament, lay Zoro, Kissshot, and the Mark III armor weapons forged for his other identity, his shadow war against the spirit-begging society. The thought of revealing the true bond between the future four emperors and their first mates made his blood sing with anticipation. But patience was a virtue he'd learned the hard way. That revelation would have to wait until the society was nothing but ash and memory. "Russell, I have a feeling you're going to win first place this time," Nancy said as the final match ended. Russell chuckled, but there was an edge to it. "You that confident in me? Holden's going to be a problem though." Even thinking about Holden's first match made him uneasy. Something about that tiger demon had felt off, wrong in a way he couldn't quite explain. Holden. Nancy frowned, trying to remember. His tiger that scary. Russell's expression darkened. That thing, it's dangerous. Really dangerous. And he's only shown one card so far. No telling what else he's got. Nancy trusted Russell's judgment completely. "Well, I still think you'll take first place." Liam nodded eagerly. "Yet. If Russell can't win, who can?" A sneer interrupted them. "I'll give you that Russell's strong, but that's not gonna be enough against Holden." Russell turned to see a student in a Seaview High uniform, one of Holden's classmates. Liam bristled. What's that supposed to mean? Russell's card is stronger than anything. The visitor's cocky expression faltered when he heard about Russell's card. Look, that thing of Russell's is terrifying, I'll give you that. But you guys don't know why Holden has his reputation. What reputation? Nancy pressed. The guy seemed to realize he'd said too much. He gave them an awkward smile. Hey, you think I'm gonna tell you Holden's secrets? What happens to me if he finds out? Besides, why should I help you guys anyway? He turned away and sat back down, ignoring their reactions. You. Liam started forward angrily, but Russell held him back. What's with that guy? Liam muttered. Russell's the strongest. Russell gave him a look. Don't jinx me, he thought. As the day's battles concluded, the arena began to empty. But in the VIP stands, the university representatives huddled together like vultures around Carrion, their voices low and urgent. This Russell's card is really something else, the Imperial University representative said, shaking his head. Never seen anything like it. The others murmured agreement. Still doesn't mean he'll win though, said the representative from Daming Mining and Technical College, speaking up for the first time. His university was in the same city as Seaview High, so he knew things the others didn't. What do you mean? Several voices asked at once. From today's matches, nobody seemed capable of standing up to Russell's solar attack. The Daming rep smiled mysteriously. Can't say. You'll find out when Holden and Russell fight. The silence that followed was thick with frustration. Every representative had the same thought, this guy's driving us crazy. Only the Daming representative was pleased with himself. Holden, fitting name. Good thing we made our move early and got him to agree to join us. Otherwise I wouldn't be saying anything at all. Back at the hotel, Russell's mind was already 3 steps ahead. His arsenal needed expansion, and that meant one thing, new cards. But his financial situation was a chain around his ambitions. Creating a new bronze-level card was beyond his reach. The path forward was clear: a black iron-level card to trigger Luffy's bond. The Straw Hat Pirate's bonus was a weapon that could turn the tide of any battle. The crew members paraded through his mind like old friends: Sanji, Nami, Robin, Chopper. Each brought their own strengths, their own possibilities. But practicality demanded efficiency. He needed to accomplish the most with the least investment. His choice narrowed to Nami and Robin. He already had 2 male Straw Hat cards, and balance was essential in all things. The final decision would depend on what materials the market could provide. Russell's phone lit up as he browsed the trading website. What's all this junk? He muttered, scrolling through the available materials. After searching for a while, he found an iron-level greedy girl, blue, and an iron-level rookie pirate, green, that kind of matched Nami's character. But to really create her properly, he'd need weather-related materials, and those were nowhere to be found. Guess I'll have to make do with something else. He gave up on the weather materials and kept looking. Black iron grade metal long stick, green. This is my only option. Not much of a choice. The main problem was money. After buying these materials, he'd only have 20,000 credits left for daily expenses. The Metro Express drone arrived with mechanical precision, dropping off his materials like a metal messenger of possibility. Russell breathed a sigh of relief as he gathered the components, feeling their potential thrumming beneath his fingertips. Card making, start. End of this chapter. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_JADHAV0869